Hunting Hollywood. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 501 European Trip. At the beginning of the new week, international hot money launched a more fierce attack on the pound. Faced with a surging pound selling orders in the foreign exchange market, the British government barely supported it for 2 days on Monday and Tuesday, and had no choice but to give up defending the pound exchange rate and was forced to announce the devaluation of the pound. While giving up defending the exchange rate, the British government also announced its withdrawal from the European monetary system. Anyone who knows a little about the international financial landscape understands that the reason why Britain, or even the whole of Europe, has suffered this disaster is that the United States across the Atlantic Ocean wants to maintain the global hegemony of the US dollar. With the withdrawal of the pound from the European monetary system, the European community's attempt to use this system to fight against the US dollar has been shattered. The media in European countries have recently criticized the quantum fund led by Soros and other international hot money, and Soros has become notorious. But for any discerning person, everyone actually knows that it is actually the US government that really pushed this matter. Soros is just a bird that sticks out and a scapegoat. Of course, whether it is a bird that sticks out or a scapegoat, Soros, who was pushed to the stage, is not at a loss. After the pound gave up resistance, the currencies of European countries such as the Spanish peseta and the French franc were attacked to varying degrees, and the European monetary system was basically in name only. During the entire confrontation, the British government invested a total of £27 billion to stabilize the exchange rate, but it was still defeated in the end. On the other hand, as the winner, Soros alone made a profit of $1 billion in this attack on the European monetary system, and the total amount of profits made by international hot money sweeping across European countries is even more difficult to estimate. Soros became famous in one battle and became very popular on Wall Street for a while. At the same time, the media soon noticed SYNOPSIS Capital, which had been silent during the attack on the European monetary system. Starting from the stock market crash in 1987, the subsequent Japanese stock market bubble, the collapse of the US bond market, etc., all had the active presence of SYNOPSIS Capital. However, SYNOPSIS Capital seemed silent in this excellent arbitrage opportunity that just passed, which was obviously a bit abnormal. Amid the media's attention, inside information soon broke out. The Wall Street Journal published a special article on September 26, and the title was also quite eye-catching: "The Magic of SYNOPSIS Capital is no longer." The article started with a European currency crisis that had just settled, and first touted the outstanding performance of Quantum Fund in this crisis, and then changed the subject and began to expose the inside story. Just a week ago, 3 top fund managers of SYNOPSIS Fund Management, a subsidiary of SYNOPSIS Capital, suddenly resigned, taking with them a small team of more than 10 people. This group of people rejected the recruitment of other peers on Wall Street, quickly established a new hedge fund, and began to raise funds from the outside. As one of the companies that pays the most attention to confidentiality on Wall Street, SYNOPSIS Capital has always disclosed very little information to the outside world. This time, the reporter of the Wall Street Journal keenly noticed something, and after some twists and turns, he finally got the opportunity to interview the 3 fund managers who resigned from SYNOPSIS Capital. The reason for the resignation of the 3 managers was the European currency crisis that had just passed. It turned out that 1 year ago, one of the 3 managers who resigned had predicted the possibility of the European currency crisis, and reported to the top management of SYNOPSIS Capital, hoping to make arrangements in advance. The top management of SYNOPSIS Capital is naturally the Westeros couple. However, unlike in the past, this time, the Westeros couple made a misjudgment, thinking that the pound, which had been strong for hundreds of years, could not be forced to devalue, and with the strength of one or several hedge funds, it was impossible to shake the entire European community. In short, sniping European currencies is completely whimsical. In the following year, the signs of imbalance within the European monetary system became more and more obvious, especially after other hedge funds on Wall Street began to lay out The three fund managers submitted reports to the Westeros couple more than once, hoping to make a layout for this. The results were all rejected. In the end, Cersei Capital could only watch the Quantum Fund and other Wall Street capitals make a lot of money in the turmoil of the European monetary system, but they could do nothing. Disappointed with the serious misjudgment of the Westeros couple this time, the three managers finally decided to resign and go it alone. What a sad story. The rapidly rising Wall Street favorites quickly declined. Is there anything more sighing than this kind of thing? After the Wall Street Journal article was published, a large number of media outlets called Cersei Capital and even the core members of the Westeros system, and the responses they received were all formulaic: no comment. Silence equals acquiescence. Therefore, this further proves that Cersei Capital is very secretive about this decision-making error. Although Simon Westeros topped the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans with a huge fortune of $65 billion released at the beginning of the month, such a low-level mistake may mean that the Westeros system is losing its aggressiveness in the past few years. Of course, there are media doubts. Unlike companies such as Quantum Fund, Cersei Capital is backed by the entire Westeros system. In this increasingly large business empire, the rapidly expanding Melisandre Company and Nokia are both headquartered in Europe. Many companies in the Westeros system also have a lot of business in Europe. If Cersei Capital attacks European currencies together with Quantum Fund this time, European countries may not be able to do anything with pure hedge fund bosses such as Soros, but it would be too easy to deal with the Westeros system. Therefore, it is very likely that the Westeros couple did not agree to participate in this attack on European currencies, which was not a decision-making error. This argument was quickly refuted. 3 years ago, Cersei Capital did not give up its operations in the Japanese market, and Simon Westeros was almost rejected entry by the Japanese government. But now, the cooperation between the Westeros system and Japanese companies has not been affected. Since this is the case in Japan, Europe should be the same. If Simon Westeros can see the opportunity in advance, there is no reason to give up this excellent arbitrage opportunity. You know, if it is operated properly, the profit of Cersei Fund Management Company will definitely not be much worse than that of Quantum Fund. With billions of dollars in profits in front of them, it is impossible for anyone to refuse this temptation. After all these discussions, most media still tend to think that this is a major mistake of the Westeros couple. Many newspaper and magazine readers also prefer to see the story of the enviable and jealous wizard who suddenly loses his magic power, which is sad and exciting. For the Westeros system, it is enough to convey to the outside world that Cersei Capital did not participate in this currency speculation. As for the media's fantasy about the decline of Cersei Capital and even the entire Westeros system, it can also alleviate the targeted emotions of all parties towards the increasingly large Westeros system to a large extent. After all, the huge assets of $65 billion announced by Forbes magazine in early September, although many people envied and admired it, it also attracted many arguments that the expansion of the Westeros system should be restricted. As for the three fund managers who resigned, the reason for their resignation was indeed that Cersei Capital missed this European currency speculation. However, of course, it was not out of disappointment with Simon and his wife as publicly stated. The three of them knew very well why Simon and his wife did this, and they also understood that if there was such an opportunity in the future, Cersei Capital would still have to miss it for the benefit of the entire Westeros system. Therefore, after the two sides had a frank and detailed discussion, the three finally chose to resign in order to get rid of this bondage. Although they resigned, the three managers still had a good relationship with Cersei Capital, and they took the initiative to cooperate in a bit of drama in the media. In order to avoid being discovered, Cersei Capital did not invest in the new fund established by the three people, but quickly attracted more than $500 million of capital for the other party through its own resource network. These inside stories, of course, must be strictly confidential. Since he couldn't get involved, Simon no longer paid attention to the matter after the Wall Street Journal article was published. On Daenerys' entertainment side, after the first week of Desperate Housewives with 7.36 million viewers, the ratings of the second episode rose again due to good reputation and hot topics, with an average of 8.39 million viewers, an increase of 1 million viewers, and the ratings of the core audience group of 18 to 49 years old also climbed to 4.6. USA TV Network predicts that before the winter break, with a further expansion of the basic audience of the TV network and the continued rise in the popularity of Desperate Housewives, The average audience of this series is expected to exceed the 10 million mark. Now that public television networks still monopolize most of the audience resources, TV series with ratings exceeding 10 million are very common. But for a cable TV network, a TV program with an average audience of 5 million is already a flagship level, and breaking 10 million is almost a small miracle. In the original time and space, many years later, AMC TV network rose rapidly with a TV series called The Walking Dead with a viewership of about 10 million. The current cable TV industry is very different from that of more than 10 years later, but the USA TV network at this time and the later AMC TV network have many similarities. For example, the USA TV network faces the market pressure of traditional public television networks, and AMC needs to deal with many competitors in the same industry and the streaming media that have begun to rise at that time. Both parties can be regarded as fighting a bloody road in the cracks of the industry with a series. Of course, the difference is that more than 10 years later, with the advent of the streaming media era, the scale of the cable TV industry has reached the ceiling, and it is difficult to go further. The cable TV industry in the early 1990s was still in a stage of rapid and vigorous development. Although it is a professional women's TV network, just like CNN and MTV, which are also professional cable TV media, through careful and reasonable operation, the USA TV network still has a lot of room for development. With the great success of Desperate Housewives, the USA operation team began to consider opening up more refined subchannels. The initial plan includes a girl TV station for young women under the age of 18 or urban elite white-collar women with strong consumption power, etc. Considering that half of the shares of USA Network belong to Paramount Communications, Simon did not agree to the USA management's request to start further layout immediately. In the original timeline, Viacom Group will launch the acquisition of Paramount Communications next year. However, the situation is different this time. The current Viacom Group, affected by the rapidly rising big butterfly of Deaneries Entertainment, does not have the strength to acquire Paramount Communications, which is comparable to its own size. The key to the matter is Blockbuster. In the original time and space, Viacom was one of Blockbuster's important shareholders. As a videotape chain company, like many retail companies, Blockbuster has a huge cash flow of billions of dollars that can be used at any time. In the past, in order to make up for the shortage of funds for the acquisition of Paramount Communications, Summer Redstone first completely swallowed up Blockbuster through a stock exchange merger at a nearly doubled premium of $8 billion. Then, with Blockbuster's abundant cash support, he successfully took over Paramount Communications by adopting a cash plus stock model. Because of Simon's appearance, Deaneries Entertainment is now the largest shareholder of Blockbuster with a 35% stake. Because of Deaneries Entertainment's interception, Viacom did not invest in this company. Not only that, under the management of Nancy Brill, Blockbuster's recent market value has exceeded $6 billion. Even if Viacom still wants to acquire Blockbuster this time, Deaneries Entertainment and other shareholders agree. Without the advantages of its own shareholders, Blockbuster's stock price is obviously too high. Viacom cannot afford even a 50% premium, let alone a doubling of the premium. Because of this, after the stock exchange, Redstone's control over Viacom will be shaken. The economic downturn caused by the collapse of the bond market has not yet passed, and the difficulty of mergers and acquisitions financing in recent years is still very high. Without Blockbuster's huge cash support, Viacom can only exchange shares if it wants to acquire Paramount. Paramount Communications is comparable to Viacom, and without actual cash benefits, Paramount shareholders will never agree to sell the company just to exchange for another stock with unclear market prospects. Although Paramount Communications is unlikely to be acquired by Viacom again, there are still many investors who are eyeing this company. Simon is sure that Paramount Communications will inevitably change hands in the next few years. Just like Columbia Pictures, the buyer is also likely to be overseas capital. The restrictions on overseas capital in the U.S. television industry have not been lifted. Once Paramount Communications is acquired by overseas capital, Deaneries Entertainment can take back all the shares of USA Network. Of course, these are all later stories. September and October are the periods for the 4 major fashion weeks held annually. This year's Milan Fashion Week is from September 21st to September 29th, a period of 9 days. The summer season has passed, and the autumn season has also started smoothly. Hollywood has a little more free time. It happened to be Fashion Week, so Simon and Janet flew to Europe together. On the one hand, it was a vacation, and on the other hand, there were a lot of things accumulated in Europe that Simon needed to deal with. The couple's first stop was Finland as usual. The trend of digital communication technology has been fully opened, and countries around the world have begun to deploy second-generation digital communication technology. Nokia not only took the lead in investing in the development of mainstream GSM technology, but was also the first company among major European manufacturers to launch GSM format digital mobile phones. Taking advantage of this industry boom, Nokia has developed very rapidly in the past year. In the confrontation with the Soviet Union, in order to win over Eastern and Northern European countries, countries such as Britain, France, Germany and Italy opened their telecommunications markets to these small countries. Although the Soviet Union has collapsed, the policy of opening up the market has not been tightened, thus laying the foundation for Nokia's rapid expansion in Europe. Chapter 500 to Fashion TV. The aftermath of the European currency crisis is still ongoing, but Simon and Janet's schedule has not been affected. Even the article in the Wall Street Journal on September 26 was arranged in advance. They have been to Helsinki and attended the Gucci fashion show. The rest of the time is spent traveling around. Europe in autumn has too many beautiful scenery, and fairy tale towns surrounded by red leaves can be seen everywhere. This continued until September 29, when Milan Fashion Week closed. Simon and Janet returned from the Alps to attend the closing party of Fashion Week. Because of the rapid rise of Gucci, Milan Fashion Week, which was originally only slightly more popular than London Fashion Week, has become more and more lively in recent years. There are obviously more supermodels, celebrities and superstars participating in Fashion Week than before. As the Westeros system has become more and more influential in the fashion and entertainment industries, many of them actually come for Simon. After the New York Fashion Week is over, I hope to go to Los Angeles. Simon, can you let me participate in the Victoria's Secret fashion show, even if it's just one theme? The closing party scene. Nadia Ullman held a glass of red wine, her beautiful blue eyes looked at Simon, her body slightly leaned towards the man, her expression was a bit pitiful and pleading. The girl wore a black suspender dress tonight, the style was ordinary, but her base was too good to hide her slender figure. As a legs beauty girl who was promoted by Simon, Nadia Ullman not only did not get the endorsement quota of Victoria's Secret angel like Yasmin Gary, but also did not get the catwalk qualification of ordinary Victoria's Secret angel. The main reason is that Nadia Ullman's appearance and figure are more suitable for high fashion, lacking the beautiful face and slim figure required by Victoria's Secret angel. On the other hand, the girl's original career focus has always been in Europe, usually living in Paris. Although she has begun to expand her business to North America after becoming famous, she still can't even speak English well. Just now, she spoke directly to Simon in German. Therefore, Nadia Ullman did not participate in the Victoria's Secret angel selection. Of course, because it was Simon who promoted her, and the fashion show was personally run by the other party, it would definitely not be good not to participate. Nadia Ullman also explained to Simon through the senior management of Elite. Simon also felt that the girl was not suitable for the Victoria's Secret show, so he naturally didn't care. Many people in the circle understand the reason, but it does not prevent some media from making a fuss about it. The waist beauty and leg beauty were also promoted by Westeros himself. The waist beauty got the qualification of Victoria's Secret angel spokesperson, but the leg beauty couldn't even participate in the Victoria's Secret show. So, did she fall out of favor? Did something anger Westeros? Or are there other more unknown inside stories? After the models in the fashion circle became famous by becoming the muse of some brand designers, their fame would still exist even if they fell out of favor. However, in this circle now, if you fall out of favor in front of Westeros, the problem is a bit serious. Hollywood is not without such precedents. For example, Meg Ryan. Westeros is really good at promoting women. Similarly, if he neglects a woman, the end is also miserable. Nadia Ullman's agency has repeatedly stated in the media, either explicitly or implicitly, that the girl did not participate in the Victoria's Secret fashion show. It was simply because her image was not suitable. Moreover, the girl also had an endorsement cooperation with Melisandre's CK brand, so the matter had nothing to do with whether she was ignored by Westeros. However, the media always likes to watch the excitement and make a fuss. Moreover, the pool of the fashion circle is not big after all. If a newcomer with the potential of a supermodel can be suppressed, Both the well-known models and agencies with competing relationships will not mind giving a push. So, the explanation is a cover-up. The cooperation with CK cannot be cancelled because of the agreement. Whether there will be further cooperation in the future is not certain. Conclusion: she must have been ignored. Sophia actually talked about these things with Simon as gossip, and Simon did not take it to heart. Seeing Nadia Ullman's pitiful appearance at this time, I realized that this matter seemed to have a great impact on her. After thinking for a while, Simon shook his head and said, "But, Nadia, the main fitting and rehearsal were already finished last month. If you insert yourself now, at least one theme will have to be rearranged." Nadia Ullman saw that Simon's tone was not too firm, and immediately said, "I have contacted Mr. Casablanca, Simon. As long as you agree, Elite can replace one of its models with me." The Casablanca the girl was talking about was John Casablanca, the founder and president of Elite Model Agency. This time, the Victoria's Secret Angel team has a total of 40 people, a large part of which are from famous model agencies such as Elite and Ford. It seems that it is not a big problem to replace one of the less famous ones with Nadia Ullman. Since the girl has already made plans and Elite is cooperating, Simon nodded. As for who will be replaced, Simon doesn't care too much. However, Simon still reminded, arrange this matter well, and don't let any messy news appear. Also, since you missed the rehearsal in August, after the New York Fashion Week, stay in Los Angeles to prepare for this matter. Nadia Ullman's previous pitiful look was swept away, and her expression was a little excited. She nodded and said, "I promise." Simon looked at the girl in front of him who was taller than him in high heels, and couldn't help sighing. Women are really fickle. Noticing Simon's expression, Nadia Ullman quickly restrained herself a little and said, "Simon, you are going back to North America next, right?" Simon didn't understand. "Yes." Then, the girl's expression was a little more expectant. "Can you give me a ride?" Simon was stunned for a moment, and soon a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Milan International Airport." Seeing that the girl was about to be excited again, Simon immediately added, "But this time there will be many people together." In recent days, not only Nadia Ullman, but many people have actually asked whether Simon can take his Boeing 767 when he returns to North America. From Madonna, Cindy Crawford to Nadia Ullman, Simon initially couldn't resist Madonna's nagging and agreed. Madonna came to Europe specifically to attend the Gucci show, so it was not too much to ask for a ride. Since there was a start, Simon agreed to it when others mentioned it, and then he took the initiative to invite some people to join him. There is no harm in doing this kind of favor. As a medium-sized passenger plane with a standard passenger capacity of 200 people, even if it is converted into a private plane, it is easy to take dozens of people together. In addition to the Simon's own entourage, there will be more than 20 other men and women who will return to North America together. Janet also prepared an air party for this. After finishing her own business, Nadia Ullman noticed that Rolling Stones lead singer Mick Jagger and Jerry Hall and his wife came over together. She greeted each other politely and left on her own initiative. As one of the famous models of this era and Mick Jagger's wife, Jerry Hall certainly would not miss the 4 major fashion weeks. Simon greeted the two and casually chatted with Mick Jagger about movies and music. Jerry Hall, who was wearing a silver dress and had a stronger temperament than Nadia who had just left, just stood by and occasionally echoed the two men. However, when the woman looked at Simon inadvertently, she would inadvertently reveal a slightly teasing smile. It seemed to remind Simon something. Simon certainly would not forget the weekend he spent in Hawaii with Jerry Hall and another Australian supermodel Elle Macpherson. Of course, Simon did not feel guilty in front of the woman's husband. The couple in front of him were not easy to deal with. Although he was married to Jerry Hall and had 2 children, Mick Jagger's romantic affairs appeared in the gossip media every other day. Simon certainly had no position to point out anything to Mick Jagger. The only thing he did well was not to let the media catch any handles. After chatting for a while, they were about to leave. Jerry Hall, who had been quiet all the time, said, "Simon, at the party the night before yesterday, I heard Madonna say that she would take your private plane back to North America. Can you take me with you?" Of course, Simon nodded, and then realized something. He looked at Mick Jagger and asked, "Isn't Mick going to North America with you?" Mick Jagger shook his head and said, "I have other schedules here. It's a pity, because there are more people with us this time. Jenny has specially prepared an air party." It will definitely be more lively if you can come. It's really a pity. I can only look forward to next time." After a few more polite words, Simon continued to socialize for a while after the couple left. Seeing that it was almost time, he found Janet in the crowd and planned to leave the party. Sophia also followed him back to the mountain villa on the shore of Lake Como in the northern suburbs of Milan. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when they got home. Janet, who paid great attention to maintenance, ran to take a shower and planned to rest as soon as possible. But Sophia was not sleepy and talked to Simon about the ideas she had been thinking about recently. Melisandre Company now has a total of 4 brands. Gucci is the main revenue source, accounting for more than 70% of Melisandre's turnover. Van Cleef & Arpels and CK are also developing very well. The last Chateau Latour is basically Simon's personal collection and does not pursue commercial interests. However, because of her past experience, Sophia is also very capable in managing Chateau Latour. The best red wines of Chateau Latour are basically kept for themselves, and the annual surplus output, through Sophia's operation, also steadily generates good income. In general, except for CK, which was just acquired and is still adjusting, the other 3 brands are continuing to provide more or less profits for Melisandre Company. For most companies, if they have sufficient funds, they will of course choose to expand further. Compared with the LVMH group, which has 2 pillars, Dior and LV, Melisandre does have a big gap to catch up. However, Sophia has not found a suitable acquisition target yet. In the luxury industry, it is even more difficult to create a brand from scratch, so she has the idea of developing other side businesses. Inspired by her dealings with the media in the past few years of running Melisandre Company, Sophia recently came up with the idea of setting up a dedicated fashion TV station. Doing so can greatly increase Melisandre Company's voice in fashion media. The pay-per-media structure of the fashion circle has long been established, and it is not easy to get involved. Although there are dedicated fashion TV stations, their influence is not great, and they are usually just marginal channels that people will skip. Not many people in the TV industry think that professional fashion TV stations can be made on a large scale. After all, fashion is still a bit far away from most ordinary people. In Simon's memory, the most well-known fashion channel should be Fashion TV, which is headquartered in France. However, after Sophia finished her idea, Simon turned on the TV in the living room and searched for a while, but there was no Fashion TV. He asked the woman to change a few fashion channels for him to watch. Sophia played several in a row, but none of them were Fashion TV. After carefully sorting out his memory, Simon remembered that the later famous Fashion TV was not officially established until 1997, and it is indeed not there yet. Simon has no prejudice against the traditional TV industry when it comes to professional TV stations. When Ted Turner founded CNN, the entire industry felt that a single news channel could not make a difference. Now, no one thinks so anymore. The same is certainly true for the Fashion Channel. Although Fashion TV is headquartered in Paris, France, it is a typical global TV station, and its coverage is not much worse than those well-known cable TV channels. The established facts and memory also prove the feasibility of the Fashion Channel. Since Fashion TV in the original timeline was established in 1997, it can develop into global fashion media. Establishing a Fashion TV station from scratch 5 years in advance will definitely have the same development potential as long as it is properly operated. The current Westeros system also has the channels and capital to operate a TV station from scratch. This is a good idea. I will ask Bob to find some suitable people to draw up a plan first, Simon said. Noticing the expression on Sophia's face, he smiled and said, "What do you think? If we just set up a Fashion TV station attached to Melisandre's company, how much development potential does this TV station have?" Sophia originally wanted to set up a fashion channel affiliated with Melisandre's company. After hearing what Simon said, she quickly realized that this idea was taken away by the little man in front of her. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed difficult to have much development if it is just attached to Melisandre. After all, if such an exclusive TV station is established, it will not only fail to obtain cooperation with other fashion brands, but may also encounter targeting and hostility. It's just that the few brands under Melisandre can't support the content resources required by a TV station. The final result will only be a mess. In comparison, If the project is done by Deanery's Entertainment to avoid being labeled with Melisandre, this fashion TV station will have the hope of truly gaining recognition and cooperation from the entire fashion industry. Moreover, if this TV station rises in the future, even if it appears to be neutral on the surface, it is inevitable that resources will be tilted because Deanery's and Melisandre belong to the same Westeros system. After realizing the correctness of Simon's decision, Sophia no longer had any grudges. However, out of some woman's instinct, she still expressed her dissatisfaction appropriately. Chapter 503 Re-election. Nadia Ullman arrived at Milan International Airport early the next morning. To be precise, this was not only her first time to take Simon's private plane, but also her first time to take a private plane. In the past year, her fame and income have increased significantly, but it is still not enough to afford a private plane. Her daily work requires traveling far, so she can only take commercial flights. After passing the VIP channel and quickly checking the security, she entered the airport. A girl in a stewardess uniform greeted her on a Boeing 767 that looked nothing special. Although the decoration inside the cabin was not as luxurious as she had imagined, after her vision grew, Nadia Ullman could also appreciate the exquisiteness and heritage behind the seemingly lack of special decoration in the cabin. At least, she certainly can't count on it in this life. Even if she can marry a rich man in the future, it will probably be difficult for her to afford such a Boeing 767 medium-sized aircraft as a private car. In this world, there is only one Simon Westeros after all. I can't help but think of the Forbes 400 list of the richest people in the United States that I saw some time ago. Simon Westeros, $65 billion $65 billion. Nadia Ullman could hardly imagine what such a large sum of money meant. Before this, she had been complacent more than once because she found that she could earn millions of francs a year. After being exposed to a higher level, this complacency disappeared. The dresses and jewelry that Westeros gave her at the beginning were worth more than her current annual income. Moreover, the young man gave her gifts without showing any request, as if he just did it casually when he was in the mood. The stewardess led her to the rest cabin with a total of seats, saying that others would arrive soon and it would be suitable for free activities after the plane took off. This was just a reminder, but Nadia Ullman, who was inevitably cramped, did it obediently, completely forgetting that it would be okay to walk around before takeoff. Others came one after another, and some entered this rest cabin, and everyone greeted each other. Nadia Ullman gradually discovered that she was probably the lowest profile passenger invited to take this private plane. Cindy Crawford, Linda Evangelista and Claudia Schiffer were all more famous than her. Even Mick Jagger's wife Jerry Hall, who had met last night, had much more experience in the fashion industry than she did. Others, such as Kevin Costner, Madonna, Valerie Garlino, etc., were all well known. Some of these people could afford private jets themselves. She heard the conversation between the stewardess and Valerie Garlino, and it seemed that they were arranging the other's assistant on Mr. Costner's Gulfstream IV. Fortunately, Yasmin Gary did not show up. Yasmin Gary's work focuses in New York, so she is also based in New York. After completing some catwalks in Milan, she rushed back to New York in advance to prepare for the New York Fashion Week. Nadia Ullman now doesn't like the media putting her and Yasmin Gary together, and she doesn't want to get along with each other. At 9 o'clock, everyone was there, and the Boeing 767 took off on time. This route is from Milan to New York, which takes about 8 hours. After the plane took off and stabilized, everyone began to gather in several cabins connected in the middle of the cabin, mainly 3 connected cabins, namely the bar, living room and dining room. More than 20 people were scattered in the 3 cabins, and it didn't seem crowded at all. The air party was more like a milder cocktail party. Everyone gathered in 2s and 3s, drinking, chatting, singing, and dancing. It was not noisy overall. Nadia Ullman gradually discovered that everyone else had their own small groups, and she, a newcomer who had just become famous, was inevitably out of place because of the language barrier. Fortunately, the girl cleverly found the most direct solution, trying to stay with Westeros. I was a little worried at first. Westeros' wife was there too. If she were Westeros' wife, she would definitely guard against other women around her husband. However, Janet Westeros didn't seem to care about this kind of thing. Even when Madonna flirted with Westeros half-truthfully, Janet Westeros just pretended to be angry and laughed and scolded a few times. Janet Westeros seemed to turn a blind eye to the fact that she always stayed by Simon's side. This made Nadia Orman have some fantasies. Perhaps, if Simon Westeros and Janet Westeros were just a superficial couple like many celebrities and wealthy people, she would have the possibility of poaching them. As long as she could poach a big woman like Westeros, her life would be complete. Madonna pulled Simon to accompany her on the guitar and sang a song called Paradise herself. It was said that it would be used as background music in this Victoria's Secret show, and it was written by Simon himself. It was very nice. Although it was not suitable for Madonna's previous style, the big singer sang it with a different charm. After listening to it, everyone was still unsatisfied and urged them to sing another song. Madonna then sang another song that would be the background music of the Victoria's Secret show. It turned out that she had heard all the songs that Westeros prepared for the show and got the record demo. The first one was called Paradise, the second one was called Angels. They are indeed very suitable for the theme of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. However, unlike the ethereal and distant Paradise, which makes people intoxicated, Angels is a rock-style dance song. The lyrics often appear the line "Angels could be bad, you better run. Angels can be very bad, you'd better run away immediately." Only halfway through, Nadia Orman found that she couldn't help singing along. The melody of the lyrics was too brainwashing. After Madonna finished singing, she began to act coquettishly to Westeros, hoping to get this song, promising a cameo in the movie, a guest performance, and a lot of other conditions. It was not until she was about to sacrifice on the spot that she was dragged away by Janet Westeros' ears, and everyone laughed. Looking at the young man who was not ostentatious but was definitely the focus of everyone's attention, the thought just now could not help but rise again. Her lips were a little dry, and she raised the red wine in her hand and took a sip. She even felt a little guilty, and subconsciously looked around, and happened to notice that Jerry Hall, who was sitting on the sofa on the other side, was looking at her with interest, with a bit of teasing in his eyes. Suddenly, she felt like she was being seen through. It seemed that she had just stared at Westeros for a long time. She quickly covered up and raised her cup again, and also looked at Janet Westeros, who was not far away. After dealing with the vixen who seduced her husband, she was already chatting with Anna Wintour, the editor-in-chief of the New York edition of Vogue, and didn't seem to notice her. She felt a little relieved. Looking at Westeros again, after accompanying Madonna for 2 songs, Simon also chatted with another man and woman. They were a father and daughter. The middle-aged man had deep eye sockets and looked to be in his 40s. In the previous conversation, Nadia Orman knew that the other party was Dario Argento, the director of the famous Italian horror film Suspiria. Next to him was his daughter, Asia Argento, who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She looked very well behaved and quietly leaned against her father to listen to the conversation between the 2 men in front of her. However, out of a woman's instinctive sixth sense, Nadia Orman noticed that the girl's personality should be similar to Madonna's, and she occasionally looked at Westeros with a look of eagerness. Just as she was thinking about it, Westeros suddenly turned his head to look at her, smiled, and then shifted his attention to talk to Dario Argento again. Nadia Orman realized that she had been staring at the man for a long time. So she got up and asked the stewardess if she wanted to go to the bathroom to touch up her makeup and avoid the embarrassment just now. The stewardess, who introduced herself as Allison, personally took her to the bathroom. After entering, she stood in front of the wash basin and took a small deep breath, trying to put aside all kinds of messy emotions. But it was inevitable that she had some inferiority complex. Perhaps, this is not the world she should step into at all. However, this thought was quickly suppressed by her. Why can't she enjoy such a life? After putting on makeup and regaining her spirits, Nadia Orman left the bathroom and did not go to the living room where most people gathered, but went to the small bar connected to it. Noticing that Jerry Hall, who had just looked at her, was also sitting at the bar, Nadia Orman thought for a moment and walked over to sit next to Hall, saying hello. Hi. Jerry Hall smiled and responded, motioning to her with a wine glass in his hand, saying, "You can try this. Becky said it's called Deep Sea." Jerry Hall has a standard London accent, which makes Nadia Orman a little envious. She looked at the dark blue wine in Hall's hand. The sky is blue, the sea is blue, these are commonplace, and even beautiful. However, if the drink is blue, it will definitely make people think of one thing: poison. Of course, I don't believe that this plane will give guests poisonous drinks. Nadia Orman nodded, and tried to use her usual English tone to say to the girl behind the bar, who was wearing a stewardess uniform and was probably called Becky, "Can you give me a drink of the same?" Of course. Becky said, and began to mix the drink skillfully. After Jerry Hall recommended a drink to Nadia Ullman, he did not talk to her again, but chatted with a girl behind the bar. The girl did not seem to be aware that she was working and responded very warmly. Nadia Ullman's English was not very good, but she roughly heard that the person they were discussing was a girl named Claire Gain. Becky called her C, and her tone was full of envy during the conversation. It seemed that the other party had opened a camera production company with the support of Westeros, and it was developing very well. After listening for a while, Nadia Ullman realized that the stewardess in front of her, who was a guest bar girl, was the Westeros family's personal maid, a total of 4, A, B, C, D. The one in front of her was B, and C had left to develop her own career. Then she remembered that she had just met A and D, who should be Allison and Deborah. However, there seemed to be more than 3 stewardesses in the cabin, and it seemed that there should be 5. Nadia Ullman didn't know the names of the other 2, maybe E and F. If that was true, it would be quite interesting. However, thinking about the fact that C, who the 2 of them talked about, had a net worth of tens of millions of dollars in just a few years after leaving, Nadia Ullman couldn't help but feel envious. If being a maid for Simon Westeros could be like this, she herself would be a little tempted. Being an N seemed to be not bad. After all, even if her fame was further improved, it was unlikely that she would accumulate a net worth of tens of millions of dollars in her entire career. She couldn't help but think of the expensive gift that Westeros had casually given her last time. She realized that the root of the matter was still that man. That man could not only create tens of billions of dollars of wealth for himself that far exceeded other super rich people, but also casually give those around him a wealth that ordinary people could hardly reach. The conversation beside her continued. After discussing C-Girl, Jerry Hall obviously tried to lead the topic to Westeros himself. However, this time, after hearing some questions, B-Girl behind the bar simply smiled and said nothing. Jerry Hall tried several times and tactfully changed the target. As a bystander, Nadia Ullman also realized one thing. If it was just herself, after Jerry Hall's intimate chat, she would inevitably reveal something a little bit out of control. However, the girl in front of her knew very well what topics to talk about and what topics not to talk about. Perhaps, it seems that it is not so easy to become an N-girl. Kevin Costner walked in with his female companion at this time. After the 2 sides greeted each other, B-Girl turned to mix drinks for Costner and the other 2. Jerry Hall also turned to Nadia Ullman and chatted casually. Realizing that the woman in front of her was not simple, Nadia Ullman instinctively had some defense in her heart, but in the end she still found that she had unconsciously talked a lot with the other party, and even had a good impression of wanting to make friends. It would be great if she could be so awesome. No wonder they could catch a man like Mick Jagger, the lead singer of the Rolling Stones. Unconsciously, Nadia Ullman noticed some disappointment and helplessness flashing across Jerry Hall's expression when Mick Jagger was mentioned. Then she remembered the gossip about Mick Jagger and a Spanish model she saw a few days ago. Mick Jagger and Jerry Hall should have been married 2 years ago, and they got married because they were pregnant. However, after marriage, this man obviously had no intention of restraining himself. He had scandals with various women every few days. Then she thought of Westeros. It is certain that he is not a man who stays at ease. There are a lot of gossips about Westeros in the circle. However, that man has never had a public scandal after marriage. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but sympathize with Jerry Hall in front of her. What's the point of catching the lead singer of the Rolling Stones to death? Just think about it and you can predict that in this situation, even if the woman behaves generously, they will part ways sooner or later. Thinking about it, she suddenly found that Westeros is still rare. Given this man's current wealth and status, and his young age, it was normal for him to have scandals. It would be abnormal if he didn't. However, since marrying Janet Westeros, there had been no gossip about Westeros and other women in the media. Thinking of this, Nadia Ullman couldn't help but doubt that one of her previous judgments might have been wrong. Chapter 504, Re-election, 2. After having a lunch on the Boeing 767 at the same time as the local time in Europe, the atmosphere in the cabin became relaxed, and some people even borrowed the guest bedroom to rest. During this time, Nadia Ullman basically greeted everyone in the cabin, and it was considered that she had initially established a shallow network of contacts. However, due to language problems, they could not talk too much, which also made Nadia Ullman decide to arrange English courses for herself as soon as possible after getting off the plane. Beautiful women are always born with some sense of superiority. In the past, I always felt that my body was already outstanding enough, and God blessed me, so I certainly didn't need to pay too much in other aspects. After experiencing this flight and seeing people and things that were higher than me, Naga Ullman couldn't help but change her original mind. Of course, if I could catch a man, my pace of progress might be accelerated 100 times. After patiently observing for a long time, after dinner, I finally found an opportunity that I thought I could be alone, and quietly followed him to a lounge where the front cabin and the middle cabin of the plane bordered, but found that the man was blocked by another woman, who was Jerry Hall. Hiding in the corridor, she didn't move closer, but she didn't retreat either. She was curious and wanted to hear what the two would do. She couldn't help but have some other thoughts. But the two didn't do anything, at least not what she imagined. Although she clearly felt that if the man took the initiative, the woman whose figure and temperament were not hers would definitely cater to him eagerly, the man and woman just chatted casually. Until the end, the woman seemed to complain about the man's lack of understanding of romance in a low voice, and also told her the address of her residence in Manhattan. Then there were vague whispers. And some other sounds. I didn't dare to look out, but I could imagine where the crisp slapping sound should be. With the woman scolding, the man left with a smile. After the matter was over, Nadia Ullman was only stunned for a few seconds, and a figure as tall as her flashed over. She didn't seem to feel guilty at all, and approached her to force her against the wall, and asked teasingly, "Have you heard enough?" She wanted to threaten her with a few words, but the woman grabbed her chin aggressively and kissed her. She was suddenly confused. A full minute passed, and by the time she realized what was happening, the other person had already left with a smile, leaving behind a very nonchalant little chick. She felt a little frustrated. She regretted being so weak just now. When she could see the outline of the east coast of the United States from a distance through the window, Nadia Ullman felt that the 8-hour flight seemed very short. Arriving in New York, it was still a little after 11 o'clock in the morning on the east coast of the United States on September 30th. Because of the New York Fashion Week and Fashion TV, Simon planned to stay on the East Coast for a few days. The couple and most of the other people got off the plane in New York. The rest of the people were going to Los Angeles, and the Boeing 767 would take off again later. The people who got off the plane left the airport through the VIP channel, and everyone said goodbye to each other and started to go their separate ways. Then, Nadia Ullman once again noticed the huge gap between herself and this group of people. A whole fleet of cars came to pick up the Westeros couple, and Madonna also had her own full-time driver. The others were either sent by the company or picked up by the hotel. As for herself, because she suddenly decided to take Westeros' private plane last night, she forgot to communicate with the agency here in advance, and was embarrassed to ask for a ride from others. In the end, when everyone left, she could only quietly take a taxi, and waited for half an hour before she got one. When the taxi finally drove out of Kennedy International Airport, Nadia Ullman, who was sitting in the car, even felt a sense of grievance and wanted to cry. She felt like a princess in distress. Or, Cinderella after midnight. Just now she was enjoying the crowds of thousands in the palace, but in the blink of an eye, she lost everything and lived in the slums. At a certain moment, the idea of climbing up at all costs became more determined. The 4 major fashion weeks were held back to back, and today was the first day of the opening of New York Fashion Week. As a luxury brand in the United States, CK's fashion show was scheduled for October 3rd, Saturday. After getting off the plane, the others rushed to their destinations, and Simon and his wife also rushed to their apartment on 5th Avenue in Manhattan. After talking with Sophia about Fashion TV in Milan last night, Simon sent an email to Robert Egger in New York before going to bed. The next day was Thursday, October 1st. It was officially October. In the morning, I arrived at Deaneries Entertainment's East Coast headquarters in Greenwich, Manhattan, and formally discussed with Robert Iger the preparations for the establishment of Fashion TV. In Western countries where media control is relatively loose, setting up a TV station is not as high-end as imagined. Even some private individuals can transmit TV signals on their own, just like Mike Myers did in the Black Panthers, a studio in a basement or garage, a set of TV signal transmission equipment, that's all. Moreover, compared with TV stations, there are more underground radio stations in the West. Of course, if you want to conduct formal commercial operations, you also need to apply for a TV license. It is actually very easy to apply for a TV license in the United States. The key is what happens after you get the license. The operation of a TV station is very expensive, and you also need to have sufficient resources and channels. If you don't pay attention, you may work in vain. Many TV stations appear in the United States every year, and many TV stations disappear. Capital and channels are not a problem for Deaneries Entertainment now. In the past, Simon preferred to acquire TV stations that already had a certain audience base. However, there were no large-scale fashion TV stations at this stage. If the acquisition method was adopted, it would inevitably have to form a joint venture with other companies, and the effort and reward would not be proportional. Therefore, he planned to start from scratch. After 2 days of detailed discussions, Simon and Iger roughly confirmed a plan. There was no need to consider the name of the TV station too much. Since fashion TV in the original time and space had not yet been established, Simon used it directly and asked the Deaneries Entertainment team to apply for the trademark of fashion TV in major countries. Next, the first thing is to form a team for the TV station. The television industry in the United States is very developed and has a rich talent pool. It is not difficult to find a person in charge who is suitable for establishing a fashion TV station. Iger has found several good backup candidates during the discussion with Simon. The specific finalization still needs to be confirmed through more detailed subsequent contacts to confirm the other party's business philosophy and salary plan. A more detailed operation team will also be formed at the same time, mainly including the program arrangement department, marketing department, advertising department, etc. Some businesses can still be directly managed by the existing team of Deaneries TV for the time being. After confirming the team, the next step is to create a program list, contact operators, and try to contact potential advertisers. These tasks are quite scattered. However, fashion TV will basically follow the operating model of existing sports TV stations. The main content of the more successful sports TV stations in the United States, such as ESPN, is a variety of sports competitions. For fashion TV, the main broadcast content will be various fashion shows. The fashion weeks that ordinary people are more familiar with are often only the 4 major fashion weeks in spring and autumn every year, but in fact, there are definitely thousands of various fashion shows held around the world every year. Unlike the sports TV stations that need to spend huge sums of money to purchase the broadcasting rights of sports events, the copyright of fashion shows tends to be news-oriented. In order to pursue their own exposure, fashion brands cannot ask TV stations for the broadcasting fees of fashion shows, just as they cannot ask magazines for the fees for reporting their own brand shows. Sometimes, they even have to pay for it. This gives fashion TV a content cost advantage that far exceeds that of sports channels. Based on a large number of fashion shows, fashion TV will also develop fashion-related commentary programs, interview programs, news programs, etc. When it develops to a certain scale, fashion TV can also organize its own exclusive fashion competitions or awards, just like the MTV Music Awards, so as to further expand its influence. In terms of channels, fashion TV will be mainly broadcast through cable and satellite platforms. The use of these 2 channels can also more accurately target the audience. Cable and satellite TV users are also a group that is more likely to accept fashion TV than the public television network audience. With the current strength of Deaneries Entertainment, several mainstream cable TV operators in North America, such as Comcast, Warner Cable, and Telecommunications, will not refuse the TV station that Simon personally led to establish. Simon also plans to launch fashion TV in Europe at the same time. The partners in this regard are also ready. Sky Broadcasting, a cable and satellite TV operator under News Corporation, is headquartered in London and its user base covers most countries in Western Europe. The plan is finalized, and the next step is preparation. It is now October 1992. According to the preliminary plan, fashion TV will be launched in February next year. With 5 months of preparation time, it will just be in time for the hot spots of the 1993 Spring Fashion Week. Simon and his wife stayed in New York until Sunday. They finalized the basic plan for fashion TV, attended CK's fashion show, and returned to Los Angeles on Sunday afternoon. In Hollywood, The Crying Game, a key project selected by Simon himself, was released on September 25 in North American theaters on a small scale with 37 screens. This political thriller drama has become the focus of many entertainment media as soon as it was released, and has received high media reviews, with a comprehensive film review score of 9.4 points. If it were just that, The Crying Game might not have attracted much response from the audience. In the end, what made the film's reputation and popularity spread rapidly was the reversal setting that the heroine in the film turned out to be a man. The Gay Omen Films team also cleverly adopted a mysterious marketing strategy. Under the operation of the publicity team, most film critics, while expressing their approval of the film, also mentioned the big reversal in the film in a subtle way. Just like The Sixth Sense at the beginning. This reversal gradually attracted the attention of more and more people. Coupled with the excellent quality of the film itself, The Crying Game quickly attracted more and more audiences to buy tickets. From September 25 to October 1, in the first week of its release, The Crying Game earned as much as $1.26 million on only 37 screens in North America, with an average of more than 34,000. As word of mouth and popularity continued to spread, the number of screens for the film increased to 86 in the second week, and the average number of screens still reached $31,000. From October 2 to October 8, it continued to earn $2.67 million. In just 2 weeks of release, the cumulative box office of The Crying Game has reached $3.93 million. The production cost of this film is only $3 million. In other words, in just 2 weeks, the box office of The Crying Game has exceeded the budget cost. However, many people have found that such box office results are just the beginning. In the third week starting on October 9, in order to rouse the curiosity of the audience to the greatest extent, Gay Omen Films still did not launch a large-scale screening, and the number of screens for the film only increased to 155. According to the plan, the scale of screening next week will not be expanded too much, and the number of screens will remain within 200. After 4 weeks, when the audience's expectations for The Crying Game reach their peak, Gay Omen Films will increase the scale of the film screening to more than 500 screens, and then this scale of screening will continue throughout the end of the year until the awards season arrives. As a low-cost art film with a niche genre, it is impossible to roll out all at once like a commercial film. This long-term distribution strategy is the most correct. Simon returned to Los Angeles and began to devote himself to the film distribution work of Deaneries Entertainment in several periods at the end of 1992. At the same time, the 1992 U.S. presidential election also entered its final stage. When the incumbent President George Bush and his opponent Bill Clinton were engaged in a critical game of voting rights in the last month, the biggest variable of the 1992 election appeared again. On October 12, Ross Perot, the independent candidate of the third party who announced his withdrawal from the presidential election 3 months ago, suddenly announced publicly that he would rejoin this year's presidential election. Moreover, Ross Perot pointed the finger at George Bush more clearly this time, and accused the White House of manipulating the FBI to ruin his daughter's wedding at a press conference for his re-election. After announcing his withdrawal in July, Ross Perot disappointed a large number of voters who supported him, but his supporters have always been there. Moreover, under the operation of someone with a purpose, there has been no shortage of news about Perot's possible comeback in the months since he withdrew from the election, which has also largely guaranteed Perot's popularity. Although Perot was immediately attacked by conservative media after suddenly rejoining the election, he quickly gathered a large number of supporters again. On the other hand, after announcing his re-election, Ross Perot also showed a very obvious targeting. There is only 1 month left before the final election vote. During this month, Perot's campaign lobbying plan was basically concentrated in states and counties such as the Great Lakes Rust Belt, Florida and Texas in the southern United States, where George Bush's support rate is relatively leading. For most people who pay attention to this matter, Perot's purpose is obvious. Ross Perot is a conservative. Doing so at this time will undoubtedly dilute George Bush's votes in the traditional Republican strongholds. At the same time, in the last month before the election, the media offensives of the major camps have become more and more fierce. Since they have chosen to stand on the side, Ygritte, which is almost facing the entire internet user group at this stage, has also shown obvious support and inclination towards Bill Clinton during this period. For example, in the Ygritte information section, the news about Bill Clinton during this period obviously exceeds the reports on George Bush, and the public image of the two sides on the Ygritte media platform is also very different. After more than half a year of rapid development, by the end of September, the number of internet users in the United States has exceeded 24 million. Therefore, Even if the Bush team is no longer sensitive to the rise of internet media platforms, they have realized the bad news and began to take various measures to try to require Ygritte to show its due media neutrality. Chapter 505, Impossible Neutrality. Malibu, Cape Dumay Manor. The time is Thursday, October 15th. As soon as I entered the restaurant in the morning, Lady A handed me a copy of today's Washington Post and made a special comment on an article. An official from the U.S. Department of Justice told the media yesterday afternoon that they are studying the possibility of launching an antitrust investigation into Ygritte's IE browser software. Considering Ygritte's recent news reports on Bill Clinton, the targeting of this article is very obvious. Janet has read the report and is eating breakfast next to the man, saying, "The White House is really anxious now." Simon finished reading the article, put down the newspaper and said in a relaxed tone, "It's expected." The voting day for this presidential election is November 3rd, which is less than 3 weeks away. Once George Bush loses the election, the Department of Justice, as one of the presidential cabinet departments, will definitely be reorganized. Although it is not only the Department of Justice that has the authority to conduct antitrust investigations, by then, at least within the White House's sphere of influence, this matter will definitely be left unresolved. Simon clearly remembers Facebook's bad luck for several years after the 2016 election, a series of privacy leaks, Russia investigations, etc. In the final analysis, Facebook played a crucial role in guiding public opinion for a non-establishment party to come to power in the 2016 election. Therefore, the traditional establishment spent several years repeatedly tossing this company, and the purpose was also very clear: to take it easy next time. As a Facebook spokesperson said in memory, Amazon's excessive collection and use of user information is more serious than Facebook, but it was Facebook that was investigated. The reason is obvious. In connection with the accidentally exposed PrismGate plan, and even the Patriot Act passed by the Bush administration after 9/11, the U.S. government's protection of citizens' privacy rights is more of a statement. Therefore, the Ygritte portal's obvious support for Clinton during this period is somewhat risky. Of course, the risk is much lower than that of Facebook later. Facebook's sin is to a large extent promoting the rise of a non-professional player, which is equivalent to offending all professional players, so both parties in the United States are very dissatisfied with this company. In comparison, Bill Clinton still belongs to the traditional establishment in the United States. Moreover, if the results of this presidential election are the same as in memory, then Ross Perot will be more likely to be at the forefront, and the two major parties in the United States will pay more attention to the impact that the third party's participation in the presidential election may have on the presidential election in the future. Although the American media often boasts of fairness and freedom, they actually have various factions. Left-wing media, right-wing media, Republican newspapers, Democratic TV stations, and so on. The position of the Ygritte portal does not violate industry rules. The difference is that compared with traditional newspapers, the user base of this internet information platform is really too large, but the current user scale has exceeded the largest circulation newspaper in the United States by more than 10 times. Think about the influence of several major American media families, such as Hearst and Newhouse, in the political world. Political forces with a little brains should understand that for a rapidly rising and increasingly influential emerging media company, it is more important to make friends and win over than to be hostile and confront. As for the monopoly issue, different from the flourishing of the early development of the internet industry in the original timeline, the current World Wide Web platform, the mainstream network products in Simon's memory, browser software belongs to Ygritte, portals belong to Ygritte, email belongs to Ygritte, and now there are tens of thousands of themed forums belong to Ygritte, and homepage blog business also belongs to Ygritte. Not only that, the search engine and website navigation provided by the Ygritte portal also largely determine the traffic popularity and development potential of other internet sites. It can be said that this is indeed a monopoly. However, this is also a natural monopoly. At this stage of the internet, in fact, it is not without other network technology standards. It's just that the World Wide Web technology has just been launched, and it has shown a very mature state. From browser software to portals, from HTML to JS scripting language, in the eyes of all parties, it is undoubtedly the most suitable for the future of the internet. Before other network technologies reacted, Simon spent a lot of money to promote the World Wide Web technology, which made this internet technology deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Coupled with the rapid explosion of the internet industry based on World Wide Web technology, and the absolute support of AOL and Cisco in access services and network hardware, even if they realize the strong advantage of IGRT's monopoly on World Wide Web technology and the huge benefits contained therein. It is impossible for other companies to launch another set of Internet technology standards without completely bypassing the World Wide Web patents at this stage. This is just like the former Bell Telephone Company. The U.S. telecommunications industry had already sprouted in the late 19th century, but it was not until 1984 that the industry giant that monopolized the U.S. telecommunications industry for more than half a century, was finally dismantled. Simon knew very well that the scale of the Internet industry would far exceed that of the traditional telecommunications industry in the future. However, except for him, a reborn person with the advantage of prophecy, there are only a handful of people in the world who can realize this. Next, as long as Clinton successfully came to power, the U.S. legal policies on the Internet industry will be very relaxed throughout the 1990s, and the Westeros system will have enough time to make its layout in the Internet field more deeply rooted. Once a natural monopoly is formed, it is not easy to change it. Even if the U.S. government changes its top leadership in the future and wants to target IGRT, it must carefully consider the serious impact that this may have on the entire Internet industry. Therefore, IGRT's public support for Bill Clinton this time will certainly have risks, but as long as it succeeds, it is destined to benefit endlessly. On the other hand, Simon chose to do this for other reasons. The development of the Westeros system in recent years has been like a snowball. During this process, Simon has always tried to adopt a moderate approach as an Orientalist to run his business empire. In short, it is to balance the interests of all parties as much as possible and avoid completely unnecessary disputes and conflicts. For example, when operating the Japanese stock market, he finally chose to sell the assets in his hands to the Japanese government in a package, just to avoid being hostile to the world's second largest economy. In addition, Simon also tried his best to reduce the resistance to the acquisition of MCA and Bell Atlantic last year by attracting and sharing interests. During this period, he even made an unspoken deal with the U.S. government. The Westeros system transferred a large amount of overseas funds back to the country to provide billions of dollars in tax revenue for the Federation. In exchange, the federal government approved the Westeros system's merger invitation. However, this doctrine of the mean cannot last forever. It is impossible to truly remain neutral forever. The reason why Switzerland was able to remain neutral during World War II was that the country provided both sides of the war with a political and financial channel for easing tensions, or even a way out. Without these effects, neither of the two major war groups would have allowed the country to stay out of the matter. As for Switzerland's external propaganda that all the people were soldiers and relied on force to maintain its neutral position, this is a joke. Similarly, the Westeros system has never considered true neutrality from the beginning. No one likes fence-sitters. This public support for Bill Clinton is a thorough stand of the Westeros system. As for the result, the famous Koch family in the United States has been a major donor to the Republican Party for decades, but the Koch Industries Group has not been targeted and is still the most powerful private industrial group in the United States. Bill Clinton is a very capable professional politician. Although he has experienced a series of scandals after his election, through his 8-year presidency, the other party has also compiled a strong political network of contacts for the Clinton family in the political arena. It can be said that Clinton's election this time basically determines the political landscape of the United States in the next 20 years. 20 years is enough time for the Westeros system to complete all its layout. Although she knew that the news in the Washington Post was more of a warning, after breakfast, Janet still said that she would communicate with Joseph Sclave in New York in the morning to come up with a public relations strategy to deal with this matter. The two had already come up with some ideas for this during breakfast. It was completely ready. Try to focus as much firepower as possible on Ross Perot, the tall man. Anyway, everything will be settled within the next 3 weeks. During this period, as long as there is no uncontrollable public opinion storm, it will be enough. After breakfast, Simon rushed to the Los Angeles Music Center in downtown Los Angeles in the morning. The first Victoria's Secret fashion show is scheduled to be held at the Dorothy Chandler Theater at the Los Angeles Music Center. In memory, most of the Victoria's Secret fashion shows are held in New York, and New York does have a more fashionable atmosphere than Los Angeles. However, for the convenience of being close, Simon did not go back and forth between the East and West Coasts this time. In the final analysis, this fashion show is just a grand brand promotion that lasts for a few months. Judging from the continuous exposure of the Victoria's Secret brand and the rising revenue of Victoria's Secret stores in recent months, the marketing effect has already appeared before the show was officially released. Leslie Wexner has lamented more than once that with a budget of $10 million, such a promotional effect is a big profit. The date of the show was finally determined to be November 7th, the Saturday after the presidential election. The TV broadcast date is November 12th, just before the Thanksgiving schedule. As early as the beginning of September, the show began to sell tickets to the public in limited quantities. The team was not stingy in this matter and stated that all ticket revenue would be used for charity. Because the hype of this show was very high, although the price of the tickets sold to the public was as high as $1,000, which seemed crazy to some people, the 500 limited tickets were still sold out. A total of 1,000 tickets, 500 were sold, and the remaining 500 will be given away for free through various channels. Therefore, the free ticket giveaways held by Victoria's Secret on its official website and official blog also made the internet information related to this brand a traffic hotspot. On the one hand, people complained that the ticket prices were too high, but on the other hand, the number of tickets was in short supply, so scalpers soon appeared. During this period, many media reported that the highest price of Victoria's Secret tickets on the market had been hyped up to more than $3,000. Not only that, it was rumored that VIP invitations to attend the Victoria's Secret after-show party and have close contact with a group of supermodels were even more in short supply. Seeing the growing influence of this fashion show, both director Michael Bay and the supermodels participating in the show have attached more and more importance to it. Although the salary for participating in the show is not high, no one in the Victoria's Secret Angel team complained about the frequent fittings and rehearsals. Over the past few months, not only the Victoria's Secret show itself, but also the Victoria's Secret Angels who will participate in the show have greatly increased their exposure in the media. Everyone knows that as long as this show is successfully completed, many people's careers will enter another stage. So much so that when Elite replaced one of its models who was selected as a Victoria's Secret Angel with Nadia Ullman, it was rumored that the model named Natasha Henstridge almost collapsed. Elite founder and president John Casablanca personally came out to appease the other party and promised some other benefits to prevent the model from causing a bigger incident. However, this matter was eventually dug up by the newspaper and appeared in the media. Moreover, in the eyes of some people, the inside story of the matter could not be clearer. Nadia Ullman, after all, was the leg beauty who was personally promoted by Westeros. Of course, some people put forward other different views. If Westeros wanted to promote the other party, it could have given her an angel quota at the beginning, and it was not impossible for her to even be a spokesperson. As a result, it was the waist beauty who got the qualification of Victoria's Secret spokesperson, and the leg beauty was not selected for the catwalk team at first, so there was also negative news that she fell out of favor in front of Westeros. The specific inside story of the matter can only exist in various gossip fantasies of the media. After such a small setback, Nadia Ullman's exposure rate has also increased significantly. Recently, whenever she appears in public, there will be a string of paparazzi following up and taking pictures. The girl has also signed an actor contract with WMA. Even though many people know that it is unlikely for such a tall girl to develop in Hollywood, it does not prevent the media from hyping it up again. As the Victoria's Secret show approaches, most Victoria's Secret Angels have begun to stay in Los Angeles. As a result, the City of Angels, which originally did not have a strong fashion atmosphere, seems to have suddenly begun to compete with each other. Some media have also begun to speculate whether the Westeros system will take the lead in organizing an event such as Los Angeles Fashion Week. At this stage, the stage show style of models is mainly soft and elegant, and the women's underwear in the early 1990s was relatively conservative. In Simon's view, these are somewhat incompatible with his own aesthetics. Therefore, Simon's little attention to Victoria's Secret during this period has mainly focused on these two aspects. After several months of careful preparation, he also believes that this big show will definitely bring some subversive shocking effect to the fashion industry. As the Victoria's Secret fashion show approaches, Deaneries Entertainment has also started a large-scale marketing promotion for a series of key films in the year-end schedule. Deaneries Entertainment's year-end schedule generally starts from Halloween. Nicole Kidman has been busy promoting The Ring, which will be released on October 30th in the past 2 months. After several internal previews, the reputation of The Ring has been basically confirmed. Some audiences who participated in the internal previews even compared The Ring with the original The Exorcist. Simon does not expect The Ring to catch up with The Exorcist. As long as it can support the expected results of this Halloween schedule, it will be enough. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506 Downgrade. September 25th, grossed $1.26 million on 37 screens in its first week, $2.67 million on 86 screens in its second week, and $4.03 million and $3.97 million in its third and fourth weeks, respectively. As a result, by October 22nd, the cumulative box office of The Crying Game, which had been released for 4 weeks, had reached $11.93 million, a figure close to 4 times the $3 million production cost. On October 23rd, in its 5th week, the scale of screening of The Crying Game finally saw its first significant increase, with the number of screens reaching 535. Gale-Mann Films did not rush for success just because of the outstanding box office performance of this low-cost, niche art film. It patiently controlled the release rhythm of the film and continued to adopt a relatively cost-saving radial release model, opening the film in different regions one after another, in order to reuse copy resources and more accurately screen the audience. The last week of October passed in a flash. From October 23rd to October 29th, the screen size of The Crying Game increased to 535, and the average theater box office still reached $16,000, and the single-week box office increased significantly to $8.61 million. At the same time, the cumulative box office of the film also exceeded $20 million, reaching $20.54 million. For art films, $20 million is often a threshold that is difficult to cross. As the total box office of The Crying Game in North America exceeded $20 million, various media began to pay more attention to this non-mainstream low-cost film, which led to a further increase in the popularity of the film. Gale-Mann Pictures' publicity and promotion methods, such as radial distribution mode, hype rating conflicts, etc., can actually be imitated. In recent years, other Hollywood studios have also poached many talents who are good at marketing and hype from Deaneries Entertainment's publicity and promotion team. However, Deaneries Entertainment is still far ahead in the field of art films. This time, The Crying Game once again made many Hollywood peers feel powerless. After carefully studying the various links of this film from project establishment to distribution, Hollywood studio executives once again realized a fact that is difficult to ignore. In the final analysis, it is Simon Westeros. Take The Crying Game for example. The script of this movie was born 10 years ago. It was slowly and bumpy in preparation throughout the 1980s. It was not until Simon Westeros took a fancy to it that the project was greenlit all the way, and finally created the current box office dark horse. Looking at other things, whether it is the DC movie universe led by Deaneries Entertainment, or the Pixar studios that rose rapidly with a 3D animated film, or even a series of other types of film projects, tracing back to the source, they cannot avoid the inside of a young man. Therefore, the success of The Crying Game, and even the success of Deaneries Entertainment as a whole, is not replicable at all. Because other studios cannot find another Simon Westeros. As The Crying Game attracted more and more attention from the industry, on October 30th, after 5 months of screening, Deaneries Entertainment's summer blockbuster Wonder Woman was officially removed from the screen the day before The Ring was released. The film's total North American box office was finally $371 million, only $20 million away from The Dark Knight's $373 million. Overseas, as of the end of October, the cumulative overseas box office of Wonder Woman also reached $351 million, and the global box office was $724 million. Considering that many ticket-holding countries are still in the release stage, the film has a box office potential of about $150 million. Therefore, the global total box office of Wonder Woman is expected to be around $870 million. The total investment in production and publicity of $160 million, and the global box office of $870 million. The box office alone has brought very lucrative profits to Deaneries Entertainment and Time Warner Group. However, the biggest profit of Wonder Woman is the sales of peripheral products. As of the end of October, the total revenue of Wonder Woman's peripheral products, even excluding the original soundtrack, which has sold 7.3 million copies, has reached $1.3 billion. According to the 15% net profit ratio of peripheral products after deducting all development, production, channel and even tax costs, the $1.3 billion in peripheral revenue alone is expected to bring nearly $200 million in net profit to the two companies. In comparison, Wonder Woman's estimated global box office of $870 million can only bring about $150 million in pre-tax profit after deducting production and publicity costs. Even if Hollywood studios have various tax avoidance methods to reduce the tax rate that movie box office needs to bear as much as possible, the box office revenue of Wonder Woman cannot be compared with the revenue generated by peripheral sales. Moreover, the box office scale of Wonder Woman has basically been determined. With the arrival of the end-of-year sales peak season, there will be another wave of sales of the film's peripherals. It is expected that in the next 2 years, the total sales of peripheral products related to this superhero movie will exceed $2 billion, and the net profit scale will reach $300 million. $300 million is already the total annual net profit of a major Hollywood studio in an ordinary year. However, for the DC movie universe, this is just the sales revenue of the peripheral products of Wonder Woman. On the other hand, several important movies related to Daenerys Entertainment in the summer, Indecent Proposal, A Time to Kill and The Last of the Mohicans were also released before Wonder Woman. In the end, only A Time to Kill achieved a box office of over $100 million in North America, with the exact figure of $113 million. The total box office of Indecent Proposal in North America was $93.11 million, which is about $7 million away from breaking $100 million. The Last of the Mohicans had the least satisfactory box office performance among the three, with a North American box office of only $87.92 million. However, A Time to Kill also has its own shortcomings, because the judicial justice and racial issues discussed in the film are relatively localized, and the overseas box office of the film lags behind Indecent Proposal, which is expected to be only about $70 million. Indecent Proposal relies on the participation of two heavyweight Hollywood actors, Robert Redford and Valeria Golino, and is expected to exceed the North American box office, about $130 million, and the global total box office will therefore exceed $200 million. The Last of the Mohicans is more localized than A Time to Kill, so its overseas box office is also at the bottom of the three films. Judging from the market performance of the ticket-suppressing countries where it has been released, after the entire overseas distribution cycle, the total overseas box office is expected to be only about $50 million, and the global total box office is expected to be between $130 million and $140 million. Of course, even if the three films are far from being comparable to Wonder Woman, their box office performance in all North American films in 1992 is among the best. As of the end of October, the three films are temporarily in the top 10 of the annual North American box office list. On October 30th, with the atmosphere of the U.S. presidential election voting day approaching, the Halloween season in North America began. The Ring, produced by New World Pictures under Daenerys Entertainment, opened on 2,356 screens on October 30th. At the same time, The Legend of the Dead, a horror thriller produced by TriStar under Columbia Pictures, was also released, with a screen size of 1,732. The story of The Ring does not need to be repeated. The story of Sugar Man is also similar to the story of evil spirits killing people. The story originated in the era when the American Civil War had just ended. Racial issues were still deeply rooted in various parts of the United States. A black boy fell in love with the white daughter of a slave owner. When the relationship was discovered, the black boy was covered with honey by the white people, which attracted the bee swarm to attack and die slowly and painfully. In order to get revenge, the black boy's soul turned into an evil spirit and hid in the mirror. As long as someone repeatedly called the name of Sugar Man 5 times in front of the mirror, the evil spirit would be summoned. Although it is also a story of evil spirits killing people, unlike the Japanese horror of The Ring, Sugar Man is more imitating New Line's A Nightmare on Elm Street. The Sugar Man evil spirit in the film has many similarities with Freddy in the A Nightmare on Elm Street series from appearance to killing methods, and there are many references to the plot structure. After years of repeated exploitation, the popularity of the A Nightmare on Elm Street series has long been much less than before. At this time, A horror movie that follows the trend of A Nightmare on Elm Street will naturally be difficult to attract too much interest from the audience. Therefore, after the release, the two films quickly widened the gap in both word of mouth and popularity. The media rating of The Ring was only 4.6 points, not even passing. The Ring was unanimously recognized by the media and the public, and the media rating was almost double that of The Ring, reaching a very excellent 8.7 points. At the same time as The Ring was released, Simon began to make advance arrangements for the end of the year in November. David Johnston and Leslie Wickett's wedding was scheduled for November 21st. Simon and his wife will definitely rush to Australia at that time, and then plan to take a vacation for more than a month, intending to stay in Australia until after the new year. In order to arrange the affairs of various companies before the end of the year vacation schedule, Simon has not rested recently and has worked on weekends. Although it is still the end of 1992, Deaneries Entertainment's key project list for 1993 is basically determined 1993 Easter schedule, The Stars 2, Summer schedule, Superman, Sleepless in Seattle, The Sugarcoat Trap, The Pelican Assassination Order. Superman was produced solely by Deaneries Entertainment and distributed by Warner Brothers Pictures. Sleepless in Seattle was a joint project with Disney. The Gunnets was a joint project with Warner Brothers and the last of the original 10-film plan. Sugar Trap was a film independently operated and distributed by Deaneries Entertainment. Then, Halloween schedule, 7 Deadly Sins. Thanksgiving schedule, 3D version of the animated film The Lion King, and Schindler's List directed by Steven Spielberg. Christmas schedule, Mission Impossible in cooperation with Paramount. In order to avoid internal competition in terms of box office and awards, Simon moved Forrest Gump, which was originally scheduled to be released at the end of 1993, to the summer of 1994. The above-mentioned films are only the key films of 1993. Other films such as In the Name of the Father starring Daniel Day-Lewis and the African Savannah documentary produced in tandem with the success of last year's Antarctic documentary Snow World are not included. It is expected that in 1993, the total number of films planned to be released by the three labels of Deaneries Entertainment, Deaneries Pictures, New World Pictures and Highgate Pictures, will still reach about 40. Malibu. Deaneries Studios. The time is November 1st, Sunday. At noon, in the executive restaurant of the studio, Simon was having lunch with Dario Argento and his daughter, who came to North America with him last time. Also dining together were New World Pictures president Danny Morris and female assistant Jennifer. Dario Argento's Suspiria can be regarded as a classic horror film of a generation. Relying on the fame accumulated by Suspiria, Dario Argento has maintained cooperation with Hollywood over the years. The two sides are negotiating today about Trauma, a crime thriller written and directed by Dario Argento. The story tells the story of a young couple looking for and fighting a serial killer. Dario Argento also won the position of the heroine for his daughter, Asia Argento. Asia Argento is 17 years old this year. Born into a film family, the girl has been acting in her father's movies since she was 10 years old. She has already played the leading role in several Italian films. Therefore, Simon has no objection to Argento's request for his daughter to play the leading role. In fact, Dario Argento's Trauma is largely to push his daughter into Hollywood. Although the Italian film industry is relatively prosperous in Europe, it can only be regarded as a small pond compared to Hollywood. With the global rise of Hollywood, the small ponds in European countries have shown a clear drying trend. Entering Hollywood has become the best way out for European filmmakers. Simon has already read the script of Trauma. Although it is not as good as Suspiria of the year, it is also above the standard. Moreover, the expected production cost of the film is only $5 million, which is a completely low-cost production for New World Pictures at this time, so this project has been greenlit. Of course, because it is not a key project personally finalized by Simon, the release date of Trauma is temporarily uncertain. The film is scheduled to start shooting early next year. The production cycle from shooting to completion is about 5 months, and it can be basically completed in the first half of 1993. According to the Future Films Final Effect, if it is average, the release date will probably be set in September or October next year. If it is relatively poor, it will be released in January or February 1994. If it is good enough, it will be further adjusted to Easter 1994. Although the films of several labels under Deaneries Entertainment have many differences in production scale, grade and type, for Simon, he will not despise any film. Although the executives of all the films under the three labels have a lot of autonomy, they all need to be recognized by him in the end. Simon has also been instilling in the company team the concept that movies are the products produced by Deaneries Entertainment. These products are not divided into high and low types. All people need to do is to make these products as good as possible and use appropriate publicity and promotion strategies to maximize the commercial benefits of these products. Not only does Simon instill this concept, but he has also been leading by example. This is the case with Trauma. Simon has personally read the script, communicated with the main creator Dario Argento, and paid attention to the budget and main creator information of the film. Although he will not participate in the specific production of the film due to limited energy, he will watch the sample effect and pay attention to the subsequent publicity and distribution plan in the future. Through this working style, Simon basically knows every film project under the company. At the same time, because of Simon's foresight advantage, this working style can also largely ensure that Deaneries Entertainment can obtain as many hit films as possible in Simon's memory, and therefore far exceeds other film companies in the same industry in the overall commercial performance of the films produced. Chapter 507 Election Results. After the weekend, the voting day of the 1992 U.S. presidential election is getting closer. This game about the throne of the most powerful person in the United States will finally come to a conclusion on November 3rd. After rerunning, Ross Perot, as an independent candidate of the third party, has recently received a support rate of 20%. However, the power structure of the two major parties in the United States will not change because of this. The result of this year's election is destined to be produced by the candidates of the two major parties. However, compared with many previous situations where independent candidates can only serve as a foil, Ross Perot's influence in this U.S. presidential election has also made both parties quite vigilant. Monday passed in a flash. November 3rd, Tuesday, voting day. In order to facilitate public voting, American universities and elementary and secondary schools are basically closed for one day on this day, and many companies also give employees half a day to vote. Simon still has no plan to vote in person in this election. The main reason is that he does not want to be watched by the media, nor does he want to trigger any public opinion effect. In fact, for various reasons, the scale of the non-voting group in the United States is actually very large. Since there is no plan to vote, Simon rushed to San Francisco the day before the election. Egret Portal will broadcast the election live online for 24 hours. As an event-type traffic news that can greatly increase the attention of the website, the entire Egret company attaches great importance to it and has started preparations a month in advance. On Tuesday morning, Simon and his female assistant woke up in the mountain villa in Woodside before 4 o'clock. According to the voting process, polling stations across the United States are open for voting at 6 in the morning, and the deadline is 6 in the afternoon, which lasts for 12 hours. Arriving at Egret headquarters in downtown Palo Alto, the brightly lit office building is already a busy scene. The three giants of Egret, Tim Berners-Lee, Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz, have all appeared at the headquarters. Bezos, who is mainly responsible for the network business, has not slept all night. The three care not only about the traffic brought to the website by this election itself, but also know the other significance of this election. As long as Clinton wins, the policy direction of the federal government in the next few years will be very biased towards the new technology field, which is crucial to the rise of the internet industry. Simon entered the company's office building and gathered with the senior executives in a large open conference room where the employees' work area could be seen. The projection screen on the wall of the conference room also displayed news and data related to the election in real time. It was only a little after 4 o'clock on the West Coast, but it was already past 7 in the morning on the East Coast. New Hampshire, which started voting the earliest, had already begun to report data. A small town called Dixville in New Hampshire, the easternmost state of the United States, opened voting the earliest. A total of 78 people participated in the voting in the town. According to preliminary statistics, George Bush, 23 votes, Bill Clinton, 39 votes, Ross Perot, 16 votes. Bill Clinton is far ahead. Although the voting results of a small town cannot affect the overall situation, it does not prevent the media from giving this start a different interpretation and meaning. For those who support Clinton, this is obviously a good sign. Egret Portal immediately put the voting results of the small town of Dixville on the headlines. This is actually a kind of public opinion guidance. People are all blindly obedient. Seeing the voting results of the small town and the related reporting risks, it is very likely that someone will change their voting tendency at a certain moment. The U.S. presidential election is often the result of this kind of accumulation of tendencies bit by bit. Not only the Egret portal, but also CNN, which is also inclined to the Democratic camp, reported the voting results of Dixville in real time. Both the old CNN and the emerging Egret portal are important media platforms in the United States that cannot be ignored, and have a strong influence on the news and public opinion. Coincidentally, the two media platforms have a strong real-time advantage compared to traditional newspapers. So, when the two major platforms reported the voting results of Dixville at the same time, the impact soon began to appear. Across the Atlantic, the Brent crude oil futures price of the London Mercantile Exchange fell significantly as the voting data at Dixville was released. No matter how to defend it, it is a well-known fact that the Bush family represents the interests of the U.S. oil group and has largely pushed up the price of international crude oil in recent years during the administration of George H.W. Bush. The decline in the price of Brent crude oil futures is undoubtedly the most direct expression of the market's defeat in the election results of a small eastern town. Both the Egret portal and CNN keenly grasped the fluctuations in crude oil futures prices and began to report further. Bill Clinton, who kept up with the times and established an official blog on the Egret portal, also quickly expressed his gratitude for the voting results of the town of Dixville. After being pinned to the top by the Egret portal, it attracted a large number of public comments and support from the public who also followed the election through the internet. In half an hour, the number of comments on a short blog post exceeded 120,000, which inevitably became a small news event, and even CNN's real-time news was broadcast. The Bush camp certainly had to refute this. However, unlike Bill Clinton, and because of the political inclination of the entire Westeros system, George Bush himself did not open an official blog on the Egret portal. He could only refute the Egret portal and CNN for fueling the voting results of a small town through the personal blog of a senior member of the campaign team. Although this blog post was sent to the top according to the blog's popularity promotion rules, it was not manually pinned to the top, so the attention it received was naturally much less than Clinton's. When the sky brightened on the West Coast, most states in the United States, except Alaska and Hawaii, opened voting. Throughout the day, they basically read current news from both sides of the election and expert media comments on various issues. Everyone had breakfast together at around 7 o'clock. Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz also said they would go to vote and leave temporarily. Tim Berners-Lee, who is still a British citizen, did not join in the fun and returned to the headquarters to preside over the overall situation. Simon also followed with his female assistant, but he did not get together with everyone else. Instead, he came to the office reserved for Simon at the Egret headquarters. He leaned comfortably on the leather chair and flipped through today's newspaper. After Jennifer helped him turn on the computer and sorted out several documents that the staff had just sent, Simon reached out and took the female assistant into his arms. Leaning against a man, Jennifer glanced at the door and remembered that she had just locked the door, so she felt relieved. Watching Simon take off her high heels, she curled up her legs to hide her pair of small feet in stockings, and diverted the man's attention. The bill to lift a ban on telecom operators from engaging in equipment manufacturing should have been passed at the end of last month. Because of the Egret portal incident, this matter has been suppressed again. Do you think there will be any twists and turns? The female assistant had a slender figure, so although she was tall, she looked like a little bird when she curled up in Simon's arms. Simon hugged the assistant's light body to his arms, kissed her fair neck, and said, "This is the general trend, there will be no accidents. You know, this time it's not just the White House. If everything goes well, the Democratic Party will control both the Senate and the House of Representatives at the same time. Even if the White House uses its influence to drag it on for a few more months, the matter will still pass when the power transfer is completed." Jennifer felt a little itchy from the man's kiss. She shrank her neck and moved her face closer without leaving a trace, saying, "But I think it shouldn't be that simple. It's really not that simple. Even if George Bush steps down this time, the Bush family's deep-rooted influence in American politics will not dissipate. However, the so-called politics is nothing more than a game. When one side has obviously gained an advantage, if it still cannot pass a bill that the entire industry is very inclined to lift the ban, it will appear too incompetent. Especially Bill Clinton. This successful entry into the White House, Both Hollywood and Silicon Valley have given him great support. If the president cannot deliver the benefits that his supporters deserve after taking office, it will be impossible for him to be re-elected or even maintain his influence in the political world after his presidency ends. According to Simon's memory of his previous life, Bill Clinton was a very trustworthy person in this regard. The two were chatting when there was a knock on the door. The female assistant was startled and jumped out of Simon's arms like a little rabbit. Then she remembered that she was not wearing shoes. She hurriedly found her shoes and put them on, tidied her clothes, and ran to open the door after confirming that everything was correct. The one knocking on the door was Claire Gain, and there was another little tail named Jennifer behind. CC did not show any abnormality because of the blush on the female assistant's face. She greeted Simon and everyone sat down on the sofa in the reception area. In order to avoid the embarrassment just now, the female assistant took the initiative to prepare coffee. The petite Jennifer Bray followed the female assistant's figure out of the office, retracted her attention, and fell on the man opposite. Although she looked restrained and well-behaved on the surface, the depths of the petite Jenny's beautiful blue eyes still carried a little enthusiasm, like when she rushed onto the stage of Madonna's concert. It was as if she was poisoned. Every time she thought of the opportunity to be with him every day in the future, Jennifer Bray would be so excited that she couldn't sleep. However, she was also a very smart girl. She knew that if she showed some things too obviously, it might backfire. Therefore, now she didn't look like his fan at all. Of course, everything about him could be seen everywhere in her bedroom in the apartment, and it still showed a lot of things, but she never opened her private territory to others. Well, of course, except for him. At this time, facing Simon, the girl was a little distracted. She couldn't help but think about what he and another Jenny were doing in the office just now. Obviously, it was a very intimate thing. In the future, would she be able to do the same? Then she couldn't help but have some uncontrollable emotions. Across the sofa, Simon looked at the blushing girl in front of him helplessly. He talked about Tinkerbell with Girl C for a while, and finally couldn't help but wink at her. Claire noticed the reaction of the girl next to her and was also a little amused. Although Jennifer Bray usually concealed herself well, as an equally smart woman, Claire could certainly see through the girl's true colors. But she didn't expect the girl to suddenly reveal herself in this situation. The office door was pushed open again, and the female assistant walked in with coffee. Because of some little thoughts, C-Girl didn't want the female assistant to see Jennifer Bray's appearance at this time, so she stretched out her hand and pinched the waist of the girl next to her, and whispered in her ear, "Jen, you'd better go wash your face." Being pinched by C-Girl, it was a little painful. Jennifer Bray immediately reacted, remembering that she had just stared at him for so long, and couldn't hide her shyness, and stood up and said, "Sorry, I'm going to the bathroom." After that, she stood up and left from the other side of the sofa. The female assistant carefully held the coffee in her hand. Seeing the little girl hurriedly leave, she didn't notice the blush on her face. She was a little curious, but didn't ask much. She put the tray on the coffee table and started to distribute coffee to everyone. Jennifer Bray came back again, and everything was back to normal. However, seeing the female assistant sitting next to him openly, he couldn't help but envy her. They talked about Tinkerbell and paid attention to the progress of the election from time to time. Time passed quickly. When it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the West Coast, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening on the East Coast. 1 hour after the voting time in some states and counties closed, the data results began to come out. At 7:08 p.m. on the East Coast, Indiana, located in the Great Lakes region, was the first to announce the vote count. George Bush won. At the same time, he won the first 12 electoral votes. Indiana is adjacent to the Great Lakes and is a long-established heavy industrial area in the United States. With the decline of the American automobile industry, the economy of this region has continued to be sluggish, so it is called the Rust Belt, which is also the traditional vote base of the Republican camp. The Bush camp won the first battle, but this excitement only lasted for 3 minutes. At 7:11, news came again that the vote count in New Hampshire was released. This time, Bill Clinton won and won his first 4 electoral votes. Afterwards, a series of eastern states and counties announced the results of the election. Bill Clinton, who failed to get off to a good start, fought back all the way. Maine, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Delaware. Almost all of the New England region in the northeastern United States, which opened votes earlier, turned to Bill Clinton, while George Bush had an absolute advantage in the New England region in the last election. Then, in the southeastern states, George Bush regained a lot of disadvantages again. Except for Georgia, George Bush successfully won the traditional Republican southern strongholds, Florida, Alabama, etc. However, the southeastern states have also become George Bush's only advantage. The defeat began with the Great Lakes Rust Belt that gave George Bush a good start. Several states in the Great Lakes region were still red in the last election, but this time, Indiana became the only red state among several strongholds in the continents, and other states such as Illinois, Ohio, Michigan, etc. all turned from red to blue. Moreover, compared to the New England region, which mostly has single-digit electoral votes, the densely populated Rust Belt region, with only 6 states, Wisconsin, Illinois, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan and Pennsylvania, has a total of 107 votes, of which only 12 in Indiana were taken by George H.W. Bush, and the remaining 95 all went to Bill Clinton. In the U.S. presidential election, the total number of electoral votes in all states and counties is 538, and the winner takes all. Normally, when a candidate obtains more than half of the 270 electoral votes, it means winning the election. Now, just a few states in the Rust Belt have provided Bill Clinton with 95 electoral votes. Counting the electoral votes in New England and other states and counties that have already announced the results of the votes, Bill Clinton has already gained an absolute advantage. When the votes of several states in the Tornado Alley in the Central Plains of the United States came out, Bill Clinton had already locked in the victory of this election in advance with 274 electoral votes. Around midnight on the West Coast, all the states and counties in the United States, including Hawaii, released their results. Bill Clinton eventually defeated the incumbent President George Bush by an absolute margin of 370 to 168, winning the 52nd U.S. presidential election and successfully ascending to the presidency of the United States, beyond the expectations of many people. Chapter 508 Dust. Involving the struggle for the pinnacle of power in the United States, the presidential election in the history of the United States has been controversial and seesawed more than once because of the close votes. This time, the huge gap of 370 electoral votes to 168 left no room for maneuver. When the election results finally came out, George Bush had to publicly admit his defeat and congratulated Bill Clinton at the White House. The Clintons were in Little Rock, the capital of Arkansas. When Bush Sr. admitted his defeat, Bill Clinton immediately delivered a victory speech, reiterating a series of campaign promises and once again emphasizing that his first priority after taking office was to restore the U.S. economy. This attitude formed a sharp contrast with Bush Sr.'s image of not caring about the economy. Therefore, the next morning, with the overwhelming news and comments about the results of the presidential election in the media, the North American stock market rose significantly. Although the winner has been decided, the dust of this election has not completely settled. In the final vote count, Bill Clinton's approval rating was 43%, George Bush's approval rating was 38%, and the last third-party independent candidate, Ross Perot, did not get a single electoral vote, but the billionaire's popular vote approval rating was as high as 19%, and he received a total of 19.74 million votes. Ross Perot suddenly withdrew from the election in July when the final candidates of the two parties were finalized, leaving enough room for the two candidates to play. In October, he suddenly came out and pointed his spearhead at George Bush. The connection between them can never be described as a coincidence. Unlike the huge gap in electoral votes, Bill Clinton's popular vote approval rate was only 5% ahead of George Bush, and the gap in this respect was not obvious. If Ross Perot had not divided up as many as 19% of the votes, most of which came from the same conservative camp as Bush Sr., the outcome of this election would really be unpredictable. After this election, for many years afterwards, both parties in the United States dared not ignore the interference of independent candidates in the presidential election. Even further, they began to take the initiative to use this interference. In Simon's memory, in the 2000 showdown between Bush and Gore, the Republicans used the same tactics to fight back, also using independent candidates to split Gore's votes, and finally Bush won the election with a very controversial narrow advantage. On the other hand, the emerging internet media has also become a new media force that can have a strong impact on public opinion in this year's U.S. presidential election. The key to why the old media families such as the Hearst family and the Newhouse family are so popular with the federal upper class is that they control a large-scale media network and have the right to influence the direction of public opinion. After years of evolution, the power structure of traditional television media and paper media in the United States has long been determined. Everyone originally naturally believed that the major old media families would continue to control the country's public opinion for many years to come. The sudden rise of internet media caught many people off guard. Although traditional TV networks such as ABC and old paper media giants such as Hearst Group have begun to get involved in the internet industry in the past 2 years, in order to avoid affecting their traditional core businesses, they are very conservative in their investment and promotion of internet media platforms, and cannot compete with the information business of a grid portal at all. The most critical point is that a grid portal also controls the interface of the entire World Wide Web. Today's World Wide Web is basically equivalent to the entire internet for ordinary people. Relying on the barrier-level software tool of browser software, as long as the public uses the internet and opens the browser software, the first thing that pops up is a grid portal. Just like the navigation websites that were flooded in Simon's memory, a grid portal is actually very easy to copy on the surface. However, a grid's series of core technologies, such as email, search engines, online payment, etc., are not so easy to follow, involving many patent barriers like browser software. Because of preconceived ideas, a grid company developed the IE browser and used the grid portal as the homepage, and it was a homepage that could not be changed at all. This was taken for granted by many people. Except for Simon, most users do not think that there is anything wrong with IE browser not providing a changeable homepage option. If someone copies a portal website, regardless of whether it can provide core products equivalent to a grid portal, according to the normal logic of most people, it is natural for such a website to be blocked by a grid. In short, although the number of internet sites has shown an exponential growth trend, a grid portal has become an unshakable internet industry hegemon. The websites opened by other companies not only have technology from a grid, but also need to find ways to join the navigation page of a grid portal if they want to get more traffic. It can be said that the new media force of internet media is basically in the hands of a grid. More accurately, it is in the hands of the Westeros system. In the last month of the election, a grid portal's obvious biased reports on Bill Clinton did not disclose the specific effects of the company, and the outside world can only guess about it. However, on the day of the election, the real-time coverage of the first voting town in New Hampshire even affected the London crude oil futures market. Although there may be some influence from CNN and other media, this most direct effect of controlling public opinion cannot be ignored by anyone. Simon had just watched Clinton's victory speech in San Francisco. Clinton also sent a message saying that he would arrange a visit to Silicon Valley as soon as possible after taking office next year. The Clintons were able to dominate the American political arena for decades, largely because they were really trustworthy and would try their best to fulfill the benefits they promised. Therefore, compared with the Kennedy family and the Bush family, which took several generations of operation to finally reach the top, this couple almost started from scratch and became a powerful force that influenced the American political landscape in just 20 years. Later, they almost became the first husband and wife president in the American political arena. In the final stage of the election, facing the position of the grid portal, the White House also took an aggressive attitude and claimed through the Department of Justice that it would launch an antitrust investigation into the IE browser software. However, as Bush Sr. was defeated, things also changed very subtly. The Bush family has very mature political literacy, and the defeat of George H.W. Bush is far from the end of the Bush family's political life. Therefore, the other party obviously knows that it is not good for them to offend Simon Westeros too much. The remarks that the IE browser software was just thrown out last month certainly cannot be swallowed back directly. However, the day after the election, the White House received news that the interview qualification of the White House press conference that a grid portal had been trying to obtain suddenly passed the review. Before this, as a newly emerging new media platform, the White House had always refused to issue the White House press card to a grid portal for various reasons. Whether or not a media can obtain the interview qualification of the White House press conference largely represents the strength and position of a media in the American media industry. Although it is also expected that the White House's sudden move may have the intention of provoking traditional media and a grid portal to target each other, Simon still admires Bush Sr's straightforwardness. The election results have been released. If Bush Sr. still holds onto the small White House press card, he can only delay it for another 3 months at most. Passing it at this time is both provocative and probing, testing whether there is a possibility of winning over a grit portal, even if the grit portal does not directly turn to the Republican Party. As long as it maintains appropriate neutrality when needed in the future, it is also a gain. True and false. In response to the White House's temptation, a grit portal subsequently published a positive news about the current president in an important section of the website. With the end of this election, Simon also predicted that next year will be a year of greater explosion in the internet industry. Influenced by Simon's Big Butterfly, the graphical interface browser software was launched 3 years ahead of schedule. The Grit Portal website has just been launched, and its business model is close to the level around the new century. Whether it is internet products such as email or content services such as online information, under the Westeros system's unremitting investment, they have quickly reached a level that is enough to attract ordinary public users. For Americans today, spending about $30 a month is roughly equivalent to the price of subscribing to 1 or 2 newspapers on a daily basis, but the services obtained are far more than the content information that print media can provide. This is undoubtedly very cost-effective. Moreover, the most critical point is that as one of the most developed countries in the world, Americans have a strong consumption power. This is the most fundamental reason for the explosion of the internet industry in the United States. In the country where Simon used to live, the penetration rate of VCRs and DVD players has never been very high throughout their life cycle, from birth to decline. But in the United States, the household penetration rate of both VCRs and DVD players once reached more than 80%. The same is true for the development of personal computers and the internet in the United States. In the original timeline, the graphical interface browser was born in 1993, Yahoo was founded in 1995, and then the era of internet explosion began. From 1995 to 2000, in just 5 years, the number of internet users in the United States has reached 110 million, far exceeding the internet penetration rate of other countries at the same time. Simon clearly remembers that in the same year, China, whose population is several times that of the United States, has only 6.5 million internet users, less than a fraction of the number of American netizens. Now, with the hardware and software foundations already quite complete, Simon has advanced the development of the internet industry by 3 to 5 years through the unremitting investment of the Westeros system. It is estimated that by the end of 1992, the number of users accessing the World Wide Web in the United States will reach about 28 million, and the number of internet users covered will exceed 40 million. It took only 3 years from the beginning of the effort in 1990 to the end of 1992. Supported by strong consumption power, by 1995, the number of internet users in the United States is likely to be close to the level of 2000 in the original time and space. Of course, because of Simon's forcing the growth of seedlings, the capital market's response to the internet industry is still a bit slow. In the original timeline, from 1998 to 2000, the craziest period of the internet bubble, technology stocks experienced irrational super explosions. This time, capital has not followed the pace of the industry explosion. Although technology stocks have begun to be sought after, they have not yet reached the takeoff stage. However, in Simon's view, this time point should still be next year. It is mainly due to the European currency crisis that has just passed. It's just that the British government has invested more than £20 billion to maintain the exchange rate of the pound, and this money will not disappear out of thin air. Italy, France, and Spain all suffered heavy losses in this crisis, and all the money was obtained by international hot money, mainly from the United States. Just as the Asian financial crisis in 1997 brought a large amount of funds to push up North American internet technology stocks, this time, the large amount of funds obtained by international hot money will naturally instinctively look for investment channels with greater appreciation potential. Europe has begun a new round of economic recession, and Asia has become Japan's backyard. In comparison, with Bill Clinton's coming to power, the United States is about to get out of the recession caused by the collapse of the bond market in the past few years and start a new round of economic upswing. The new technology industry that is rapidly emerging in North America is perfect for international hot money that is looking for investment opportunities. It is already the end of the year. After the presidential election, Simon still stayed in San Francisco to discuss the company's development plan for next year with a group of senior executives of Grit. First of all, it is necessary to further open up the World Wide Web technology. The email technology license with Microsoft and AOL has been negotiated, but a third party that is completely unrelated to the Westeros system has not yet been found. At this stage, almost all important new technology companies related to the Internet are also related to the Westeros system. If it is simply authorized to a weak third-party company, the other party may be acquired by old giants such as IBM in a blink of an eye. Even if this point can be locked in the technology licensing agreement, it is better not to license the technology to a company that is too weak. Therefore, the temporary decision is only made by Microsoft and AOL. As for what the outside world thinks, it can only be left to the other party. At the same time, after several recent high-level discussions, IGRIT has decided again to place some relatively basic World Wide Web patents into the World Wide Web Consortium Foundation and open them to the industry completely for free. Simon is actually considering IGRIT to give up some non-core businesses in order to give other internet companies enough room for development. However, IGRIT still supports most of the services of the entire internet platform at this stage, whether it is email, online forums, software stores or personal blogs, etc. It is not suitable to give up. Even if it is to be abandoned, it will be after the listing. To be more precise, it is best to wait until the internet bubble bursts. At that time, IGRIT portal can naturally get rid of many non-core businesses on the grounds of streamlining business. At this stage, one more business will increase the stock price by 1 point in the future. There is also the issue of splitting up, which also involves the issue of future listing. Although Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz, two powerful executives, often have conflicts, they both expressed their opposition to Simon's proposal to split up. In general, IGRIT's basic services and network services complement each other. Chapter 509 Business Adjustment. Simon returned to Los Angeles on November 6, which was already Friday. Tomorrow is the day when the Victoria's Secret fashion show will be officially held. In the past few days, the main development plan of IGRIT for next year has been finalized. In addition to the further opening of World Wide Web technology, the main thing is to further deepen the core products. In order to increase the recognition of products, IGRIT will officially use the two sub-brands of Google and Facebook that have been registered for a long time after Amazon. Google is naturally involved in the search engine business. As internet sites begin to show exponential growth and the content of network space increases significantly, the role of search engines becomes more and more obvious. In addition, Simon himself attaches great importance to this network tool. The latest IE browser that will be launched soon will also add a Google-specific search box next to the address bar. The seemingly insignificant modification of software functions will play a vital role in the promotion of Google's search engine. The other Facebook is obviously a social network business. Of course, the new version of Facebook is definitely different from what Simon remembers. Considering the current network environment, the Facebook business that will be opened up separately is more inclined to the Weibo in Simon's memory, mainly using celebrities and superstars as traffic guides. At the same time, Facebook will not pursue the real name system for users. Simon also proposed a supplementary plan for the IGRIT portal to create a group of internet celebrities. In the original timeline, the emergence of internet celebrities from generation to generation has effectively stimulated the continuous growth of internet users. Relying on the resources of the Westeros system at this time, it is easy to create and promote a group of internet celebrities. In addition, the personal homepage and microblog, which have already been separated, will be further differentiated into two products with the establishment of the Facebook sub-brand. Personal homepages will gradually develop in the direction of personal columns, mainly providing information content for the IGRIT portal. As for Facebook, the core is definitely social networking. In addition to Google and Facebook, Amazon's e-commerce business will also begin the next expansion. It is expected that the online sales of two new products, videotapes and movie peripherals, will be added at the beginning of next year. Videotapes and movie peripherals have a very obvious tendency to compete with Blockbuster, but Simon did not prevent this competition from happening. Amazon's business expansion is inevitable. At this stage, in addition to books, videotapes with relatively fixed types and formats are also a product that is very suitable for sales through online platforms. Movie peripherals rely on the resources of the Westeros system in Hollywood. Moreover, the profit margin of movie peripheral products is very high, which can also largely offset the disadvantage of the relatively expensive warehousing and logistics costs of e-commerce at this stage. If Amazon gives up these two businesses due to the competition with Blockbuster, It is inevitable that other competitors will appear in the future. Simon highly recognizes a business philosophy of Jobs in his memory: it is better to eliminate yourself than to be eliminated by others. Many old corporate giants cannot eliminate themselves, which is why they are gone. The most typical example is Blockbuster in the original timeline. In order to avoid the erosion of offline rental business, Blockbuster even took the initiative to give up the opportunity to develop online business and eventually went bankrupt. Netflix is just the opposite of Blockbuster. After sitting firmly in the top spot of online rental, Netflix did not stand still like Blockbuster. Aware of the industry trend of streaming media, Netflix executives decisively transformed themselves regardless of the fact that the streaming media business might seriously impact the physical online rental, and eventually became a streaming media giant shoulder to shoulder with Disney. Therefore, as for the competition between Amazon and Blockbuster, as long as the two sides do not engage in a price war that hurts both sides or adopt other inferior means, Simon does not intend to interfere, and actually has an encouraging attitude. The internet industry is booming rapidly. If you slow down after taking the lead for a while, you will only be surpassed. The competitive landscape between Amazon and Blockbuster can also urge both parties to develop rapidly in various aspects such as operations and technology, and avoid slacking off. The development focus of the Internet Basic Service-related business that Carol Bartz is responsible for next year will still be cloud computing. Although it has been successfully applied to support various products of the IGRIT portal, cloud computing technology still has a lot of room for improvement. The next goal of the IGRIT cloud computing technology team is to further get rid of server equipment suppliers such as IBM in terms of hardware, directly purchased chips, hard drives and other equipment from the lowest level hardware manufacturers such as Intel and Seagate, and design and build a proprietary data center. By skipping middlemen such as IBM, IGRIT can significantly reduce the construction cost of the data center. At the same time, the self-designed data center can also obtain more permissions at the server level, which is convenient for designing software systems that best meet its own needs. The U.S. presidential election did have an impact on the North American box office from October 30th to November 5th. However, in the first week of its release, Deaneries Entertainment's The Ring release during the Halloween season still achieved very impressive box office results, earning $28.79 million in 7 days, with an average of more than $12,000 per theater, reaching the level of a big seller. In comparison, the horror film The Legend of the Condor Heroes, released by TriStar under Columbia Pictures, which opened at the same time, only had a box office of $5.19 million in its first week. Although this evil spirit-killing human film that tried to follow the Nightmare on Elm Street series was not a box office failure, the box office data was far from the studio's expectations, and the total North American box office was expected to be only about $10 million. On November 6th, there was only one new film released in North American theaters, the hijacking crime action film Passenger 57, produced by Warner Brothers. Passenger 57 is starred by Wesley Snipes, the black movie star who starred in the Blade series in the original timeline. Basically, although the scene was moved to the plane, the film obviously still refers to the story structure of Bruce Willis's Die Hard series. Simon didn't remember much about Passenger 57. The box office of this movie was obviously not too high. He was still concerned about Midnight Ring. The Japanese version of Midnight Ring in the original timeline was a phenomenal movie in Japan. Later, Hollywood bought the copyright and changed it, which was largely due to the influence of Midnight Ring in Asia. This time, the Japanese version was skipped and the American version was developed directly. Although Simon adopted the American version of the plot structure in his memory, he was more inclined to refer to the Japanese version in terms of shots, soundtracks, etc. Therefore, when the film was released, the shot of the evil spirit coming out of the TV quickly became a classic horror scene in the hearts of many viewers. With $28.79 million in the first week, coupled with the reputation of the film, it is easy for the new version of Midnight Ring to break $100 million. As for how high it can go, it depends on the subsequent box office curve. The Japanese have always had the dream of entering North America in all aspects. Midnight Ring, adapted from a Japanese horror novel, sold well at the box office and caused a wave of public opinion in this country for a while. Deaneries Entertainment originally had the opportunity to release The Ring in Japan at the same time. After all, it is a movie adapted from a Japanese horror novel. However, what they want is the sense of pride of the Japanese after the success of the film, So the distribution team decided to wait until the ring is released before releasing it in Japan. The North American market has always been closed, and there are only a handful of Japanese movies that can sell well in North America. In the original plan, as long as the North American box office of the ring can exceed $50 million, it will be enough to attract strong attention from the Japanese market. Now, the North American box office of the film is expected to exceed $100 million, and even squeeze into the top 10 of the North American annual box office rankings, so the next daily sales in Japan can be expected. The theme park team that is designing Osaka Universal Studios quickly decided to add Sadako to the haunted house attraction of Osaka Universal Studios after the box office of The Ring in the first weekend was released. Simon had learned about the box office information of The Ring in advance, and when he returned to Los Angeles, he went directly to the Dorothy Chandler Theater in the city center. The Victoria's Secret fashion show will be held tomorrow night, and today happens to be the last rehearsal. Not only Simon, but also Limited Chairman Leslie Wexner, Victoria's Secret CEO Grace Nichols and other senior executives came to watch the rehearsal. The interior of the Chandler Theater has long been transformed into a fashion show with a 20-meter-long T-stage. The audience is mainly distributed on both sides of the T-stage. The lighting, camera positions and even some scenery matching various themes in the theater lobby have been set up. Of course, what attracts everyone's attention the most is a group of big goblins ready to go. Most people who have seen the Victoria's Secret Angels finalized look under Simon's personal approval almost have one thought in their minds: stunning. In the original time and space, the first few Victoria's Secret shows in the 1990s can only be described as tacky. The models wore very conservative underwear and applied lipstick and blush of no standard, and they all seemed to have just escaped from the ravine. This time, Simon directly raised the Victoria's Secret show to the mature level after 2000. Beautiful underwear, stunning shapes, colorful wings and the top models in the fashion circle. In the final analysis, this is the effect of spending $10 million. Backstage at the theater, because this big show is related to his future in Hollywood, and the large group of fairies in front of him can only be watched but not eaten, Michael Bay, who has been working hard for this big show for several months, has shown some of the later tyrant aura. He loudly ordered each unit to start waiting in the earphone. When the assistant director said that it was time to start, Michael Bay, who was standing behind a row of real-time monitors in the backstage, gave a loud order. The music sounded. Until the last moment, in order to keep it secret, the music was still only in the form of background music. However, everyone also knew that the first-hand very exciting song was called Angels, and the theme name was Psychedelic Angels. Simon put the Vicestone Group's Angels in his memory at the beginning instead of the song Paradise, mainly to rely on this very exciting dance music to ignite the atmosphere of the scene at the first time. For this big show, the outside world's expectations have reached the highest level. If the opening does not arouse the audience's long-awaited emotions, the final effect of the show will be difficult to achieve perfection. In the hall, there were only a few people in the stands, such as Simon, Wexner and Grace Nichols. When the music started, the few people who were talking stopped talking and looked at the T-stage together. In the dynamic opening music, the lights were also dominated by a warm red. Psychedelic Angel, the theme is not the white that people have a fixed impression of, but the luxurious gold. Cindy Crawford, as the opening angel of the show, was the first to step onto the stage. White underwear, golden angel costume, and a white feather-like wing attached to both arms. For the angel wings, Simon also did not simply use the wing shape that people have a fixed impression of. Cindy Crawford's opening outfit is actually Simon's memory of Gisele Bündchen's opening outfit at the 2006 Victoria's Secret show. The overall look is like a proud and wild golden angel. Different from the elegant steps commonly seen in models of this era, Cindy also walked out with a very powerful and rhythmic scissor step accompanied by the rhythm of the music. For the first theme, Simon originally personally decided on the only angel costume design for Cindy, and the others were left to the designers of Victoria's Secret. However, when Nadia Ullman joined, Simon was inspired by the golden armor-style costume that he remembered Nadia Ullman wore in a fashion show, which was similar to Nordic Goddess, and he personally designed the second costume. Different from the style in his memory, Nadia Ullman's angel costume this time adopted a hollow design, so that Victoria's Secret brand underwear can be shown. Because it is an underwear show, this is obviously necessary. However, for the audience, The most impressive thing is definitely Nadia Ullman's two crazy long legs. When Nadia Ullman appeared in the second half of the theme, even Leslie Wexner next to Simon couldn't help but be dazzled. Thinking of the legs of the young man next to him, Wexner gave up some thoughts and said to Simon with envy, "This girl joined last, I think she is outstanding." Simon also looked at the stage with satisfaction and explained with a smile, "It's just that this angel costume is amazing and fits this theme." Nadia's style is still high-end fashion, lacking the kind of soft feeling that the Victoria's Secret show needs. Leslie Wexner disagreed, "I think this angel costume will definitely be the most memorable one for the audience in this show." Simon nodded to this. At the same time, he understood that it was mainly the perfect match between the model and the angel costume that produced the amazing effect at this time. If another model wore this dress, or Nadia Ullman changed into other angel costumes, it would be difficult to present the amazing effect at this time. The creation of classics is often an accident caused by a combination of multiple factors. The first theme ended quickly, everything went smoothly and perfectly. After a short break, the second theme started soon. Love in Paradise. The theme song was naturally the ethereal and distant Paradise. There were two theme songs, the first one was powerful, and the second one was soothing. One tension and one relaxation. Moreover, although it did not have the very strong sense of rhythm of Angels, the overall melody of Paradise still fits the atmosphere of the show very well, and is suitable for models to step on the spot. 5 themes, 5 openings, and 5 Victoria's Secret Angel spokespersons each had one opportunity. The person in charge of the opening this time was Stephanie Seymour. Speaking of which, opening and closing are a reflection of the fame and status of models in the fashion circle. This time, the 5 themes, 5 opening and closing opportunities, especially the opening of the first theme and the closing of the 5th theme, had experienced a lot of open and secret struggles in advance. In order to avoid a group of fairies fighting too hard, Simon personally came forward in the end and arranged 10 opening and closing places. The second theme, the biggest feature, is crystals and sequins, accompanied by the background of lights, giving the audience a sense of paradise. In the audience, just after watching these 2 themes, Leslie Wexner was already certain that the show to be held tomorrow night would be a watershed success for Victoria's Secret. Chapter 510 Stunning. About an hour later, all 5 themes were rehearsed. There are actually some backup plans in the plan, mainly if a certain theme has an unexpected situation, it will be re-recorded. Of course, if it can be avoided, it must be avoided as much as possible. Most of the guests on the scene tomorrow night bought tickets to enter, and they must want to see a perfect performance. If the re-recording is spread, it will inevitably have a negative impact on this fashion show. After the rehearsal, Simon and his friends got up and went backstage. The Angel Army had just experienced a tense hour, and now they gathered backstage to rest. Seeing Simon appear, the girls stood up and greeted him. Simon and a large group of fairies greeted each other through the crowd and came to the control center where Michael Bay was, mainly to watch the lens effects shot by the camera during the rehearsal. For this big show, live performance is certainly the key, but the TV platform broadcast for the public is actually more important. Simon has given Michael Bay enough guidance in advance based on the information in his memory, and the other party's own strength is enough to control the situation. It's just that in the end, we discussed some details for more than half an hour, and everything is ready. New York has entered winter, and Los Angeles is still pleasant. In a blink of an eye, it was the afternoon of the next day. Los Angeles International Airport. Lisa Collins entered the airport reception hall with a simple luggage. When she saw Jennifer Rebold, she immediately quickened her pace and rushed over to hug her intimately. After the greetings, the 2 girls walked out arm in arm. Lisa Collins complained about the cold weather in New York and said that she wanted to work in Los Angeles. The topic soon turned to the Victoria's Secret fashion show to be held tonight. Lisa's purpose of coming to Los Angeles on the weekend was obvious, just for this big show. Or, to be more precise, she came to listen to the songs. Since she learned that Simon had personally composed several theme songs for this big show, Lisa repeatedly reminded Jennifer not to forget to get herself a ticket with the best seats. Even if she didn't have the deep admiration of a best friend, Lisa had always been full of admiration for a certain guy, and she would never miss any of his works, whether it was movies or music. The 2 left the airport, and the female assistant started the car and asked Lisa beside her, "Do you want to rest first?" Lisa looked at her watch. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As her career develops, she is getting busier and busier. She finally found time to come here, not to rest. Let's go directly to the music center. By the way, is Simon there? Yes, Jennifer said, starting the car and driving towards the airport highway. When the car was running smoothly, Lisa looked at the girl next to her who was becoming more and more intellectual, and asked, "How are you two doing recently?" Facing Lisa, the female assistant was no longer embarrassed and said, "Very good." "Well, didn't you say before that you wanted a child?" "Yes." "Then what?" Lisa asked, and took the initiative to guess curiously. "Did he disagree again?" "I heard that they both sent their little ones to Australia." "Humph, men are all like this. In my opinion, you shouldn't ask him, and just get pregnant with a baby. He won't be able to avoid responsibility at that time." "It's not what you think." Jennifer shook her head, with some doubts in her eyes, and said, "Simon is not opposed to children, but maybe he and Jenny want to live in a world of two. As for me, he said he can do it any time." Lisa didn't quite believe Jennifer's explanation, and said, "I think you'd better make an agreement with him in advance, and it's best to sign an agreement to ensure that the little one will have inheritance rights in the future." This time, the female assistant immediately said, "I don't want to argue about these, and Simon will definitely not treat my child badly." "Simon may not, what about Janet?" The female assistant curled her lips. "Jenny, as long as I don't compete with her for Simon, nothing else matters." "Aren't you competing with her for Simon now?" "No, I'm just his secret lover, and I'm not a threat to Jenny." "I think you should be more ambitious," the female assistant said with satisfaction. "It's good now." Lisa looked at her bestie's expression, suddenly sighed, and said, "You are hopeless." The female assistant simply stopped talking. She is really satisfied with her current life. Unlike those women who can only hide in the shadow of men, as long as he is in Los Angeles, the two can see each other every day, usually have lunch together at noon, and occasionally enjoy a world of two when they go to San Francisco. This state of getting along is even closer than many couples. Furthermore, she certainly thought about it. As a woman, how could she not want this? However, the female assistant knew that she could never compete with Janet. She liked that man, very much, but she knew that she could not reach the level of Janet. Janet already regarded him as everything to her. If she really snatched him away, she felt that Janet would probably kill her. The two drove to downtown Los Angeles, and there was already a bustling scene outside the Dorothy Chandler Theater. Only 1,000 tickets were available for this show, but because of the continuous hype, many fans of music and movies, and even fans of Victoria's Secret Angels, showed up here today. At least 3,000 or 4,000 people gathered in the entire Los Angeles Music Center area. Jennifer and Lisa parked the car, and compared to the public waiting outside, the two easily entered the Chandler Theater. They found Simon, who was making the final arrangements for the show with Michael Bay and other creators, and greeted him. The man continued to be busy, and the two women did not disturb him and visited the backstage on their own. Looking at the group of Victoria's Secret Angels who had basically completed their look sitting behind rows of dressing tables, Lisa couldn't help but feel a little jealousy among women, and finally couldn't help but lean over to the female assistant seer and whispered, "How many?" Jennifer was a little confused at first, but then she understood. Lisa was asking how many of them the guy slept with. She just rolled her eyes at him. In fact, she didn't know. Simon had not paid much attention to this project. As his personal assistant, she only helped to pass on and sort out some documents occasionally. How could she know how many women he had slept with in private? On weekdays, whenever there was a chance, the female assistant would try to drive away the women who came close to him. She was not as generous as Janet. However, most of the time, she did not pay much attention to his various gossips. It was mainly because she lacked such a stance. After all, she was his lover. Because of her living environment since childhood, although her parents were very strict with her, she was not an innocent little girl living in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. The traditional American family concept was basically invalid for people at the top of the social pyramid. After entering society, especially when she was still with him, there were not many people who did not have a lover. Unconsciously, she somewhat agreed with what Janet had said before, that her man was so outstanding, how could he have only one woman? Of course, she would default to it, and she would not take the initiative to inquire about such things. Moreover, she also knew that compared to those guys who were almost pathologically chasing women, he was actually quite restrained and did not have the hobby of gathering many women around him for a long time. The show started at 7 o'clock in the evening. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the audience with tickets began to enter the venue one after another. Jennifer and Lisa stayed backstage for a while, went out to eat something simple, and came back again, and went directly from the backstage to the front hall. The lights in the hall were bright, and soft waiting music was playing at this time. The audience entered one after another, and some important guests on both sides of the T-stage gradually appeared. The two women saw that Janet had arrived, so they gathered together. There were other Los Angeles superstars and celebrities around, and ordinary audiences kept coming forward to ask for autographs and take photos. Time passed quickly in this lively and expectant atmosphere. Nearing 7 o'clock, the staff began to remind the audience who were gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to return to their seats. When everything was ready, the lights in the theater hall dimmed. The surroundings became quiet, and only a few photographers who were about to shoot the fashion show were hunched over and carefully shuttled around in the venue. After another moment of waiting, the host announced the official start of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. After a click 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 sound like a switch, the lights in the hall changed, turning into an ambiguous and blurred red. A soft female voice came from the speakers again, just uttering a few words. The first act, Psychedelic Angels. Then, music, accompanied by the pleasant lights, sounded in the hall at the same time. Angels by Vicestone. The dynamic prelude lasted 50 seconds. However, for this big show, the 50-second prelude can just mobilize the emotions of the audience. Lisa, who was sitting in a prime position on the right side of the T-stage, felt a style of music that was completely different from what she often heard on weekdays. She felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest, and many people in the hall felt the same. In fact, not only in the hall, but also thousands of people who were still waiting outside the Chandler Theater and unable to enter the venue, also heard the music for the first time. Oh, God, I have lost my mind. Chasing your figure desperately. Don't leave me, I can feel your inner watch. When the lyrics sounded, Cindy Crawford stepped onto the T-stage to the rhythm, and the audience, whose emotions had been completely mobilized, applauded at the same time. Referring to the angel costume of the opening of the 2006 Victoria's Secret fashion show, Cindy Crawford's whole person was cold and beautiful, with a bit of pride and charm, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Stunning. This is the first word that comes to many people's minds. The other angels who appeared next also gave the audience a strong sense of pleasure. This big show is not only about the details such as the stage, lighting, and music, but also the most important angel costumes. Each piece was discussed repeatedly and made by professional costume designers. It can be said that the 5 themes of the angel costumes can basically reach the design and production level of art. Not to mention most of the audience who were quickly attracted, even for professional fashion media people, the design of the angel costumes is full of too many remarkable points. Moreover, those who are interested can also find that the core of the big show to promote, Victoria's Secret brand underwear, has not been marginalized. Under the angel costumes, there were sexy lingerie that exceeded most styles of this era, and even revealed the ambition of the Victoria's Secret brand to subvert the lingerie style of women. The first theme, a performance of about 5 minutes, passed by in the blink of an eye in the hot atmosphere of the scene. Thousands of spectators in the hall saw the last closing Linda Evangelista disappear at the backstage exit, and they all felt that they were not satisfied. Not only that, most of the media people who participated in this big show subconsciously wanted to record their feelings in the past few minutes after the first theme ended. In just 5 minutes of the show, whether it was the lighting and music stage, the angel costume shape and lingerie design, or even the Victoria's Secret angels themselves, they were all worthy of careful and eloquent comments. If the various flashes of inspiration are not recorded immediately, they may not be gathered together later. In traditional catwalks, the media people holding notebooks in the audience often just pretend. This time, for the sake of the on-site shooting effect, the Victoria's Secret show team reminded the participating media people in advance not to bring notebooks, but just watch the show. If there are any questions, the team will answer them after the show, and will also provide all the information needed by the media. Therefore, when you don't want to write, you often need to bring paper and pen. This time, I was eager to write something, but I couldn't start writing. This feeling of being anxious was simply a torture. Fortunately, there was a waiting time of about 5 minutes between the two topics, so some people simply stood up, either looking for paper and pen to take notes, or reminding the photographers of their own media who were responsible for entering the venue to take pictures of the next things to pay attention to. After a short interval, the second topic soon arrived: Love in Paradise. When the song Paradise by the NLSN group sounded, a reporter from Rolling Stone magazine in the audience felt like he was going crazy. What a waste. It's really too wasteful. The previous song Angels is enough to support a hot-selling album. Now, there is another new song. The level is no worse, but the style is completely different. According to industry practice, most singers tend to only prepare one or two outstanding main songs for an album, and most of the others are often just to make up the numbers. This is also the reason why record giants oppose the splitting of singles in the digital era. Once split, most of the songs and many albums would be ignored. However, now, Westeros directly released top singles that are enough to support a hot-selling album, just to accompany a fashion show. Isn't this a waste? Exclamation mark. Originally, I still had some illusions, thinking that Angels and Paradise should be the best two, but when the third song Blank Space appeared, the reporter from Rolling Stone magazine sitting in the audience almost wanted to find someone to beat him up. Of course, after the beating, he hugged his thigh and shouted God. Taylor Swift's classic single Blank Space from country to pop is naturally no worse than the previous two. Not only that, for professional musicians, the arrangement and music skills contained in Blank Space are even better. In the original time and space, Blank Space also appeared on the T stage of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, and the style and tune naturally fit the Victoria's Secret fashion show perfectly. Chapter 511 Stunning, 2. The theme of Blank Space is called Night Elves. As the name suggests, the color is mainly black. The theme color and the rebellious and flamboyant princess in the background music complement each other. After the third theme, Lisa Collins, who was sitting in the audience, immediately liked the song Human, which turned to a soothing style again. The original singer of Human is Christina Perri. The background of this song is actually a story about a robot falling in love with a human and willing to give everything. Compared with the memory that this song was used as the background music of sports stars, Simon prefers the meaning of this song itself. In line with the content of the song, the fourth theme is called Steampunk. The soft Victoria's Secret Angels and the hardcore mechanical elements are perfectly combined, and against the background of the background music, it once again gives the audience a wonderful visual feast. The last theme, Pink Love, has a rap-style background music, which is also the only male song among the 5 background music, called Sexy Back, and the original singer of the song is Justin Timberlake. In the original timeline, Sexy Back was the opening song of the Victoria's Secret fashion show in 2006. Simon used this song as the closing music this time, and the theme style was also modified. Pink Love naturally means a variety of colorful colors. When the 5 major themes of psychedelic angels, heavenly love, night elves, steampunk and pink love were all over, an hour had passed in the lobby of the Chandler Theater without realizing it. The Victoria's Secret angels began to take their bows, and the audience in the lobby stood up and applauded. This spontaneous affirmation of the show made Michael Bay in the backstage control room breathe a sigh of relief. For this hour, Michael Bay was always on edge, fearing that something might happen. Fortunately, everything went well. The backup plan originally planned did not need to be taken out. Of course, there was something more important to do next, the post-production editing of the show. In total, he only had 5 days. This is comparable to the production rhythm of traditional TV series, but the requirements of the Victoria's Secret fashion show are definitely much higher than those of TV series. The curtain call in the hall lasted for more than 5 minutes. When some audience members couldn't help but come forward and ask for autographs from the Victoria's Secret angels on the stage, and other audience members followed suit, Michael Bay, who was worried that the situation would get out of control, quickly directed the staff to coordinate the angels to return to the backstage. In the past, professional fashion shows could not be treated like concert stars at this time. When the Victoria's Secret angels saw someone coming forward to ask for autographs, they were very enthusiastic and patient. After being reminded by the staff, some girls were even reluctant. It was not until the people around them repeatedly urged them that the girls turned around and returned to the backstage. In the hall, the audience began to leave reluctantly after the angels disappeared. Some of them with VIP invitations rushed to the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills to attend the upcoming post-show party. Backstage at the theater, the staff began to clean up and the angels had a final group photo session. Seeing Simon, Janet and 2 other girls appearing backstage, Cindy Crawford, who was standing in position to take a group photo, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly walked over, nodded to Janet, and said to the young man in front of her, "Simon, do you want to take a photo with us?" Many people around noticed this. Hearing Cindy's invitation, others felt envious. However, if there was anyone at the scene who is qualified to take a photo with a full 40 big fairies, it would probably be only Simon Westeros. However, Simon shook his head. "You guys take the photo, I won't go over." Cindy did not give up, and simply stepped forward and carefully took Simon's arm. "Come together, I think Jenny will definitely not mind, right?" Finally, she looked at Janet. Janet smiled and shook her head, and also pushed the man next to her. Simon still refused and said, "Actually, I have obsessive-compulsive disorder." Cindy was a little stunned. "What does this have to do with obsessive-compulsive disorder?" Simon gestured to the Victoria's Secret team, who had basically finished their positions, and explained, "If I stand in there, it will look very uncoordinated, as if some strange guy has sneaked in." Cindy finally understood this time. Reluctantly, she let go of the man and said, "That's a pity." Simon refused and claimed that he had obsessive-compulsive disorder. Even if others had such thoughts, they did not approach the Victoria's Secret team without knowing the tact. After taking group photos, everyone began to rush to the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel. The next day, the mainstream fashion media was almost everywhere with news about the Victoria's Secret show that had just ended. The information section of the Egret portal also spent a lot of space on special reports, and a large number of beautiful photos of the 40 Victoria's Secret angels on the show were also released. After the show, the appearance rate of the 40 Victoria's Secret angels in the media not only did not decrease, but increased again. Information about the theme songs of the show was also frequently submitted. Rolling Stone magazine generously praised the 5 theme songs for leading a new trend. Victoria's Secret officials also began to further promote the upcoming show broadcast on ABC on November 12. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye amid the close attention and expectations caused by the media hype. On November 12, ABC gave the show the most prime time slot of 8 o'clock. In the past, the program with the highest ratings during this time period was NBC's Law and Order. However, this time, in the real-time monitoring of ratings statistics agencies such as Nielsen, the ratings data of several major TV networks began to tilt towards ABC as it approached 8 o'clock in the evening. When the opening of the Victoria's Secret show appeared, the real-time audience of ABC had reached about 23.6 million, which was higher than the highest audience of about 21 million in the new season of Law and Order. Not only that, 23.6 million viewers are just the beginning. The show began with an aerial shot accompanied by Cindy Crawford's background commentary, facing directly towards the Dorothy Chandler Theater at the Los Angeles Music Center. The camera zooms in and out to the busy backstage of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. The background sound is replaced by the tense command voice in the headset, and at the same time, the close-up of the Victoria's Secret angels who are ready to go. Cindy Crawford, take your position. This is Linda Evangelista. Claudia, where is Claudia? Oh, my shoes. And Nadia. Ready, ready, last 30 seconds. Music. On the TV screen, everything stops instantly with the sound of a switch being pulled down, and the camera switches to the theater lobby. Then, the prelude of angels sounds with flashing lights. The camera starts to switch quickly. The prelude of about 50 seconds is about to end, and a voice comes from the headset again, go. Cindy Crawford appears. Stunning. And, applause. Michael Bay's 3 tricks are fully demonstrated in these few minutes of opening. The traces of the audience's emotions being mobilized can be seen from the real-time ratings feedback. When Cindy Crawford finally appeared, the number of viewers had risen from 23.6 million at the beginning to 26.1 million. Even if the ratings were frozen at this point, the TV broadcast of this show would definitely become a classic. However, in the 1990s, the internet had just emerged and cable TV had not yet reached its peak, and Americans' entertainment life was far less rich than it would be later. Therefore, this explosive and erotic fashion show attracted a large number of viewers for a while. Not only that, many viewers also reminded their relatives and friends to change channels through phone calls and other means. In Simon's memory, the live broadcast of the Super Bowl Victoria's Secret show in 1998 directly caused the network to paralyze. This time, because it was broadcast on ABC Wireless Network, Although there would be no ratings paralysis, there were obvious signs of empty streets. When the first theme was played, news came from New York that the number of viewers had exceeded 30 million. In this era, because several major public television networks are still in the monopoly stage, TV programs with 20 million viewers are everywhere, but 30 million viewers is a threshold that is difficult to cross, and it is a process of quantitative change to qualitative change. Usually only important award ceremonies or sports events can achieve such ratings. The first Victoria's Secret fashion show had a viewership of over 30 million, which is enough to be recorded in the history of television. Deanery's Entertainment plans to make the Victoria's Secret fashion show the Super Bowl of the fashion industry. Because of the 30 million viewers, it also seems to be worthy of the name. However, 30 million is still not the end. Speaking of which, because of the time difference between the East and West Coasts, the real-time ratings data counted by Nielsen and other institutions are not actually the real-time data of the East and West Coasts, because the West Coast has not yet broadcast. This real-time data is more accurate and is an indirect prediction based on years of experience. The development of the American television industry has been nearly half a century. Although it is a prediction, with the support of a large amount of previous data, this predicted data is not too different from the actual situation. Finally, at 9 o'clock, the one-hour TV show ended, and it was still 6 o'clock in the afternoon on the West Coast. Simon was still at the Deanery Studios in Malibu, and received the real-time data from ABC as soon as possible. When the first Victoria's Secret fashion show was broadcast, the highest number of viewers had reached 41.7 million, and the average number of viewers reached about 35.2 million. However, this average number of viewers exceeding 35 million has already ensured that ABC's original purchase of the broadcasting rights for $5 million is a big profit. Usually, for TV programs with similar ratings, $5 million is not even worth thinking about. Therefore, when the ratings data came out, ABC had already begun to explore the cooperation of next year's Victoria's Secret fashion show. Although only one contract was signed, and according to industry management, unless the TV station voluntarily gave up the TV program it had won, other TV networks could not intervene. However, the broadcasting rights for next year's Victoria's Secret fashion show were definitely not something that could be easily won with $5 million. On the third day, accurate ratings data came out. The first Victoria's Secret fashion show, broadcasted by ABC TV, had a maximum audience of 42.1 million, an average audience of 35.5 million, and a rating of 23.7 for core viewers aged 18 to 49, which means that 23.7% of all viewers aged 18 to 49 in the United States, who are the most attractive to advertisers, watch this fashion show. There are about 120 million core viewers in the United States at this time. The core audience rating is not the audience group that watches TV programs in real time, but is based on these 120 million viewers, regardless of whether these people watch TV. Therefore, the rating of 23.7 is even more amazing, which is equivalent to about 28 million core viewers watching the Victoria's Secret show, accounting for 80% of the total audience. In comparison, the core audience of other public network TV programs usually only accounts for 50% to 70%. This also further increases the net content of the Victoria's Secret show. The live show on November 7th attracted only professional fashion media. With a broadcast of the show on ABC TV on November 12th, this time, it triggered a big discussion of all media types. Mainstream newspapers on both sides of the Taiwan Strait, such as the New York Times, Los Angeles Times, and San Francisco Chronicle, reported on the grand broadcast of the Victoria's Secret show. A group of media that dominate American public opinion reported it, and more print media naturally began to move. For a time, a large number of print media in North America were full of words related to Victoria's Secret. This trend also quickly spread overseas. The Victoria's Secret brand has achieved a further leap in popularity through this show. The 40 Victoria's Secret angels who participated in this show are undoubtedly the most direct beneficiaries. In the past, they could only increase their media exposure through various forms of climbing up, and even if they succeeded, they were often just vases around certain singers and certain stars. This time, the 40 Victoria's Secret angels became the absolute protagonists, and the status of Victoria's Secret angels in media reports is no longer dependent on the existence of others. Facing the numerous invitations for cooperation with Victoria's Secret Angels, major model agencies were overjoyed, and at the same time, the first thing they thought of was to ensure the status of their own Victoria's Secret Angels as much as possible. It is conceivable that the competition for the next Victoria's Secret Angels will be extremely fierce. The supermodels who were expected to become the spokespersons of Victoria's Secret Angels but failed to reach an agreement on salary and other aspects began to regret it at this time. However, the 5 Victoria's Secret Angel spokespersons have undoubtedly become the most stable ones. As for the others, everyone can only hope that a young man who has absolute control over this big show will not make a big change in the Victoria's Secret Army next year. In addition, the 5 background music also attracted great attention from music fans, who asked about the release of these song albums through phone calls and letters. Deaneries Entertainment also quickly announced that it would release the videotape of the Victoria's Secret show during the week of Thanksgiving. As for the related single records, it will have to wait until Easter next year at least. The purpose of Deaneries Entertainment doing this is of course obvious, that is, to further increase the popularity of the Victoria's Secret brand through the sale of videotapes. Of course, there is no lack of critical remarks in the enthusiastic reporting trend. Many conservative media people have accused this big show of being too vulgar and revealing, which is likely to have a negative impact on the youth group. ABC also responded quickly, and will put a TV-14 label on the show next year to remind viewers that it is not suitable for viewers under 14 years old. Of course, when the time comes, children will still insist on watching it, which is beyond ABC's control. The ultimate beneficiary of all this noise is the Victoria's Secret lingerie brand. After the previous Victoria's Secret live show, Victoria's Secret sales have shown a significant increase, and with the television broadcast of the Victoria's Secret show, the relevant sales data has increased significantly. Chapter 512 Thanksgiving Opening. On November 13th, the day after the Victoria's Secret fashion show was broadcast on TV, the Thanksgiving season began. Columbia Pictures' Bram Stoker's Dracula, which cost $40 million to produce, became the first large-scale movie to be released during the Thanksgiving season, with 2,491 screens. Gay Omen film Scent of a Woman was screened on a small scale on the same day. As Gay Omen film's key award-winning film this year, Scent of a Woman only opened on 20 screens. In addition to the 2 key films, several small-budget films, such as Red Lips by Goldwyn Films and The End of Sorrow by Orion Films, were released at the same time. The scale of opening screens was less than 300, which was basically a cannon fodder in the Thanksgiving season. On the other hand, Deaneries Entertainment released The Ring during the Halloween schedule. After the opening of the first week from October 30th to November 5th with a good opening of $28.79 million, as the word of mouth and popularity continued to ferment, the box office in the second week from November 6th to November 12th only fell by a very weak 13%, and earned another $25.03 million. In 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of this movie, adapted from a Japanese horror novel, has reached $53.82 million. Considering that the popular Thanksgiving schedule is coming up, The Ring has no other similar films to compete with it during this schedule. The distribution team of New World Pictures predicts that the total North American box office of this Japanese horror film is expected to reach more than $150 million. The North American box office of more than $150 million is enough to ensure that The Ring ranks among the top 10 in the North American movie box office list in 1992. In order to save costs, The Ring was filmed in Australia, and Nicole Kidman's salary was not high. In addition, with a tax refund from Australia, the final production budget of the film was only $13 million. The production cost of $13 million and the expected North American box office of more than $150 million, with a return rate of more than 10 times the box office cost, made the whole Hollywood jealous. Moreover, this is only the income from the North American box office. When the film is a great success in North America, the subsequent overseas box office, videotape and TV broadcast income will also rise. The total profit of the entire project in the next few years will easily exceed most of Hollywood's other blockbusters, except the DC Movie Universe project. When Simon bought the adaptation rights of Midnight Ring, Hollywood began to follow suit and snap up the copyrights of Japanese horror novels. With the success of Midnight Ring, Hollywood suddenly had many Japanese horror film projects on the preparation schedule. Speaking of it, The key to the success of Midnight Ring is still a brand new horror film style, a horror film model that is very different from the traditional Western screaming blood-spattered murderer. This model is based on Eastern gods, ghosts and evil spirits, but it does not necessarily have to be based on Eastern horror stories as a template. In fact, Western haunted incidents are also very rich. Therefore, when other studios tried to follow the trend of Midnight Ring, Simon asked New World Pictures president Danny Morris to collect relevant materials that happened in North America. As of the release of Midnight Ring, the cumulative box office of The Crying Game, which opened on September 25, reached $20.54 million. From October 30 to November 12, The Crying Game continued to earn $7.22 million and $5.37 million respectively with more than 500 screens, and the cumulative box office continued to climb to $33.13 million. The arrival of the Thanksgiving period will also slow down the decline of The Crying Game. Gale-Mann Films predicts that the final North American box office of The Crying Game is expected to be between $60 million and $70 million. Moreover, this low-cost literary film with excellent box office and word of mouth will also become the focus of Gale-Mann Films in the next awards season together with Scent of a Woman. In Simon's memory, both films were successfully nominated for the Oscar for Best Picture that year. This time, as long as Scent of a Woman performs as expected at the box office in the next few weeks, Gale-Mann Pictures will focus more on Scent of a Woman in next year's awards season to avoid diluting the votes. Of course, in order to stimulate the subsequent box office potential as much as possible, The Crying Game will also not lack nominations. Because there are so many excellent films produced by Deaneries Entertainment, it has been giving up in recent years. Take this year for example, the films produced by Deaneries Entertainment in 1992, Howard's End, which participated in the Cannes Film Festival in May this year and was released in August, The Crying Game released in September, and Scent of a Woman, which opened during the Thanksgiving period. All three films were nominated for the Best Picture at the Oscars next year in Simon's memory. However, there is only one Best Picture after all. In order to avoid the votes being shared, Deaneries Entertainment can only apply for nominations for one film, which will inevitably lead to other films being neglected. Howard's End, adapted from the British novelist Forster, was released in mid-August and stayed in North American theaters for a total of 9 weeks, with a total domestic box office of $26.12 million. For a period art film with a production cost of only $6 million, this is already a very impressive result. If it was released by other studios, it would definitely become the focus of next year's awards season. However, under Deaneries Entertainment, even without Scent of a Woman, Howard's End would fall behind The Crying Game, whose total box office in North America is expected to exceed $60 million. Many Hollywood filmmakers have already realized this. For example, Jonathan Demme, the director of The Silence of the Lambs last year, compared with the great victory of The Silence of the Lambs at the 64th Academy Awards in 1992 and the original Time and Space, this Time and Space, under the impact of Deaneries Entertainment's other two films The Piano and Thelma and Louise, this phenomenal horror movie only received a few marginal nominations. Deaneries Entertainment completely gave up the 64th Academy Awards for long-term award-winning strategy considerations. Hollywood filmmakers often pay more attention to their own performance at the box office, but they will not ignore honors. Because of the experience of The Silence of the Lambs, Jonathan Demme's Philadelphia story prepared this year did not continue to cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment. It was only under Simon's personal matchmaking that he chose to be invested by MGM. Philadelphia Story, a movie about the rights protection experience of an aged lawyer played by Tom Hanks, can be seen by people familiar with the operating rules of Hollywood that the film is obviously aimed at the Oscars just by looking at the type of subject matter. In the original timeline, Tom Hanks won his first Oscar for Best Actor with Philadelphia Story, and in the following year, he became the first Oscar winner to win the Little Golden Man for 2 consecutive years with a phenomenal Forrest Gump. Not only that, Philadelphia Story also had excellent box office. After Simon postponed the production plan of Forrest Gump, Tom Hanks, who had a tight schedule, was able to rejoin Philadelphia Story. The film will start shooting in January next year and is expected to be released at the end of 1993, impacting the 1994 awards season. It is worth mentioning that in addition to Tom Hanks's possibility of creating a miracle of winning again, Jonathan Demme is also destined to miss the Oscar this time. Because, At the end of 1993, there was also Spielberg's Schindler's List. Simon chose to postpone Forrest Gump because the schedule was too crowded at the end of 1993, and also took Schindler's List into consideration. It would be a pity if the two films that are expected to top the Oscars met. By staggering them by 1 year, Deanery's Entertainment can naturally become the biggest winner of the Oscars for 2 consecutive years. Given the status of the two films in Hollywood film history on the original timeline, who dares to say that Schindler's List is not qualified to top the Oscars? Who can question the strength of Forrest Gump? After the Victoria's Secret fashion show was broadcast on TV, there were dedicated people to take care of the follow-up matters. Simon and his wife rushed to Melbourne together on the following weekend to attend David Johnston and Leslie Wickett's wedding on November 21st, and planned to stay in Australia until after the new year. Deanery's Entertainment's most important end-of-year schedule, Home Alone 2 to be released on November 20th and Jurassic Park to be released on December 18th, will also be operated by the company team. Melbourne, Australia. The Johnston mansion on the Yarra River in the northern suburbs of the city is becoming more and more lively as David Johnston's wedding approaches. Both Anthony Johnston and Norman Johnston's families have moved in. Simon and his wife originally wanted to live in their villa nearby, but because of the old man's mandatory order, they had to move in together. Veronica also moved in with the little guy. Finally, with the addition of David Johnston and Patrick Johnston, the whole family gathered. Because of her daughter's wedding, many people from Leslie Wickett's family also came. Arrived in Melbourne on November 15th, and then spent a week in various busy social activities. It was not until the wedding on November 21st that David Johnston and Leslie Wickett left Australia to start their honeymoon trip, and Melbourne was free. Simon and Janet stayed in Melbourne for a few days, and the couple left for Tasmania, which is across the sea from Melbourne. Over the years, Simon has never stopped buying land in Tasmania. Realizing the purchase behavior of this young super-rich man, the land price in Tasmania has also risen. However, after all, it is a piece of land on the edge of the world. Although there are some original landowners waiting for a price and followers with certain ideas, there are not many people who are willing to spend money in Tasmania. After continuous expansion, the total area of land owned by Simon in Tasmania has unknowingly reached 13,000 square kilometers, equivalent to 3.2 million acres, which is more than 1/5 of the total area of Tasmania. Of course, most of these are barren mountains and forests with no output. Unless Simon intends to cut down the virgin forests in the territory, it will be difficult for him to obtain any economic output. Simon certainly does not intend to do this. He should be considered an environmentalist in his bones. However, because of his pessimistic nature, Simon did not deliberately change too many things, but he did not mind doing things that could be done at will. In order to protect the ecology, Simon even bought and closed a copper mine in his territory, and invested money to restore the forest that was severely damaged by mining. It is a bit of a waste to have such a large piece of land and do nothing. Janet once proposed that Tasmania could be developed into a film location shooting base. The original natural landscapes such as forests, grasslands and lakes here are no worse than those of New Zealand next door, but Simon still did not agree. This land at the end of the world, he only intends to be his own paradise, and does not want to get too much attention. In addition, the doomsday shelter that was built in the depths of the Tasmanian forest on a whim has also been completed. It is a complete military facility level. After the project was completed, the construction team evacuated. Even though many people knew that there was such a fortification deep in the dense forest, most people could not find it without accurate location guidance. For more than a week in late November, Simon and Janet lived in a cabin near the refuge. They rode horses, climbed mountains, rafted and hunted during the day, and rested in the refuge at night. When they were in the mood, they asked people to bring in a large amount of supplies to fill the interior space of the refuge. Simon and his wife lived in a secluded world of two in the jungle of Tasmania. In North America, the Thanksgiving season is still going on. From November 13th to November 19th, Francis Ford Coppola's vampire thriller Dracula successfully topped the single-week box office championship, earning $38.7 million in 7 days, with an average of more than $15,000 per theater. The second-ranked The Ring was released in its third week, and the box office fell by only 17%, continuing to earn $20.77 million, and the cumulative box office in 3 weeks reached $74.59 million. The new film Scent of a Woman, released by Deaneries Entertainment's Gay-Omen Films, has a comprehensive film review score of 8.8 points. It opened on 20 screens in the first week and earned $630,000 in 7 days, with an average of $31,000 per theater. Whether it is the film critics' reputation or the box office data, Scent of a Woman has reached the level of popularity that an awards season film should have. On November 20th, the blockbuster Home Alone 2 officially opened on 2,673 screens during the Thanksgiving period. Because of the amazing box office accumulated by the first Home Alone, this week, the only competition with Home Alone 2 was a biographical drama Dark Tide by Warner Bros., which was released at the same time. Dark Tide was directed by Spike Lee and starred Denzel Washington. It is still a movie about racial issues. Compared with Home Alone 2, the number of screens for the opening of Dark Tide was only 1,124, and because of the subject matter, it basically did not pose any competition or threat to Home Alone 2. With the popularity of the first film and the unremitting promotion of Deaneries Entertainment, although the plot of Home Alone 2 overlaps with the first film, which has reduced the reputation of the film to a certain extent, it is very qualified as a comedy film in the holiday season. From November 20th to November 26th, in the first 7 days of its opening, Home Alone 2 won a box office of $53.13 million, easily topping the single-week box office list. Affected by Home Alone 2, Bram Stoker's Dracula fell by 45% in a single week, and earned $21.5 million in the second week of its release, ranking second. The cumulative box office in 2 weeks was $60.21 million. Although the production cost was as high as $40 million, it earned more than $60 million in 2 weeks, and Columbia's profit on this project can also be expected. Spike Lee's new film Dark Tide has obviously exceeded the expectations of the industry in the market performance, which can be said to be a double harvest of box office and reputation. The film not only received a comprehensive media rating of 8.8 points, which is comparable to Scent of a Woman, but also opened on 1,124 screens, and the box office revenue in the first 7 days of the week reached $18.31 million, with an average of more than $16,000 per theater, ranking third in the single-week list. Unfortunately, like Deaneries Entertainment's The Crying Game and Howard's End, Dark Tide is destined to make way for another Warner Bros. Film Unforgiven in the upcoming awards season. Following Dark Tide, The Ring ranked fourth on the list, and the film's single-week box office decline also widened to 24%. In the fourth week of its release, it again earned $15.79 million, and the cumulative box office in 4 weeks was $90.38 million. It is expected to break the $100 million mark next week. The box office figures of Passenger 57, which ranked fifth on the list, fell directly to around $6 million. With word of mouth and popularity growing, Scent of a Woman maintained its 20-screen scale in the second week, but the average revenue per theater increased to $37,000, earning another $740,000. With 2 consecutive weeks of outstanding film performance as a foundation, Scent of a Woman officially expanded its screening scale in the new week, with a number of screens reaching 1,083. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Hug. The Johnston family mansion. The loud cry of a child was heard, and Veronica was the first to appear at the door. In the living room, Simon and Janet were each guarding one side of the room, with a little kid in the middle. Janet was still comforting and encouraging Melbourne in a gentle voice, but Melbourne sat on the carpet and cried loudly without paying any attention. Seeing Veronica appear, the little kid immediately spread his chubby hands to her, and said vaguely with a crying voice, "Grandma, Nana, hug, hug." Veronica looked at the little kid's appearance, stepped forward with heartache, but stopped and looked at Simon, who was holding a baby toy in his hand with a helpless expression. Tomorrow is December 6th, Melbourne's first birthday. Normally, a toddler should be able to try to walk at this time, or at least stand, but it is obvious that the little kid is spoiled by a large family, but he can't even stand steadily at this time. He learned to speak quite early, but this made Simon even more depressed. The first word a child learns is not dad or mom, but it doesn't matter. Grandpa and grandma are fine, After all, they are taken care of here. However, the first word a little guy learns is hug. He is not shy and wants to hug everyone he meets. Faced with such a delicate and coquettish baby, this request can certainly be met. So, he is often carried by adults. He could crawl when he was half a year old, but now he is too lazy to crawl, let alone walk. When the little guy was still in Janet's belly, they occasionally discussed about the education of a child and said that one must be a good policeman and the other a bad policeman. Now it seems that Simon and Janet are both bad policemen. Of course, there is no shortage of good policemen. Almost all of them are in Australia. Simon didn't speak, and Veronica didn't dare to go forward to pick up the child. The little guy saw that Nana, who used to love him, didn't move, and cried even louder. Then, the big boss appeared. Raymond Johnston appeared at the door, took a look at the situation in the room, and immediately understood what was going on. Perhaps because of the relationship between the two generations, the old man doted on the little guy even more. He just glared at his daughter and son-in-law with a stern face, walked over and took the little guy who was already shouting "Papa, hug" away. Janet watched the child being taken away by his father, dropped the rattle in her hand, looked at Simon, and said, "How can this be possible?" Veronica still stayed in the distance, and after hearing what Janet said, she whispered, "Mur is still young." She glanced at Simon again. Simon also dropped the toy in his hand, noticed the obvious worry in Veronica's eyes, hesitated, and just shrugged. Veronica was obviously worried that the couple would take the little guy away this time. Janet looked at the strange exchange of emotions between Simon and Veronica, feeling a little depressed. She simply opened her arms and shouted to Simon, "Hug me." Simon noticed the dissatisfaction on Janet's face, smiled, stood up and walked over, bent down and hugged her light body, and kissed the woman on the face, and then left the living room in such a sticky way. The old man was originally a little dissatisfied with Simon and Janet for leaving the child in Australia to be taken care of by Veronica. When he came here just last month, he hinted that the little guy should be brought back to Los Angeles. However, these days, seeing the couple teaching the child to walk, he suddenly stopped mentioning a certain thing. In Janet's words, the old man educated his eldest and second sons, and then he was not very good at raising offspring. For the youngest grandson, he spoiled him to the extreme. If the little guy is left here all the time, if they want to have successors in Westeros, they will probably have to have another child. Of course, this is mostly a joke. The child is indeed still a little young. The next day was the little guy's first birthday. Preparations had already begun in advance, so it was naturally very lively. A lot of wealthy and famous people from Australia came, but the little guy was unaware of it. It was more like a social party. Probably inspired by the dream of red mansions that she had been reading non-stop, Janet also played a small game of grabbing the weak at the party. Of course, there was definitely no powder, lipstick or other things, all of which were various objects with very good meanings. There was no chance for the little guy to become Giabayo at all. In the end, he grabbed a piece of iron ore, and the old man was happy for the whole day. Janet was very depressed and thought that the little guy grabbed the iron ore because the thing looked like chocolate. Little foodie. Simon thought that it was more likely that among a pile of serious things such as pens and watches, the black iron ore looked the most unserious. The little guy saw something strange in a pair of daily necessities, and of course he would grab it out of curiosity. The scale of the Westeros system is really too large, and even on vacation, Simon can't completely let go of everything. In North America, the most eye-catching thing during Thanksgiving was not Home Alone 2, which was bound to achieve high box office, but the sales of the videotapes of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. After the ABC TV broadcast created a ratings miracle, Deanery's Entertainment quickly put the videotapes of the fashion show on the shelves a week later. Whether it was the unforgettable enchanting style of the Victoria's Secret Army or the 5 consecutive new songs in the fashion show that became classics, they all greatly promoted the sales of the Victoria's Secret fashion show videotapes. It happened to be the peak sales season during the holiday season. In just the first week of being put on the shelves, the Victoria's Secret fashion show videotapes quickly sold 780,000 boxes. If the videotapes were not so popular that production and distribution could not keep up with the demand, it would not be a problem for the sales to exceed 1 million boxes in the first week. In the following 2 weeks, the weekly sales of this videotape reached 1.36 million boxes and 950,000 boxes respectively. In just last week, The total sales reached 3.09 million boxes. At a price of about $30, 3.09 million boxes of videotapes, sales exceeded $90 million. Obviously, this is just the beginning. The industry generally predicts that the sales of this phenomenal videotape will exceed 10 million copies in North America alone, and the total sales worldwide are expected to reach 15 million copies. You know, the total global sales of the best Hollywood box office films in recent years after the release of the videotape is also this number: 15 million copies, $450 million in sales. It is definitely a miracle. In recent years, the entire Hollywood has been trying to catch up with Deanery's Entertainment as much as possible. However, just this videotape has once again made other competitors feel frustrated that it is out of reach. Both the entertainment industry and the fashion industry are amazed at the sales of the Victoria's Secret show videotape. Later, there was even news that Ford Model Agency tried to ask for a share of the sales of this videotape. According to the basic agreement between Hollywood and major guilds, film and television creators do have the right to receive a small commission from the sales of videotapes, but this videotape is a complete exception. Even though some of the Victoria's Secret angels are actors, this time, Deanery's Entertainment and the Victoria's Secret Army signed an ordinary catwalk contract. Don't even think about getting a share. When Amy Pascal heard the news, she spread the word that if Ford was going to make a fuss, none of the company's models would be able to walk on the Victoria's Secret runway next year. They knew it was unlikely to get a share of the pie, so when faced with this warning, all those who were thinking about it immediately stopped. This show has obviously helped the models' careers. Because of the extremely high ratings of the TV show and the huge sales of the videotapes, the 40 Victoria's Secret angels have already had a public reputation far exceeding that of other models in the same industry, and invitations for cooperation have come one after another. The competition in the fashion industry is very fierce, and everyone would be eager to have such an advantage, so naturally there would be no unnecessary trouble. If they are really kicked out, then some people will cry and some will laugh. Those who cry are those who are kicked out, and those who laugh are those who try every means to get in. Limited Chairman Leslie Wexner was even more grateful but also regretful. He almost agreed to fully authorize the Victoria's Secret fashion show to Deanery's Entertainment. If he did so, Limited would not get a penny from the huge revenue from the sales of the videotapes. Unfortunately, if he could have borne all the investment in the Victoria's Secret fashion show instead of sharing the budget with Deanery's Entertainment, most of the revenue would have belonged to Limited. With sales of $450 million, net profit is estimated to be $150 million after deducting all costs. The entire Limited may not have such a net profit in most years. Of course, Leslie Wexner also knows that the revenue this time may be very large at one time. After all, the first Victoria's Secret fashion show was basically directed by Simon Westeros himself. Whether it was the design of the angel costume or the production of the background music, Westeros spent a lot of thought, which gave the audience an unprecedented sense of surprise. The future Victoria's Secret fashion show will certainly attract much attention. However, because the angel costume is destined to not be able to make much innovation, Westeros is unlikely to continue to create songs for the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Therefore, it is basically impossible to get the first sensation again. Of course, it is also exciting to have such an opportunity. The focus of this operation, the Victoria's Secret brand, is expected to see a significant increase of 30% in overall sales this year compared to 1991, most of which was achieved in the 6 months after the Westeros system completed the acquisition of Limited. It is expected that next year, Victoria's Secret sales growth is likely to reach 40% to 50%. If this sales growth rate is maintained, Victoria's Secret will be able to grow into the largest underwear brand in North America within 5 years. On the other hand, Limited's fast fashion transformation of its fashion business has also been quite smooth. Leslie Wexner is an experienced businessman who has been immersed in the fashion industry for many years, and he never rests on his laurels. In the past, he just couldn't find the right direction. After getting Simon's guidance, Leslie Wexner carefully investigated the Spanish Zara brand that has developed its business to North America, and quickly sorted out the company's expansion model, and made corresponding adjustments and transformations to Limited's Express brand. Simon thought that he could stay in Australia safely until after the new year on this vacation. However, after the news of the great success of the Victoria's Secret videotape, North America suddenly received another not-so-good news. The matter is about Time Warner. Everyone knows that Steve Ross has not much time left because of cancer. However, after more than half a year of treatment, at least on the surface, Ross seems to have shown signs of improvement, and he still firmly controls the Time Warner Group during this year. Time Warner's situation, except for the film business supported by the DC movie universe, is somewhat unsatisfactory. After waiting patiently for more than half a year, with the arrival of the end of the year, some people are restless again. Gerald Levin, the current vice chairman of Time Warner, who has been designated as the next successor by Ross, suddenly launched an attack recently. Together with a large number of Time Warner shareholders and senior executives, he demanded that Steve Ross step down on the grounds that Ross was seriously ill and could not concentrate on managing the company. The most direct result of this management coup was not Ross's resignation, but the sharp drop in Time Warner's stock price. Naturally, another group of people expressed dissatisfaction, especially Ross's die-hard supporters. The two sides went back and forth in the media and privately, and were basically going to stop. After all, no one wants Time Warner's stock price to continue to fall. However, another incident happened soon. On December 13th, Steve Ross suddenly fell into a coma and lost consciousness. After examination, the doctor determined that it was a lung infection caused by complications of cancer. For a patient with advanced cancer, because the immune system is too fragile, cancer itself is often not fatal, and complications are the most dangerous. 2 days later, after an emergency operation, Steve Ross's family announced that Ross's condition had stabilized again. However, people familiar with the inside story knew that Steve Ross was still in a coma, and it was very likely that he would not survive this difficult time. The news inevitably spread, and Time Warner's stock price fell again. As a result, the high-level coup, Ross's critical illness, and the turmoil that lasted for a week, cumulatively, still caused Time Warner's stock price to fall by 16%, and the market value fell from the initial $17.3 billion when the incident occurred to $14.5 billion. In just 1 week, the market value evaporated by $2.8 billion. At this point, everyone stopped making a fuss. In just 1 week, it brought investors $2.8 billion in book value. If they were to care about it, everyone might have to leave. Moreover, with Ross being critically ill, there was no need to make a fuss. The top management of Time Warner also realized that it was most important to prevent the company from continuing to fall into turmoil at this time. However, when it came to further distribution of power, the factions were once again deadlocked. The culprit of the recent series of events was Gerald Levin, and then they dared not confront each other in public. However, Ross's faction also strongly invited Gerald Levin to take responsibility in private. Simply put, it was to give up his original plan to succeed Ross. Gerald Levin took action in advance because he didn't want to wait any longer to avoid complications, and he would not take the initiative to give in at this time. Of course, everyone cares about the market value and stock price, but if he cannot take charge of Time Warner, this company will be irrelevant to him. Chapter 514 A Tyrannosaurus Rex. New York, Time Warner headquarters in Midtown Manhattan. The time is December 16th. In the conference room, the Time Warner Group's board of directors, core management and important shareholders gathered together, and the dispute has lasted for a whole afternoon. When Terry Semel opposed Gerald Levin's request to take over Time Warner Group immediately, Levin immediately pointed the finger at Semel. Regarding DC, Terry, this is definitely the biggest mistake made by the film department. We could have owned the entire DC movie universe, but because of your personal stupidity, the copyrights of Superman, Batman and Wonder Woman are all in the hands of Deaneries Entertainment, and we don't even have the initiative to intervene in the production. Terry Semel is the chairman and CEO of Warner Brothers Pictures and has no direct jurisdiction over DC Comics. Seriously speaking, sharing the DC movie universe with Deaneries Entertainment, except for Superman who was bought by the other party at a high price in advance, all others were decided by Ross, the head of the group. However, Terry Semel couldn't push the responsibility onto Steve Ross at this time. At this critical juncture, to hit Ross's prestige would be equivalent to weakening the possibility of Ross's direct executives taking over the power of Time Warner. Jer, I totally disagree with your point of view. DC has been established for more than half a century. If the DC movie universe is so easy to create, why hasn't anyone come up with similar ideas in the past few decades? Therefore, cooperation with Deaneries Entertainment on the DC movie universe project is one of the smartest decisions made by our film department, And it is by no means a mistake. In recent years, the DC Movie Universe project has contributed nearly half of the profits of Warner's film industry. Gerald Levin did not give in, staring at Terry Semel and said, "But we could have gotten more, right?" Terry Semel met Levin's gaze and said with a cold expression, "If you plan to make trouble, I have nothing to say. Everyone should know whether I have been unreasonable or not," Gerald Levin said, glancing around and turning his gaze back to Semel, saying, "If losing the copyrights to the three superheroes Superman, Batman and Wonder Woman is excusable, but what did you do afterwards? If I remember correctly, the original plan was that the DC movie universe should have a production rhythm of 2 films a year. What about now? You just do whatever Simon Westeros says. Moreover, in order to cater to Deanery's entertainment, you deliberately suppressed the development of other superhero movies. If I were in control of the film department, I would never let this happen. Not only that, after the success of the DC movie universe, Green Lantern, Aquaman, Shazam, Martian Manhunter, etc., these projects can actually be started, and the copyrights are completely in our hands. As a result, you have done nothing about it." After Gerald Levin's words, many people in the meeting room couldn't help but nod in agreement. Simon had readjusted the development rhythm of the DC movie universe, delaying the original plan of 2 films a year to 3 films in 2 years or even 1 film a year, which had already made many senior executives within Time Warner dissatisfied. Even Steve Ross himself did not agree at the time. However, because Deanery's Entertainment had too much initiative in the DC movie universe plan, coupled with Simon's own strength, the matter was finalized. Gerald Levin suddenly brought up the old matter at this time, and also talked about a large number of DC projects whose copyrights were completely in the hands of Time Warner itself but could not be developed, which immediately resonated with the senior executives who hated it. Terry Semel noticed the expressions of the people around him, his mind moved slightly, and he said to Gerald Levin, "I think you should understand that over-exploitation of copyrights will only lead to the audience's rapid boredom, Ger. Moreover, the DC film universe plan involves our contract with Deanery's Entertainment. I don't think just a few words from you can make Simon Westeros make concessions. We have the distribution rights for 4 series of the 5 major superhero movies that have been developed." Gerald Levin had obviously considered this matter seriously, and immediately said, "If Deanery's Entertainment does not want these projects to be thrown into unpopular schedules, if they want to get timely share settlements, then they must make concessions. Things like major studios delaying the box office share of independent film companies are actually just like falsifying distribution costs. It is a long-standing practice in Hollywood, and this practice is often used as a weapon by movie giants to suppress their competitors. The DC movie universe involves 5 major superhero movie series: Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash and Cyborg. Except for the Wonder Woman series, which is distributed by Deanery's Entertainment, the distribution of other projects is handled by Warner Brothers Pictures. If Warner wants to hold Deanery's Entertainment's neck, it can indeed take measures such as giving garbage schedules, using Hollywood's account books to falsify budgets, and delaying the settlement of box office and other channels of income. However, can Simon Westeros compromise by doing so? Terry Semel almost immediately thought of the Bodyguard soundtrack incident 2 years ago. Because Arista Records, which was responsible for the distribution of the Bodyguard soundtrack, tried to swallow up the record revenue, Deanery's Entertainment directly stopped the distribution of the soundtrack, completely ignoring the huge potential losses that might be caused by the sudden removal of a record that was expected to reach tens of millions of sales. The interests involved in the DC movie universe are of course far greater than the soundtrack of The Bodyguard. However, based on Terry Semel's understanding of Simon, he felt that if Warner dared to play tricks on the DC movie universe project, it would most likely face the strongest counterattack from Deanery's Entertainment. Terry Semel's idea just now was to guide Gerald Levin to say what he just said. Since the goal was achieved, he was too lazy to talk too much nonsense with the other party. Anyway, this meeting today was destined to have no results. Seeing that Terry Semel no longer refuted him, Gerald Levin continued, "As long as everyone agrees that I will run this company, I will immediately start renegotiations with Deanery's Entertainment. The film department may rely heavily on the DC movie universe, and the same is true for Deanery's Entertainment. Moreover, even if the worst result occurs and the 2 sides are temporarily deadlocked, we will only lose the 3 superheroes Superman, Batman and Wonder Woman. Without these three superheroes, DC can still develop superheroes such as the Flash, Cyborg, and Green Lantern. In the conference room, Robert Daly, another Warner executive who belonged to the same camp as Terry Semel, couldn't stand it anymore and sneered, "Gerald, you don't know what losing the big three means to DC." Gerald Levin was suddenly interrupted and said unhappily, "Of course I understand. I'm just saying that Time Warner can take more initiative in this matter and share more benefits, instead of being constrained by a young man in his 20s. After a whole afternoon of fruitless arguments in the conference room of the East Coast headquarters, the senior executives of Time Warner went to the West Coast of the United States. Today happened to be the premiere of another blockbuster film, Jurassic Park, by Deaneries Entertainment, at the end of the year. Hollywood Walk of Fame. In the afternoon on the West Coast, a large number of fans had gathered near the Chinese theater. Deaneries Entertainment was not stingy in the promotion of Jurassic Park and laid a long red carpet outside the theater. At 6 o'clock, guests began to appear one after another. Fans on both sides of the road called out the names of stars such as Robert Redford, Julia Roberts, Robert De Niro, Nicole Kidman, Bruce Willis, Demi Moore, etc. again and again. When the time approached 7 o'clock, Steven Spielberg, Sam Neill, Rene Russo and other main creators of Jurassic Park appeared, which once again caused a commotion and screams among fans. The red carpet ceremony ended and the movie premiere officially began. In addition to a large number of celebrity guests and media reporters, hundreds of lucky fans were invited to watch this special effects dinosaur blockbuster tonight. While many people in the city spent an ordinary night as usual, the audience in the Chinese theater experienced a 2-hour wonderful visual journey. Even though the DC movie universe projects in recent years have made many audiences feel the great charm of movie CG special effects, when the ancient creatures that used to only exist in books or imaginations appeared on the big screen, everyone still felt very shocked. The next day was Thursday. Out of confidence in Jurassic Park, Deaneries Entertainment lifted the ban on media reviews as usual one day before the film was released. The Hollywood Reporter praised Jurassic Park as a monster movie in a monster movie, and the film once again makes people appreciate the powerful charm of film technology. The Los Angeles Times also praised Spielberg has once again created a milestone in monster movies after Jaws. The resurrected dinosaurs in Jurassic Park are shocking, awe-inspiring, and exciting. In addition to the Hollywood Reporter and Los Angeles Times, other mainstream media such as Variety, The New York Times, and The Washington Post have almost all given unanimous praise to Jurassic Park, and the film's preliminary comprehensive media score has reached 9.3 points. After several months of intensive publicity by Deaneries Entertainment, the reputation of the film has been confirmed, and the audience's expectations for Jurassic Park have reached the highest level. On the same day, along with a large number of news about Jurassic Park in the media, another news that attracted close attention from Hollywood appeared in the New York Times. The headline of the news is Time Warner may renegotiate DC movie universe contracts with Deaneries. The article begins with the usual insider revelation, telling that Time Warner Vice Chairman Gerald Levin said in a tough attitude at yesterday's high-level meeting that Time Warner has been too passive in cooperating with Deaneries on the DC movie universe. After taking over the company, Levin will renegotiate the cooperation of the DC movie universe with Deaneries Entertainment. Moreover, if Deaneries Entertainment does not agree to make enough concessions, Time Warner would rather shelve the development of the three giant projects of Superman, Batman and Wonder Woman, get rid of Deaneries Entertainment, and use its own superhero copyrights to create a DC movie universe exclusively for Time Warner. As of the summer season of Wonder Woman, the DC movie universe has only launched 4 films, but these 4 films have already created a total revenue of more than $10 billion in channels such as box office, videotapes, and peripheral products. It can be imagined how much lucrative benefits the two companies will bring if the entire plan is fully implemented. Therefore, the article in the New York Times almost immediately triggered public opinion. A large number of media reporters called the senior executives of the two companies to inquire about more inside information, and countless DC movie universe fans also expressed their strong concern about this incident through phone calls, letters and emerging internet platforms. Faced with this sudden article in the New York Times and the influx of inquiries from the media, and of course the downward fluctuation of Time Warner's stock price after the opening of the market that day, Gerald Levin could only try his best to explain that he had no intention of shelving the Big Three project and accused the New York Times of misinterpreting his remarks. However, This was tantamount to admitting the fact that the other party intended to renegotiate with Deaneries Entertainment. On the other hand, the Egret portal published a personal response from Deaneries Entertainment CEO Amy Pascal on the headlines that morning. Pascal said that she did not know the details of the matter, but Deaneries Entertainment expressed regret for Gerald Levin's remarks that he tried to undermine the good cooperative relationship between the two companies. However, under this very official response on the Egret portal, there was also another piece of news next to it, about the latest videotape sales data of the Spider-Man animated film in the first half of the year. This 2D superhero animated film, released during the Easter period in April, has sold more than 8 million videotapes worldwide as of December. In the next few years, it is only a matter of time to achieve tens of millions of sales through long-tail sales. As long as you are not a fool, you can realize the attitude of Deaneries Entertainment by seeing these two closely connected news. Deaneries Entertainment is not afraid of falling out with Time Warner. Without the DC movie universe, Deaneries Entertainment can develop the Marvel movie universe in a blink of an eye. However, if the DC movie universe loses the three giants of DC superheroes, Superman, Batman and Wonder Woman, can it still be called the DC movie universe? Because of the sudden article in the New York Times, this day is destined to be very lively. After the Egret portal responded, some other online media on the same network platform also expressed their views on this matter. Many media feel that Deaneries Entertainment is more likely to bluff. Just looking at the huge profits of the previous DC movie universe projects that have been released, Simon Westeros should not have fallen out with Warner as long as he has a little bit of reason. The DC movie universe is very important to Warner, and the same is true for Deaneries Entertainment. After all, who can guarantee that launching the Marvel movie universe will definitely achieve the same success as the DC movie universe? Moreover, the DC movie universe is undoubtedly the long-term series with the lowest risk and the most stable return under Deaneries Entertainment. Apart from this plan, Deaneries Entertainment has no other similar heavyweight super blockbusters. There are only two kinds of movies in Hollywood: DC movie universe movies and other movies. This statement is not just talk. Although Deaneries Entertainment has not lacked hit movies in recent years, there is no one whose revenue volume can reach that of the DC movie universe project. Even the Home Alone series is far from enough to compete with the DC movie universe movies. Amid the outside world's discussions, on Friday, December 18th, Jurassic Park officially landed in North American theaters with a scale of 3,153 screens. Chapter 515, A Tyrannosaurus Rex, 2. December 18th, the first week of the Christmas season opened, and the box office figures for the past week were officially released. From December 11th to December 17th, the weekly box office champion was still won by Home Alone 2. In its fourth week of release, Home Alone 2 continued to earn $12.39 million. The sequel to this phenomenal children's comedy has accumulated a box office of $121.76 million in the past month of its release. Considering that the weekly box office base is still over $10 million, Home Alone 2 can at least get at least $5,000 in the future, and the total box office in North America is expected to be between $170 million and $200 million. If there was no Jurassic Park, Home Alone 2 would definitely become the most popular movie spanning Thanksgiving and Christmas at the end of the year. However, this can only be if, when the potential dispute between Deaneries Entertainment and Time Warner Group over the DC movie universe quickly fermented in the media, the box office data of Jurassic Park also began to attract attention. On December 18th, in addition to Jurassic Park, another fantasy comedy toy starring Robin Williams was released in North America, with a screen size of 1,272. The film tells the story of two heirs of a toy factory using toys to compete for control. Compared with a media rating of 9.3 points for Jurassic Park after the premiere, the reputation of Robin Williams' new film can only be described as terrible, with a pitiful media rating of only 3.2 points. In a high-end apartment in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Since his speech at a meeting on Wednesday was exposed, Gerald Levin has been in a state of anxiety. The feedback from the grand viewing of Jurassic Park after the opening yesterday has added a few points to Levin's irritability. Not surprisingly, Steve Ross will hardly survive this Christmas. If he had known this earlier, he would not have been so eager to seize power. Unfortunately, things have already happened and it is too late to regret. Now we can only hope that there will be no accidents in the power transfer process of Time Warner. Moreover, The biggest variable is a certain young man. Gerald Levin certainly knows the importance of the DC movie universe to Time Warner. The speech at the last meeting was just a language strategy to squeeze Ross's forces. At least, deep down, he has no intention of renegotiating with Daenerys Entertainment. Once the DC movie universe plan is destroyed, even if he has successfully become the CEO of Time Warner, he is likely to be driven out. But he didn't expect that someone would directly expose this matter. Gerald Levin is almost certain that this matter was done by Terry Semel. However, he can't attack the other party for this. First of all, he really said the words exposed in the media. Even if it was misinterpreted to a certain extent, most of the facts cannot be refuted. Secondly, there is no evidence. Even if the other party broke the rules, he can't do anything to Terry Semel without evidence. Daenerys Entertainment's reaction to this matter does not seem to be so intense, but Gerald Levin is still uneasy. The key is the silence of the young man. Although Simon Westeros was called a brat at a meeting on Wednesday, a brat with a net worth of $65 billion still knew what it meant. Gerald Levin remembered the original soundtrack incident of The Bodyguard and therefore understood that the young man, who seemed to always give people a sense of lack of aggression, would often leave no room for maneuver once he started. If the other party intervened in the power dispute within Time Warner because of his speech at the meeting on Wednesday, it was hard to say what would happen. The reason why Steve Ross was able to sit firmly in the position of the head of Time Warner for a long time was largely due to the support of a large number of top Hollywood filmmakers. During the most difficult years of Warner Brothers in the 1980s, the board of directors also launched an action to remove Ross. As a result, a large number of Hollywood bigwigs such as Steven Spielberg, Clint Eastwood, and Barbara Streisand spoke out in the media in unison, expressing their support for Ross, which eventually led to the removal action being left unfinished. Simon Westeros' influence in Hollywood at this time was definitely far greater than Spielberg and others. Moreover, Daenerys Entertainment and Time Warner Group have a very close relationship because of their cooperation in the DC movie universe and other projects. Even though Levin is already recognized by most people as the successor to the chairman of Time Warner, there are still competitors within the company. Although Terry Semel and Robert Daly are slightly less experienced than him, if they have support, they are actually qualified to serve as the chairman of Time Warner. In the past few days, Levin has wanted to take the initiative to find out the other party's thoughts more than once, but he can't let go of his reserve and pride as a senior executive of the media group. Unknowingly, it was another sleepless night. At about 4 o'clock in the morning, the phone rang, and Levin sat up directly on the big bed and picked up the microphone. Ignoring his wife's dissatisfied murmurs, Levin said a few words to the other side, got out of bed and went to the study, turned on the computer, and logged into the Egret portal website. The bold headlines on the website were extremely eye-catching, even a little dazzling. Jurassic Park's first-day box office revenue of $21.76 million broke Spielberg's box office record. Without clicking on the detailed news page, Gerald Levin only felt a bitter taste in his mouth. $21.76 million on the first day, then the box office for the first 3 days of the weekend should be around $60 million, and $90 million for the first 7 days of the week. $90 million. Spielberg's Indiana Jones 3 years ago only had a box office of more than $46 million in its first week. Jurassic Park's first week box office reached $90 million, which has completely reached the level of a blockbuster DC movie universe project. At the meeting on Wednesday, Levin proposed to renegotiate with Daenerys Entertainment because Daenerys Entertainment also relies heavily on the DC movie universe, and it is impossible for them to turn against each other easily. Now, a Jurassic Park has directly overturned his argument. More importantly, unlike the DC movie universe shared by both parties, Jurassic Park is completely Daenerys Entertainment's own project, and all profits belong to the other party. In other words, the revenue brought to Daenerys Entertainment by Jurassic Park, a movie with a box office volume comparable to that of the DC movie universe, is actually equivalent to that of 2 DC movie universe projects. Gerald Levin also knew that from the beginning, Daenerys Entertainment's plan for Jurassic Park was a trilogy. If we talk about dependence, Daenerys Entertainment, which has occupied a large number of places on the annual box office list in recent years, is not as dependent on the DC movie universe as Time Warner Group. Now that Jurassic Park is available, the next question is whether Daenerys Entertainment wants to renegotiate in order to share more benefits from the DC movie universe plan. After sitting in front of the computer for a while, Gerald Levin finally picked up the phone and asked his assistant to arrange a call between him and Simon Westeros. Simon was in Melbourne, but he had been paying attention to the busy scene in North America in recent days. After Gerald Levin's remarks at the internal meeting were exposed, Simon soon received a call from Terry Semel, who said in a sincere manner that as long as he could continue to be in charge of Warner Brothers Pictures, the DC movie universe plan would never change. Later, when the first-day box office of Jurassic Park came out, Levin also called. Simon's attitude towards this was more of a cold-eyed observation. Having lived two lives, how could he not see through the twists and turns? Although, if he used his existing influence, there was indeed a good hope to ruin Gerald Levin's plan to take over Ross's position, but Simon could not think of any reason to do so. Deaneries Entertainment and Time Warner Group are competitors in the media industry after all. Anyone with a little bit of brains should understand that it is definitely better to keep competitors in an unstable state of internal fighting for a long time than to have an enemy of one mind. Therefore, although Deaneries Entertainment was very strong in the media and had no intention of giving in, Simon's instructions to Amy Pascal were simple and private: just watch the fun. Things were still going strong until Sunday, December 20th, when another piece of news came. Steve Ross died at his East Hampton estate on the evening of December 20th at the age of 65. This media tycoon, who was a contemporary of Rupert Murdoch and Sam Redstone, was largely defeated by time. The North American media was flooded with news about Ross's death, and a large number of Hollywood filmmakers also expressed their condolences. Simon did not return to North America to see Ross for the last time before his death. Although the relationship between the two sides was good, it was not to that extent. However, Simon also accepted the invitation of Ross's family and planned to attend his funeral on December 27th, a week later. For this reason, the time to return to North America can only be advanced, and he cannot spend the new year in Melbourne. While Time Warner Group expressed condolences for Ross's death, it did not immediately announce Ross's successor. Obviously, the internal power game is still going on. The year-end schedule in North America will not be greatly affected by the death of a media tycoon. After the first day of $21.76 million, Jurassic Park continued to be unstoppable, with a box office of $60.31 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. In the end, when the first week of screenings ended, this prehistoric monster movie that brought a strong visual shock to the audience had accumulated a staggering box office of $91.38 million in 7 days. Even though they have become somewhat accustomed to the box office miracles that Deaneries Entertainment has created in recent years, most media are still amazed at the first week box office of Jurassic Park. At the same time, Gerald Levin's remarks at the internal meeting of Warner were once again hyped up by some media with ulterior motives. The first week of $91.38 million almost ensured that Jurassic Park would start at $300 million in North America. With the theme of this dinosaur movie, the overseas box office will not be much different. In addition, with a box office explosion of Jurassic Park, the sales of the film's peripherals have also quickly become popular. Regarding the development of peripheral products of Jurassic Park, this is directly shown in the peripheral store shots in the film. Moreover, the large number of dinosaur characters that appear in the film are also very suitable for the development of peripherals. Although there is no official data from Deaneries Entertainment, many media have confirmed that the project Jurassic Park is expected to bring Deaneries Entertainment revenue that is no less than a DC Movie Universe blockbuster. To be more precise, because DC Movie Universe projects are often a collaboration between Deaneries and Time Warner, and they need to share profits, the revenue of Jurassic Park may even be equivalent to the revenue of 2 DC Movie Universe films for Deaneries Entertainment. In this case, Deaneries Entertainment seems to be more inclined to the development of Jurassic Park. Even if it suppresses the DC Movie Universe for this, it is completely worth it. Not only that, when the box office of Jurassic Park came out on the first weekend, Deaneries Entertainment executives had already revealed plans to develop a sequel. This phenomenal dinosaur movie was planned as a trilogy from the beginning. In an interview with a Hollywood Reporter, the film's heroine, Renee Russo, also proved that she had signed a trilogy contract at the beginning, and revealed some inside stories that are more interesting to fans. If the DC Movie Universe is the same, Simon Westeros has planned the plot of the trilogy from the beginning. Although Steven Spielberg later stated in the media that his next focus is to try his best to complete the Schindler's List project, He does not seem to be so concerned about directing the sequel to Jurassic Park. However, with Simon Westeros himself as the foundation, no one will doubt that the Jurassic Park series will not be able to continue without Spielberg. Even some media criticized Jurassic Park for not being so perfect. The plot of the film was too routine, and relying on a little girl's scream to advance the plot seemed too stiff. If Spielberg gave up directing, the sequel would be helmed by Simon Westeros himself, and the quality might be higher. For traditional Hollywood movie companies, a big selling trilogy is often enough to make a living for 10 years. Just like Paramount's Indiana Jones series in the 1980s, Universal's Back to the Future series and Columbia Pictures' Ghostbusters series. A blockbuster project like Jurassic Park with a domestic box office of 300 million yuan, let alone 3 films, even just this one, through the global box office, video sales, TV broadcasts and peripheral development, this whole set of operations is enough for a major film company to eat for 5 years. Relying on such a blockbuster as a foundation, plus the fact that Deaneries Entertainment has occupied a large number of places on the box office list in recent years, the question now is whether Deaneries should renegotiate with Time Warner on the distribution of benefits of the DC movie universe. Chapter 516 Warner Changes. Affected by Jurassic Park, the box office performance of other films in North American theaters in the first week of Christmas season was not satisfactory. Normally, with the arrival of the holiday season, most of the 2 movies around Christmas will experience a decline, but this time it did not happen. Even the most holiday-themed Home Alone 2, the box office data from December 18 to December 24, fell by as much as 17%. In the 5th week of its release, Home Alone 2 earned $10.29 million at the box office, and the cumulative box office reached $132.05 million. For this reason, the Deaneries Entertainment distribution team had to lower its domestic box office expectations for Home Alone 2. The original expectation of up to $200 million would certainly be difficult to achieve. In the best case, it is estimated that it can only reach about $170 million on the original timeline. Robin Williams' fantasy comedy Toys, which opened at the same time as Jurassic Park, was a direct flop, with a box office of only $5.31 million in the first 7 days. In the same week, on Monday, December 21st, the nominations for the 50th Golden Globe Awards for American Film and Television were officially announced. Deaneries Entertainment's The Crying Game received 3 nominations for Best Picture, Best Supporting Actor and Best Screenplay in the Drama category. Scent of a Woman, which was the focus of the 1993 awards season, received 6 nominations for Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor and Best Screenplay in the Drama category. With the announcement of the nominations, the 2 films have once again attracted the attention of the media and the public. The Crying Game, which opened on September 25, has been released for 13 weeks as of December 24, and the total box office in North America has reached $51.63 million. The single-week box office has also fallen to less than $4 million. The 7-day box office revenue from December 18 to December 24 was only $3.13 million. Galeman Films has already focused on the promotion of Scent of a Woman. Therefore, taking advantage of the awards season and appropriately expanding the scale of screening, The Crying Game will probably be able to earn about 1,500 more, and the final North American box office is expected to be between $65 million and $70 million. Compared with the film's $3 million production cost, this is already a miracle. Scent of a Woman, which opened on November 13, was officially screened on November 27 after 2 weeks of previews. As of December 24, after 4 weeks of large-scale release, the cumulative box office of Scent of a Woman reached $30.11 million. Considering the award season in the next few months, Scent of a Woman will become the focus of Deaneries Entertainment's award public relations. The total local box office of this literary drama, starring Al Pacino, can at least reach the same level as The Crying Game. On December 25, the second week of the Christmas season, 3 new films continued to be released in North American theaters. Warner Bros. Pictures' The End of Time, starring Mel Gibson, opened on 1,710 screens. In Simon's memory, the original heroine of the film was Jamie Lee Curtis, but this time, the heroine was replaced by Meg Ryan. It is obviously the influence of Simon's Big Butterfly. However, Simon did not personally intervene. He hoped that the heroine of the film would still be Jamie Lee Curtis. It was just that Curtis, who was full of tomboyish aura, would not be able to create any sparks with Mel Gibson. It was not a film produced by Deanery's Entertainment, so of course the worse the better. Of course, even if the heroine was replaced by the more likable Meg Ryan, The Last Airbender was destined to be crushed by Jurassic Park at the end of the year. 2 other new films. Paramount Pictures' The Day After Tomorrow, starring Steve Martin, tells the story of a con man touring the country to perform everywhere. The number of screens open was 1,554. Fox Pictures' Hoffa, a biographical crime drama starring Jack Nicholson, was obviously aimed at the awards season. The number of screens open was 1,066. New York, Long Island. In a synagogue in East Hampton. The time was December 27th. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Steve Ross's funeral was held here. The Jewish pastor introduced Ross's life, and then relatives, friends, and colleagues came on stage to give speeches. The funeral lasted until noon, and everyone returned to the Ross family's manor in East Hampton for dinner. Lunch was served buffet style, and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Simon, I've been thinking about one thing recently. I hope to dedicate Schindler's List to Steve at the same time. In the hall of the manor villa, Simon and his wife once again expressed their condolences to Ross's widow Courtney Ross, and Steven Spielberg next to them suddenly said so. In memory, Schindler's List is a work of Universal Pictures, but the words dedicated to Steve Ross are specially marked at the end of the film. Simon naturally didn't mind at this time, and nodded and said, "Of course, Steven, Schindler's List is completely up to you." Spielberg originally wanted to explain his specific ideas, but when he saw Simon say this, he didn't say much, but there was a little more gratitude in his eyes. Courtney Ross also had a touching expression. "Oh, Steven, and Simon, thank you so much. This is what we should do, Ms. Ross." Well, Courtney Ross looked at Simon and said, "Simon, next month, I am planning to organize a memorial ceremony for Steve. Can you spare time to attend?" Simon paused, facing Courtney Ross's eager eyes, and nodded, "Okay, just notify me when the time comes." Janet, who was standing quietly beside Simon with a dinner plate, heard this conversation and curled her lips slightly. Speaking of which, Courtney Ross is Steve Ross's third wife. She is more than 20 years younger than Ross, a typical old man and young wife. Compared with Steve Ross's high emotional intelligence in dealing with people, Courtney Ross seems less likable in this circle. For example, the invitation just now. Simon and Ross don't have a very deep friendship, and being able to rush back from Australia to attend this funeral is already a face-giving thing. Ross's memorial service should have been privately invited. If Simon had time to attend, it would be best. If not, it would be better to quietly decline. At this time, in the lunch after the funeral, in front of others, Simon had no choice but to agree in order to avoid obvious embarrassment. Moreover, in front of Spielberg, who had almost a father-son relationship with Ross, Courtney Ross was too enthusiastic towards Simon, which inevitably made her look a bit snobbish. Courtney Ross obviously didn't realize this. This woman may only see that with Simon's current wealth and status, if he could attend Ross's memorial service, it would definitely add a bit of glory to the event. As for Spielberg next to her, she probably felt that even if she didn't mention it, he would naturally attend Ross's memorial service. A moment later, Robert Daly and Terry Semel, 2 of Ross's confidants, came over to say hello. Everyone talked quietly for a few words, and Spielberg walked away tactfully. Janet glanced at Courtney Ross, who was still standing still, and had to step forward and say, "Court, can you introduce everyone to me?" Courtney Ross heard Janet, who was a little cold just now, take the initiative to talk to her, and hurriedly nodded and smiled. "Oh, of course." After the 2 women left, Robert Daly said first, "Simon, I have read some information about fashion TV. Speaking of which, the cable TV industry is indeed lacking a professional fashion TV station. This plan should be very promising. Warner will definitely do its best to cooperate to get this TV station online as soon as possible." As Ross's 2 deputies, Terry Semel is mainly responsible for the film business, and Robert Daly is in charge of Warner's cable TV operator business, mainly Warner Cable. As for HBO, the cable TV station, it actually belongs to the Time System. If Deanery's Entertainment wants to launch fashion TV, it will definitely need the cooperation of cable TV operators. Simon certainly understood Robert Daly's intention to show goodwill to him through fashion TV, and said with a smile, "Actually, fashion TV is mainly to cooperate in promoting Gucci and other brands. I'm not confident whether it can do a good job. By the way, how have you been in recent days?" The two looked at each other, and Terry Semel said, "The board of directors plans to hold an extraordinary shareholders meeting on January 5th, and the company's management will be determined at that time. Today is December 27th, and there is more than a week left until January 5th. Simon did some calculations and continued, "In fact, Steve talked to me about this in the first half of the year, and he should have informed you. I also don't want the existing good cooperation between Deaneries Entertainment and Time Warner Group to be destroyed, so I will support you two as co-CEOs of Time Warner as much as possible. If you need any help, you can contact me at any time." Steve Ross's successor, Gerald Levin, has been looking a little shabby these days because of the leak of his speech at the last internal meeting, especially the box office explosion of Jurassic Park, which made Gerald Levin, who vowed to renegotiate with Deaneries Entertainment, even more passive. In addition, due to the recent plunge in Time Warner's stock price caused by a series of events such as the internal struggle of senior management and Ross's death, the Warner board of directors and major shareholders have complained about Gerald Levin. If Simon can spare no effort to support Robert Daly and Terry Semel at this time, it is not impossible for the two to completely control Time Warner. Moreover, the method is also very simple. As long as Deaneries Entertainment and Time Warner Group's cooperation in the DC movie universe put pressure on Time Warner's board of directors and shareholders. Since the merger of Time Warner, the most eye-catching project of the company in recent years is the DC movie universe. This plan not only represents lucrative interests, but also affects the market's confidence in Time Warner to a large extent. Once the DC movie universe plan changes, Time Warner's stock price will definitely continue to fall sharply. For Deaneries Entertainment, not to mention Marvel, which is still under development, the recently released Jurassic Park is enough to show that Deaneries Entertainment's dependence on the DC movie universe is far lower than that of Time Warner. Therefore, Deaneries Entertainment has a lot of initiative in front of Time Warner. However, after listening to Simon's words, Robert Daly and Terry Semel realized that Simon did not mean to interfere too much in the change of Time Warner's senior management. Of course, the two of them did not completely understand some of the joints. Deaneries and Time Warner are competitors after all. A competitor with internal chaos is definitely more in line with Deaneries Entertainment's own interests than a competitor with stable management. In addition, there is another point. The two of them could not come up with a bargaining chip to make Simon try his best to help them get promoted. In order to ensure that there would be no changes in the cooperation between the two parties, Westeros could publicly support them to jointly serve as the CEO of Time Warner, but without other benefits, the other party could not do much more. As for the deeper factors, in fact, even if they really had full control of Time Warner, the two of them had no intention of confronting Deaneries Entertainment. After all, Time Warner is a public holding company, and the two of them are just professional managers. As professional managers, as long as they can do the best for the company during their term of office, get the highest profit, and get the deserved compensation, that is enough. As for the long-term planning of a company, neither of them felt that they had such an obligation. Even for Time Warner, which is constantly an internal struggle, even if the two wanted to assume such an obligation, it would be unlikely. Time Warner is not Deaneries. In this company with many hills, each faction has its own demands. Simon had a phone call with Gerald Levin when he was in Australia, and he also roughly expressed his attitude on the phone. The three of them had a brief discussion. Simon promised that Deaneries Entertainment would make some more statements in the media to ensure that there would be no other changes in the shareholders' meeting on January 5th. Simon did not plan to do more. After a simple luncheon greeting the people who needed to be greeted, Simon and his wife returned to Manhattan together. In the evening, they also arranged a dinner with the Raybould family, and Robert Iger's family would also attend. Although he came back early, he did not plan to return to Los Angeles to work immediately, but planned to spend the New Year in New York. Various activities were arranged in the following days. Unknowingly, the last week of 1992 finally passed. From December 25th to December 31st, Jurassic Park was still unstoppable. In the second week of its release, the film's box office fell by only 21%. Compared with the super high box office of $91.38 million in the first week, such a decline was already very outstanding. In the rest of the second week, Jurassic Park continued to earn $72.17 million, and the cumulative box office quickly reached $163.55 million. The second place in the weekly ranking list is The End of Time. Compared with the $72.17 million box office of Jurassic Park, the new film starring Mel Gibson only had a box office of $15.18 million in its first week, which is far below Warner's expectations. Considering that the Christmas season will be over next week, the production cost of The End of Time is $30 million, and the total box office in North America may only be between $30 million and $40 million. The third-place Home Alone 2 has once again earned $9.98 million, with an ultra-low drop of 3% because of Christmas. After 6 weeks of release, the cumulative box office is $142.03 million. Hoffa, produced by Fox, has a box office of $8.71 million in its first week, ranking fourth. With a comprehensive media rating of only 5.4 points in the end, it is obviously unlikely that this biographical crime drama will impact the awards season. Paramount's comedy, The End of Time, starring Steve Martin, has a box office of $7.37 million in its first week, ranking fifth, which is also below expectations. In fact, the top 5 movies in the weekly list, including The Last Tycoon, did not make as much as Jurassic Park at the box office. Relying on the momentum brought by Jurassic Park, Deanery's Entertainment statement on the need to ensure the stable replacement of Time Warner's management immediately received a positive response from all parties in Time Warner. Through this incident, Hollywood once again felt the growing influence of Deanery's Entertainment in the American media industry. Chapter 517, A Disorganized Group. In the manor outside Greenwich, northern New York. The time is January 7th. The new year has passed and we have officially entered 1993. Just the day before yesterday, Time Warner Group officially confirmed the new management through an extraordinary shareholders meeting. Gerald Levin succeeded Steve Ross as the new chairman of Time Warner Group, and Steve Ross's 2 direct descendants, Robert Daly and Terry Semel, jointly served as co-CEOs of Time Warner. Although the formal management was confirmed on the surface, in fact, this power arrangement after mutual compromise still made Time Warner Group a mess. Although he is nominally the top leader, Gerald Levin can only control the business that originally belonged to the Time Incorporated system. The 2 co-CEOs still firmly control the various companies of Warner Brothers. The day after the new management of Time Warner was confirmed, the Wall Street Journal published an article commenting on the company's synergy effect. The key reason why Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers merged was that the management of the 2 companies vigorously promoted the synergy effect of the enterprise, claiming that once merged, Time Warner would greatly improve the company's competitiveness and overall revenue through business cooperation in film, television, magazines and other aspects. However, the fact is that in the 3 years since the merger in early 1990, the synergy effect that shareholders hoped to see has not appeared. Time Warner is still in disarray, and even HBO and Warner Brothers Pictures have been fighting each other over the issue of television broadcasting rights for movies. The management change this time is also turbulent. Not only that, the entire Time Warner has not been able to get out of the heavy debt quagmire because of the original merger. In short, in the view of the Wall Street Journal, the original merger was a complete failure, which only satisfied the personal ambition of Time Warner management to blindly expand the scale of the enterprise. In the face of the criticism of the Wall Street Journal, Time Warner officials publicly refuted it at the first time, but failed to prevent the company's stock price from falling further. At the beginning of the new year, Simon still stayed in New York these days because of various things. Watching the Wall Street Journal's sudden criticism of Time Warner, Simon found that this small public opinion storm will have another important impact on Warner. In several contacts at the end of last year, Terry Semel revealed to Simon that he hoped to further expand the diversity of Warner Brothers Pictures in the field of film production. In fact, it is to imitate the operating model of the 3 Deanery's entertainment labels now, and get involved in the horror and literary film genres that New World Pictures and Gaiman Pictures are good at. For Warner Brothers, the easiest way to do this is undoubtedly acquisition. The group's management has been replaced. Even if there is not much change in power, the new executives need to make some achievements, even if it is a face-saving project, to show the new atmosphere of new people. In the original timeline, it happened to be 1993 when Time Warner acquired the thriving New Line Cinema, and in the following years, It obtained super-selling blockbusters such as the Rush Hour series and the Lord of the Rings series. The New Line sub-label even once caught up with the development of the main label. This time, due to the rise of Deaneries Entertainment, New Line Cinema lost its first domestic box office hit Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and was forced to retreat by New World Pictures in the field of horror and thriller, which it excels in. Its strength is far less eye-catching than in the original time and space. Compared with the original timeline, which had to sell itself to Time Warner, which monopolized the Hollywood film distribution channels, in order to further expand, the current New Line is seeking buyers mainly to survive. Therefore, the appeal of this second-tier label is not as great as in the original time and space. In addition, the Wall Street Journal accused Time Warner Group of blind expansion in its last merger. In order to avoid more criticism, the plan to acquire New Line or other second- and third-tier film companies to increase production diversity will definitely be shelved. Lacking a buyer, New Line Cinema, which has been in business difficulties due to overexpansion in the past 2 years, is likely to go bankrupt before this year. Influenced by the success of Deaneries Entertainment's 3 parallel labels, other Hollywood studios have more or less followed suit. Simon cannot stop this, but it is easy for Deaneries Entertainment to suppress a second-tier film company that is in trouble. Whether it is New Line or Miramax, or even Orion Pictures, which is still struggling to maintain, under Simon's close watch, these companies basically have no hope of getting projects that may be big sellers. In recent years, The Silence of the Lambs, The Crying Game, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, etc., should have belonged to these companies, but all of them were successfully intercepted by Simon, and he used the 2 major labels of New World Pictures and Highgate Pictures in advance to occupy the niche film field that mainstream studios would not care about in the past. The fate of New Line is destined to change, and Simon has also solved another company in recent days. Miramax. Hollywood's second- and third-tier film companies, like Deaneries Entertainment in its early days, rely largely on bank loans to maintain operations. In recent years, the bank that provides funds to Miramax is also well known on Wall Street, Chase Manhattan Bank. As far as I can remember, this bank merged with the Morgan Bank around 2000. Of course, it was only Chase Manhattan's film investment department that specialized in Hollywood. The Weinstein brothers have been running Miramax for many years, and they owe Chase Manhattan Bank about $15 million in debt. $15 million is not worth mentioning for Deaneries Entertainment now, but it is a huge sum of money for a small workshop-style film company that can only release some low-cost art films. Moreover, according to the investigation, in addition to Chase Manhattan, the largest creditor, Miramax also has some other arrears, with a total debt of $23 million. The Westeros system began to discuss some cooperation projects with several major banks in the United States around the new year, mainly for the loan financing needed by the subsidiaries for further development, and further cooperation between internet payment tools and physical banks. For major banks in the United States, the subsidiaries of the Westeros system are undoubtedly the best loan targets, and each bank naturally tries its best to win. Chase Manhattan is one of them. In order to form as many interest relationships as possible, the Westeros system also habitually chooses more partners. During the negotiation between Verizon and Chase Manhattan for a $300 million loan financing, Simon asked James Raybould, who was involved in the negotiation, to propose an additional condition to Chase Manhattan, to collect debts from Miramax in advance. A small Hollywood company that was on the verge of bankruptcy was completely insignificant to Chase Manhattan. It was unlikely that Chase Manhattan would be able to recover all the debts owed from this troubled film company. Chase Manhattan was actually already collecting debts and was ready to bear another bad debt. Chase Manhattan also thought that the additional requirements of the Westeros system were that this small company had angered Deaneries Entertainment in some way. The potential cooperation between the two parties was far more than a $300 million financing. It was also a matter of course, so it was happy to sell a favor. So, on the same day that the Wall Street Journal criticized Time Warner for its overexpansion, a third-tier film company headquartered in New York officially filed for bankruptcy with the Southern District Court of New York. Although the development of the Westeros system was smooth, Simon always understood that commercial competition was never tender and affectionate. Cruelty is the essence of business. He had no burden in his heart to casually wipe out a film company that should have been a big hit in the original timeline. In the reception room of the Manor Villa, after lunch, Simon and his wife, James Raybould, and Raymond Smith, Chairman and CEO of Verizon Telecom, were discussing the next layout of the Westeros system in the telecommunications field. A week before Christmas last year, the U.S. Congress officially passed a lifting of the industry ban on telecommunications operators from getting involved in equipment manufacturing. Although it was a bill passed by Congress, it was largely a way for the Bush administration to accumulate as much political legacy as possible before the official transfer of power. Bush Sr. was destined to step down, and Bush Jr. was also going to officially enter the American political stage. Speaking of which, in the last few months of the election, the Bush administration had been trying to push for the passage of some bills related to the new technology industry. However, because the Information Superhighway Act was a gem in front of it, this bill also entered the final discussion stage. The Bush administration could not use the bill proposed by Clinton's running mate as its own political achievement anyway, so in the new technology field, the White House seemed to be doing nothing. Of course, things need to be done step by step. The ban on telecommunications operators getting involved in equipment manufacturing has been lifted, and the next step is that Nokia can naturally enter the North American market. In the original timeline, Nokia's market share in North America has not been high, mainly because the telecommunications equipment market in North America is too closed and the sales channels are also monopolized by telecommunications operators. Until many years later, when the iPhone appeared, American telecommunications operators still relied on the sales model bundled with telecommunications packages to monopolize more than 90% of the telecommunications equipment market. This time, with the cooperation of Verizon, Nokia's pace of expanding the North American market will no longer be as difficult as before. In the past 2 years, AOL has been conquering the field of internet service providers. While cooperating with AOL to develop internet business, Verizon has also been vigorously deploying its own mobile communication network. With the best markets in several continents along the eastern coast of the United States, Verizon has locked in the second-generation GSM format without hesitation. Unlike other operators, Verizon has not hesitated between different telecommunications standards, and even wastes resources to enable different formats at the same time. Verizon's layout in the field of mobile communications is far superior to other peers. Next, while deepening the mobile communications business in its own market, Verizon's next goal is to expand. Of course, to do so, it must also resolve the antitrust restrictions when AT&T was split in 1984. This is actually just a matter of course in the next few years. Whether it is public media or private lobbying, the Westeros system has been promoting the concept of 3 networks in one as much as possible in the past 2 years. Internet broadband, cable TV, and home telephone. If these 3 networks can be combined into one, it will greatly save the operating costs of operators and provide users with cheaper services. The U.S. antitrust is mainly to prevent the monopoly of the telecommunications industry from causing excessive prices that harm the interests of consumers. Now, the integration of the 3 networks can not only save social resources to a large extent, but also provide consumers with cheap communication services to the maximum extent. Therefore, this concept has a very large market, whether it is a media platform or American politics. Continuously lifting the regulation of the telecommunications industry is beneficial to all major telecommunications giants. The concept proposed by the Westeros system was quickly recognized by the telecommunications industry. AT&T even published a report that once the telecommunications industry is deregulated and the integration of the 3 networks is promoted, the U.S. telecommunications industry can save hundreds of billions of dollars in costs each year, and these cost savings can just be passed on to consumers to the greatest extent. The matter of Verizon and Nokia entering North America was discussed for an afternoon. In the evening, after seeing off James Raybould and Raymond Smith, the Simons officially boarded the plane back to the West Coast. The next day was Friday, January 8th. The first box office week of 1993 officially ended. From January 1st to January 7th, the 7 days of the week, North American theaters experienced a sharp decline in movies due to the start of the working day. Jurassic Park, which was released for the 3rd week, fell by 35% in a single week and continued to earn $46.91 million. At the same time, this unstoppable dinosaur movie also broke the $200 million mark in North America, reaching $210.46 million. Another film in Deanery's Entertainment's year-end schedule, Home Alone 2, also fell by 43% in the first week after the new year, with a single-week box office of only $5.66 million and a cumulative box office of $147.69 million. Unlike the two commercial films that plunged sharply after entering the working day, Deanery's Entertainment's awards season hit Scent of a Woman has a relatively good box office trend, with a drop of only 28% in the first week of the new year. Another film, The Crying Game, also showed signs of slowing down its decline. At the same time, the box office rankings for the past year of 1992, as of December 31, 1992, have also been released. Deanery's Entertainment's summer blockbuster Wonder Woman has become the annual box office average for 1992 with a huge box office of $371 million. Although Jurassic Park is still strong at the box office, it is difficult to surpass Wonder Woman overall. Both the company and the outside world predict that the domestic box office of Jurassic Park will be around $350 million. However, judging from the market performance of the overseas ticket warehouses that have already been released, it is still difficult to say who will win or lose in the overseas box office of the two films. Chapter 518 Pre-installation. Seattle, in a villa on Mercer Island in the center of Lake Washington. Seeing Alice Ferguson almost staggering down the stairs, Zoe Parks and Isabel Dunn almost wanted to laugh, and there was some inexplicable envy in their emotions. The housekeeper, who was no longer a housekeeper, glared at the two women and walked to the restaurant on her own, and at the same time, she hated a certain guy again. Anyway, I will never give in. Today is Tuesday, January 12th. Simon came to Seattle as a major shareholder to attend a high-level meeting of Microsoft, mainly to discuss the pre-installation of IE browser on the Windows system. The matter with the housekeeper actually started with some disputes. In the past week, iPay, an online payment tool of Ygritte, has successively authorized payment interface applications from 6 online business websites, including merchants that directly or indirectly compete with Amazon. This was naturally opposed by the housekeeper, who believed that Simon was marrying someone else. Simon didn't want to reason with the housekeeper, so the dispute turned into a direct physical conflict last night. Not only that, after waking up in the morning, the housekeeper was forcibly confronted again, and the situation Zoe and Isabel saw occurred. A moment later, Simon followed him downstairs, with a spirited look that only comes after a workout. He came to the restaurant, sat down in the awe-filled eyes of the two maids, and began to eat breakfast. It was already 9 o'clock. Zoe and Isabel had already eaten breakfast. After helping them arrange it, Simon quietly left the restaurant. Simon took a sip of milk, picked up the cutlery again and cut a fried eggs. Finally, he said to the housekeeper, "The consumption point card can be stopped. You can go back and discuss this with Jeff and others." In order to encourage internet users to try online consumption, Ygritte issued a consumption point card similar to a prepaid phone card. For a $10 point card, Ygritte needs to bear no less than $2 in various expenses. It was not a big deal in the early days of Ygritte. Now, the explosion of the internet has begun to accelerate, and the growth of e-commerce will also accelerate significantly. In addition, Ygritte has opened up the online payment channels of several major banks in the United States, and users are increasingly willing to make online purchases directly by binding credit cards. Continuing to issue point cards is not worth the loss for Ygritte. The housekeeper just hummed lightly, indicating that she was still angry. In fact, she first proposed this matter at the end of last year, but did not get a response. What does a man say at this time count? Give a little sweet aid? I am not someone who can be bought so easily. Simon did not mind the housekeeper's pretending to be cold, and continued, "There is also ICQ instant messaging tool, which still cannot be used as a customer communication tool for Amazon. I hope it can develop into pure instant social software. I have tried it myself, and the page instant messaging you developed is good. This must have also used ICQ's patented technology. There is no need to pull ICQ over." The housekeeper hummed again. A thought flashed through his mind. Korean? Simon still didn't care and continued, "There is also the matter of iPay's cooperation with other e-commerce websites. I remember that I have said more than once that the internet industry will be very large and no company can completely own it. Moreover, at this stage, promoting the prosperity of the internet and allowing this platform to be accepted by more people is more important than your impatient monopoly idea." Even Amazon, at its peak in the original timeline, actually accounted for less than 50% of the U.S. online e-commerce market. This time, the housekeeper finally said, I have never thought about monopolizing the internet. Simon said, but you are trying to do so. The housekeeper fell silent again. Simon continued, in fact, I have thought about it. This is the ambition of every businessman. However, it is not realistic at all. Especially in the early stages of an industry, it is not good for the monopoly company to form a monopoly directly. Without competition, it will stagnate, become bloated, and have various problems. The final result will only be elimination. Compared with other companies, Amazon already has enough resources. Now there are just a few more people catching up. If you can't even deal with this little competition, come back and be my bed warmer. The housekeeper had already agreed with what someone said. After hearing the last sentence, she finally looked up and glared at him fiercely. What the hell is a bed warmer? Simon smiled and said, I recommend a book to you, Dream of Red Mansions. Jenny likes to read it very much. Well, you'd better learn some Chinese. As a former housekeeper, Alice actually knew about this. Although he still refused to accept it, he kept it in mind and changed the subject, saying, will you agree to Gates' cooperation conditions for pre-installing the browser? At the meeting yesterday, Damon proposed that it was not impossible for Microsoft to pre-install IE browser, but Microsoft needed to obtain the authority to adjust the functions of this browser accordingly. Not only that, Damon also requested authorization for the direct commercialization of World Wide Web-related technologies. The previously disclosed World Wide Web patents actually have many restrictions. The most critical point is that other companies are not allowed to directly use World Wide Web technology to seek benefits. In simple terms, they are not allowed to use World Wide Web technology to develop related application software to make profits. World Wide Web browsers, web design software, etc. are all included. Because this is the private land of Egret. In the past year, Egret sold 23.79 million copies of the browser software, which was only $10 worldwide, and thus earned a huge profit of $230 million. In addition, with the exponential explosion of worldwide websites, web design software, which has different prices depending on whether it is purchased by individuals or companies but averages between $300 and $500, also sold 760,000 sets, making this part of the revenue easily surpass the browser software that was originally the most profitable, reaching $280 million. The Egret operation team also considered renting out web design-related software instead of selling it directly in one go, which could ensure more long-term and continuous income. However, considering that Oracle directly subverted the monopoly of traditional IT manufacturers such as IBM on database software through a one-time sale of software, Simon finally chose to sell it directly. Therefore, both browser software and web design software will largely be one-time income. However, even so, the income from these two simple software is enough for Egret to pay most of its budget in the early stages of its development. The financial information of Egret in 1992, which has just passed, is still being counted, but because of the explosion of software sales again, Egret's losses this year have also been greatly reduced, and may only be tens of millions of dollars in the end. Moreover, this loss was deliberately caused by Egret's operation team. Simon is not like Egret to generate profits too early, and Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz are not lacking in this foresight. Not only that, according to the loss deduction clause in the U.S. tax law, the current losses can be converted into income tax exemptions in the next 15 years. Amazon in the original timeline used this method to make the net profit of tens of billions of dollars each year not only without paying taxes, but also get a part of the tax refund from the federal government, which eventually formed a rare negative tax rate phenomenon for federal companies. If factors such as inflation are taken into account, it is not cost-effective to use current losses to offset future profits. But from other aspects, the current investment will actually be transformed into Egret's strength and advantage accumulation in the internet industry. In the long run, this is very cost-effective. At this time in the restaurant, hearing the housekeeper's question, Simon quickly shook his head and said, I plan to let Jeff and the others discuss the pre-installation directly with the OEM manufacturers, and forget about Gates. Alice paused, and said with a little teasing in her tone, you just said you don't want to monopolize the internet. Deliberately cultivating Amazon's competitors in e-commerce, but restricting the emergence of other competitors in World Wide Web technology, this is indeed somewhat contradictory. Simon said, these are two different things. I don't want to license to Microsoft, not because I'm worried about competition. You have to understand that I am also a major shareholder of Microsoft. Well, now, I should be the second largest shareholder. Microsoft's development can also bring me benefits. Bill Gates and Paul Allen were originally the first and second largest shareholders of Microsoft. However, after the equity transactions in the past 2 years, and Paul Allen's subsequent sale of part of his shareholding in Microsoft has now dropped to 18.6%, and Westeros' shareholding in Microsoft is still 21.3%. Therefore, Westeros is now the second largest shareholder of Microsoft after Bill Gates. Alice naturally knew all this, and asked, "Then why?" "I just don't want the internet standards to split," Simon said. "If more World Wide Web technologies are licensed to Gates, in order to compete with IGRT, Bill may use the market advantage of the Windows system to create other different technical standards, and it is very likely that these standards will be incompatible with IGRT. Can you imagine if the power system at the time did not have a unified standard? Some power grids were 110 volts, some were 220 volts, and some were 240 volts. How much inconvenience would this bring to users, and to what extent would it hinder the development of the power revolution?" The housekeeper nodded subconsciously, but immediately retorted, "Then, aren't you worried that this will happen to e-commerce?" Simon smiled and said, "Of course not. E-commerce websites, to put it in a more figurative way, are more in the position of home appliances. No matter what kind of appliance it is, it needs to adapt to the federal voltage standard of 110 volts. But, the housekeeper hesitated this time and said, "You indulge so many appliances to compete with Amazon. If I mess up, you will also be responsible. If there are no competitors, I think you will be more likely to screw up," Simon said, and then added, "And, frankly speaking, the Westeros system is now very large, and I have enough chips. I am not afraid that one or two of them will fail. For example, most of the several e-commerce websites that have been authorized this time have venture capital from the Westeros system." The housekeeper was depressed again. In fact, she had already understood this from the fact that he allowed Amazon and Blockbuster to sell videotapes and movie peripherals. However, she was still a little disappointed that he did not have such strong confidence in her. Damn guy. How many times? Always talking about what would happen if he failed. As if she was destined not to succeed. Simon did not care about the housekeeper's little thoughts, and explained everything that should be explained. After lunch, the two left Seattle and flew to San Francisco. In the afternoon, he discussed the change of pre-installation ideas with the senior management of IGRT, and stayed in San Francisco for another night before returning to Los Angeles. At the beginning of the year, Deaneries Entertainment's key movies for the next 1 or 2 years have been determined, but there are still many secondary projects that are gradually being established. On Wednesday morning, Simon met with Roland Emmerich and Michael Bay to discuss a movie written by Roland Emmerich, called The Raiders. Roland Emmerich is still busy with the post-production of Superman. Although it has begun to wrap up, he will almost immediately start preparing for the sequel after finishing the first Superman, and has no time to take care of other projects. Therefore, Simon plans to hand over The Raiders, which was written by the director himself, to Michael Bay, who had just completed the Victoria's Secret fashion show at the end of last year. The Raiders was Roland Emmerich's famous work in Hollywood in the original timeline. It was the success of The Raiders that allowed Roland Emmerich to shoot his masterpiece, The Day of the Raiders in Hollywood. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, Simon plans to give both opportunities to Michael Bay. The two films, especially The Day of the Raiders, are actually very suitable for Michael Bay's personal style. As for Emmerich, as long as the Superman series is successful, the fame it brings to this director will not be much worse than that in the original timeline. Simon's plan this time is to let him serve as the producer of The Raiders of the Cosmic, and next, he may be the producer of The Day of the Independence. The Raiders of the Cosmic tells the story of a human archaeologist who discovers that the pyramid is actually a stargate leading to another world, and leads a team of soldiers to explore through the stargate, and leads the humans in the other world to resist the rule of alien races and return to Earth. Overall, this is a science fiction action film with a big brain. Science fiction action films happen to be the type that Michael Bay is good at in the original timeline. According to preliminary estimates, the budget of Stargate is $30 million, which is slightly higher than Simon's expectations. However, for science fiction movies, such a production budget is not too high. Simon also believes that with Michael Bay's ability, he is fully capable of completing this movie within the budget of $30 million. Chapter 519 Several Projects. Roland Emmerich Stargate is also called Stargate in another translation. In the original timeline, Stargate, released in 1994, not only achieved very good box office, but also, like Paramount's Star Trek, took the Stargate in the film as the main idea, forming a long-lasting science fiction film and television series, and successively produced more than 10 seasons of related TV series and a large number of sequels. Simon has watched the original Stargate and some Stargate series TV series. According to his personal standards, the plot of Stargate is not outstanding. The key is to apply the concept of wormholes to movies, which is very novel. As a science fiction action movie, the original action scenes are also very rough, which is simply terrible compared with the action blockbusters in the later mature period of Hollywood. Simon asked Michael Bay to be the director this time to make up for some of the defects of the original version. Michael Bay is good at boom boom boom, bang bang bang, bang bang bang, which is actually very pleasing to the eye by the standards of popcorn movies. The complete collapse of the subsequent Transformers series is mainly due to the plot, and in the final analysis, it is probably due to Michael Bay's own boredom with repeatedly directing the same series. Paramount's lack of courage to change directors is also one of the reasons. Regarding the characterization, Lieutenant Colonel O'Neill is a tough, courageous and resolute soldier, which is fine, but the setting of Dr. Jackson is a bit vague. In The Office, Simon recalled James Spader's lackluster performance in his memory and the thin portrayal of Dr. Jackson in the script, and said, as the male lead who has a more important role than Lieutenant Colonel O'Neill, I hope his character can be more distinct. For this, you can refer to the performances of Sam Neill and Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park. Although it is a standard commercial film, in Jurassic Park, Sam Neill and Jeff Goldblum successfully portrayed two completely different personalities of scholars. One is gentle and rigorous, and the other is humorous and uninhibited. In comparison, James Spader in The Assassin is more like a down-and-out middle school teacher than a doctor of archaeology and linguistics. He actually gives people the feeling of the down-and-out youth in sex, lies, and videotape. In the final analysis, James Spader is more suitable for art films. Roland Emmerich has obviously considered this issue and said, "So, Simon, what do you think about letting Jeff play Dr. Jackson?" Simon immediately understood what Emmerich meant, with a strange expression, and said, "Are you going to copy Dr. Malcolm?" Roland Emmerich nodded, but shook his head and said, "Of course there will be some changes. If Jeff Goldblum is used in this The Assassin, then the next Law Day will be a bit troublesome. Levinson in Law Day is a copy of Malcolm in Jurassic Park to a large extent, with the same unruly, no lack of talent, and perhaps, also a little down and out." Shaking his head, Simon rejected Emmerich's idea and said, "In this case, the emotional line of the script needs to be greatly adjusted. Jeff is too old. Moreover, copying a Dr. Malcolm is too good. Jurassic Park is still in theaters, and even if it is next year, the audience should be more sensitive to this. I think that since Jackson can become a doctor at a very young age, he should have a nerdy personality that focuses on academics, a little simple and dull, but knowledgeable enough." Michael Bay, who listened attentively as an apprentice most of the time, said at this time, "Simon, the two male protagonists, one serious and the other dull, will definitely appear dull when the movie is made. According to the traditional brother movie model, the personalities of the two protagonists should show a clear contrast." Hearing this, Simon nodded and said, "This is indeed a problem. Then adjust the personality of Lieutenant Colonel O'Neill and make him more humorous." After saying this, Simon noticed that both of them had a thoughtful expression. Simon looked at the time and said, "Forget it, you should discuss this matter again in private and come up with a revised proposal. We will make an appointment then." The two agreed, and everyone discussed some details of the setting. Roland Emmerich and Michael Bay stood up and said goodbye. After seeing them off, Simon also rushed to another meeting room in the office building. There were already many people waiting for him here, including Robert Rem, who is now the president of Paramount Pictures after several twists and turns. The others were mainly the main creators of the Mission Impossible series. In addition to Nicolas Cage, the male lead of the Mission Impossible series, who had already been confirmed, the project had already started casting in the second half of last year. The original Mission Impossible, at least the first few films, was completely centered on Tom Cruise. Although the film had a good team prototype at the beginning, with Tom Cruise's strong personality, he did not allow anyone to compete for his lead in a movie. At the same time, due to considerations such as pay, Stars with similar status to Cruise were not allowed to appear. Until later, when the appeal of Liang 10 to the audience was no longer so strong, the Mission Impossible series paid more attention to other team members, and successively introduced Eagle-Eye Jeremy Renner and Superman Henry Cavill to enhance the box office appeal of the film. This time, to be honest, Nicolas Cage is still far from the box office appeal of Tom Hanks, so Simon intends to adopt a relatively pleasing team model from the beginning. Of course, for the sake of the pay of the sequel, the team members will not be completely fixed, but Luther, a computer expert played by Ving Rhames, and Benjamin, a supporting clown who can add jokes, will be fixed from the beginning. Considering the freshness factor, the heroine needs to be replaced. This also gives the project a lot of room for operation. In the original version, because of Tom Cruise's various principles, the heroine is basically not a first-line actress, and she must not suppress the brilliance of the male protagonist, and she must not be too tall. These taboos are of course not needed by Cage. Therefore, compared to Emmanuel Bayard, who was not well known in North America in the first original film, Deaneries Entertainment plans to use a first-line actress this time. As of now, the director has been decided in addition to Nicolas Cage, because Brian De Palma in the original version is going to shoot Dawn of the Phoenix, and Simon also feels that the other party is not suitable. After several searches, Australian director Philip Noyce, who just directed The Ring, successfully got the director's baton. This Australian director has directed Harrison Ford's Patriot Games, The Pursuit, and Angelina Jolie's Salt in the original timeline. The box office hit The Ring also proves that this director, who has been making personal movies since he was a child and is a versatile director similar to George Miller's movies, is enough to support this project. The roles of Hacker Master Luther and colleague Benjamin have also been determined. Luther is still played by the original Ving Rhames. Simon and Rhames have worked together in Pulp Fiction, and Simon is very clear about the excellent acting skills of this black actor. Simon Pegg is still a nobody, so the role of Benjamin can only be played by someone else. In the end, Dana Carvey, who partnered with Mike Myers in The Young and the Restless, was chosen. Although this actor's comedy talent is not as good as Mike Myers, he is just right for a commercial production like Mission Impossible. Franz, played by Jean Reno in the original version, was basically cut this time. As a European movie star, Jean Reno will not always play a supporting role in a Hollywood movie project. The original version used two European stars, Jean Reno and Emmanuel Bayard, not only because they were cheap, but also because of the consideration of the European market. Simon is not worried about this. Hollywood movies already have strong enough export attributes, and they don't need to deliberately use local actors to gain market favor. Sometimes, even forcing it to say so will make the film look out of place. The heroine is still in the final discussion stage. Both Paramount and the creative team prefer Famke Janssen, the Wonder Woman, to be the heroine of the first film. Famke Janssen's performance in the first Wonder Woman movie last summer really impressed the audience, and she also confirmed her image as a first-line actress and action star at the first time. Simon was a little hesitant about this. Originally, Hawkeye and Superman joined Mission Impossible one after another. On the one hand, Hawkeye was not considered a core in the Marvel Cinematic Universe series, and on the other hand, the ups and downs of the DC movie universe made it impossible for Warner to restrict Henry Cavill from choosing other action movies. The current DC movie universe is different. For Deaneries Entertainment, the DC movie universe must be a priority. Simon will never let the actors of the DC movie universe play roles similar to the settings of their own superheroes in other films, thereby consuming the popularity of the DC movie universe. In recent years, the female in the DC movie universe, Valeria Golino, the Catwoman, has developed very well outside the superhero series. However, the corresponding roles, such as the little girl in last year's Indecent Proposal, are completely different from the sexy and hot Catwoman in the Batman series. For this Mission Impossible, Simon hopes that the heroine has enough personality, not just a vase. Simon is not even worried that she will suppress the edge of the male lead, Nicolas Cage. The sparks between the male and female protagonists will make it easier for the audience to be excited. If Famke Janssen, the actress who just became famous with Wonder Woman, is used to play a fighting girl in an action movie, the character creation will inevitably be closer to Diana Prince, which is something Simon absolutely does not want to see. In the meeting room, everyone discussed the preparations for Mission Impossible for more than half an hour, and in the end, they couldn't help but talk about the heroine. Simon no longer hesitated. He didn't want the matter to be too sloppy. He denied it directly and said, "Forget Famke. Let's discuss other people." "Well, Valerie, don't even think about it. I don't want a second Catwoman to appear in the film. Apart from that, you can contact other first-line actresses at will. Of course, I want to remind everyone that you only have 1 month. According to the plan, Mission Impossible is expected to start shooting in late February. If nothing unexpected happens, the shooting and post-production will take a total of 6 to 7 months, and it will be completed by late September at the latest. The schedule is also directly locked at the end of the year. If the heroine cannot be found when the shooting starts next month, then they can only look for one while shooting. This kind of thing is very common in Hollywood. The first heroine doesn't have too many scenes. For action movies, of course, it is more suitable for action movie actresses to participate. Not only the character image, but also the shooting experience. Actresses who have participated in action movies are definitely more suitable than those who have not participated in similar films. Simon directly passed Famke Janssen and Valerie Garlino, who the team value the most. Everyone was a little depressed, but the work had to continue. Robert Rem said, "So, Simon, do you think Miss Nicole Kidman is okay?" Simon smiled and shook his head. "Nicole doesn't have time. Batman, The Dark Knight, which will be released next summer, will also start filming in the first half of this year. Nicole Kidman has been confirmed to play Poison Ivy. With her temperament, she is indeed more suitable for Mission Impossible." Rem did not give up immediately and said, "I know, but it should be okay to adjust it." Simon once again dispelled Rem's idea. "I hope Nicole can concentrate on shaping Poison Ivy." Okay. Everyone looked at each other. In recent years, Hollywood blockbusters have just emerged, and there are not many actresses suitable for action movies. Simon rejected all the actors that the team was optimistic about, but for a while, he couldn't find a more suitable candidate. Skipping this topic for the time being, everyone started to discuss other things. They were so busy until noon, and lunch was still a working lunch. As usual, they brought their female assistants, as well as Amy Pascal and Danny Morris, the head of New World Pictures. In the restaurant, Simon briefly discussed with Amy the progress of Deaneries Entertainment's 1992 annual financial audit. Simon then turned to Danny Morris and asked about several projects under New World Pictures that he had recently paid attention to. There were mainly 3 scripts. A vulgar comedy called Ace Ventura. In the original timeline, Ace Ventura was released earlier than Dumb and Dumber and was Jim Carrey's famous work. The other 2 scripts, one was called The Haunting of the Mortuary and the other was called The Conjuring. Just by listening to the names, you can tell that these are 2 horror films. In the original timeline, The Haunting of the Mortuary and The Conjuring were not filmed until after the new millennium. However, both stories were changed based on real events that happened in the United States. For example, The Conjuring had been in preparation for 20 years before it was originally put into production in 2013. The Haunting of the Mortuary is also a true story that was reported in American newspapers more than 10 years ago. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, Reincarnation Universe. Ed and Lorraine Warren were born in the 1920s. They started to do paranormal investigation and exorcism in the 1950s. In the 1970s, influenced by the popularity of The Exorcist, paranormal events in North America began to attract media attention. The Warrens became famous in that era. The 2 horror film materials, The Conjuring and The Haunting of the Mortuary, are adapted from the personal experiences of the Warrens. Both stories take place in Connecticut and northern New York. However, the copyright sources of the 2 projects are different. After becoming famous, the Warrens accepted various interviews everywhere and authorized some writers to write books, so many true and false paranormal stories appeared. In addition, the experiencers of the paranormal events themselves will also accept media interviews. The former of the 2 projects comes from the personal narration of the Warrens, and the latter is adapted from the novels of the Snedekers, who experienced the event after being interviewed. After lunch, Simon brought Danny Morris to his office and the 2 continued their discussion. "Regarding the creation of the script, I will take the time to draw up an idea for you," Simon said as they sat opposite each other at the desk. The most important issue now is copyright. The Warrens should have accepted many interviews and authorizations over the years. Next, I need you to investigate in detail all the external authorizations of the couple. Danny, I don't want someone to suddenly sue us for infringement and demand compensation of $100 million after the film is released. In the original timeline, after The Conjuring was released and achieved excellent box office results, an author who the Warrens had authorized to write about their paranormal investigation experience asked Warner for $900 million. There are countless similar lawsuits in Hollywood every year, and $900 million would of course be just a joke. However, because of his greater ambitions for this series, Simon did not want to encounter these troubles that could have been avoided. Danny Morris was naturally aware of the frequent copyright disputes in Hollywood, but he affirmed, "Simon, the copyright should be fine. We have kept the recordings of the Warrens for the idea of The Conjuring and have signed a licensing agreement. Although The Haunting of the Mortuary is also related to the Warrens, it is a novel written by horror novelist Ray Caton after interviewing the Snedeker family. We have also signed an agreement with Caton." Simon nodded, shook his head, and said, "Actually, it's like this, Danny. I think the experience of the Warrens is far more valuable than just this one, The Conjuring. The materials you gave me show that the Warrens have been engaged in paranormal investigations for as long as 30 years and have preserved a large number of cursed or paranormal objects. Have you ever thought about turning these experiences of the couple into a long-term series? The story of The Conjuring is just a snapshot of the Warrens' long career as paranormal investigators." Danny Morris didn't think too far ahead at first, but after hearing what Simon said, he immediately understood. "This is indeed a good idea, Simon. I will immediately have someone investigate the possible authorization of the Warrens." "Actually, you still don't quite understand," Simon smiled and said. "What I mean is, since we have successfully created a DC movie universe, then, with the Warrens' 30-year career as paranormal investigators as material, we may also be able to create an interlocking horror movie universe. The DC movie universe is definitely one of the biggest innovations since the birth of Hollywood. For most Hollywood filmmakers, the only thing that can compete with the DC movie universe is probably the Marvel movie universe waiting to be developed by Deaneries Entertainment." Danny Morris didn't expect Simon to attach so much importance to the Warrens that he actually wanted to create a special movie universe. This is a movie universe. Although it is clear that this movie universe will definitely not be comparable to the DC movie universe due to the market capacity of horror movies, if it succeeds, it will definitely become a classic business case in Hollywood. What's more, compared with the current investment of $70 to $80 million in the DC movie universe, the biggest advantage of horror movies is low cost, so the risk is lower. Danny Morris couldn't help swallowing subconsciously after his thoughts raced for a moment. Realizing his situation, he laughed at himself, but soon said seriously, "It seems that I will have a lot of things to do next." "This is just an idea of mine," Simon said to Danny Morris, cooling down his mind a little. "The key is to see whether these two projects can succeed. If the box office performance of The Conjuring and The Haunting of the Morgue is too mediocre, then the idea of a movie universe will be out of the question. So, at least before the two films are released, you'd better not talk about this with other people casually." Danny Morris nodded again. Even if Simon didn't remind him, he would do so. Not only to avoid becoming a laughingstock after failure, if the outside world knew that Deaneries Entertainment planned to create a new movie universe, it would definitely attract a lot of copycats who wanted to share the pie. Danny Morris was already thinking quickly about how to sign an exclusive agreement with the Warrens. Seeing Danny Morris lost in thought, Simon did not interrupt him for a while. He opened a document and read it for a while. When the time was almost up, he looked up again and said, "As for the matter of Ace Ventura, I think the actor named Jim Carrey has his own performance characteristics. You can give him the most room to play in the production process. By the way, how is the contract signed?" Danny Morris heard Simon change the subject and temporarily withdrew his thoughts. The Conjuring and The Haunting of the Morgue will be released next summer at the earliest, but Ace Ventura is scheduled for Easter next year. As for Jim Carrey, Danny Morris did not quite understand why Simon was interested in the performance of this unknown actor. Jim Carrey is 30 years old this year. He has been playing small roles in various movies before. The most famous one is the supporting role in Peggy Sue Got Married, directed by Coppola in 1986. It was not until 2 years ago that Jim Carrey's popularity barely reached the second line with the help of a TV comedy In Living Color with good ratings. Since Simon had designated him to star in Ace Ventura, Danny Morris would not be polite to this inexplicably lucky actor, saying, according to Julia Roberts' original contract, there were 5 films in total. The salary for Ace Ventura was $200,000, and the next 4 films were capped at $5 million, with a contract term of 15 years. If he could predict the future, Simon was sure that Jim Carrey would never sign such a contract. In the original timeline, 1994 was not only a year of great Hollywood films, but also Jim Carrey's most glorious year. The comedy star released 3 films in one go that year: Ace Ventura, Dumb and Dumber, and The Mask. Not only were all 3 films box office hits, but Dumb and Dumber and The Mask also made it into the top 10 of the annual box office list. Ordinary people always talk about which Hollywood star has joined the 20 million pay club. What many people don't know is that the first Hollywood star who reached $20 million in fixed pay without relying on profit sharing is Jim Carrey. If the highest pay can only be $5 million after the film he participated in is a box office hit, although this is already the salary standard for first-line stars, but with Simon's understanding of Jim Carrey, this star will definitely not be willing. However, there is obviously no regret medicine to take in this world. Of course, there is another point. Simon will also control it a little this time and will not give Jim Carrey the opportunity to have 3 hit films a year. In memory, Jim Carrey's 3 movies in 1994, the script of Ace Ventura is already in the hands of Deaneries Entertainment, and The Mask, adapted from a comic work of Dark Horse Comics, has also been taken down. The last one, Dumb and Dumber, is a bit troublesome. In the original Dumb and Dumber, the director and screenwriter in the main creative list are both the Ferrari brothers. In fact, it is not the case. The script of Dumb and Dumber was originally written by John Hughes. However, because the script was incomplete and only resembled a story outline, and was not taken seriously by John Hughes, after New Line Cinema paid to buy the story, the 2 sides negotiated and John Hughes took the initiative to give up his signature, and the film became the work of the Farrelly brothers, who took over the responsibility of perfecting the script. After the great success of the Home Alone series, John Hughes has completely given up his work as a director in recent years and focused on running his own Hughes Entertainment Company as a screenwriter and producer. At the same time, he has once again increased the profit share required for his film creation. Recently, in The Ghost Next Door cooperated with Warner Brothers Pictures, Hughes directly offered a 10% gross revenue share across all channels. Gross revenue and net profit are 2 completely different concepts. Take the box office as an example. The gross revenue is equivalent to the share of the studio in the movie box office. Without deducting the production and publicity costs, John Hughes directly extracts 10% from it. Compared to Deaneries Entertainment's 10% of the domestic box office share, John Hughes' 10% this time, although only half of Deaneries Entertainment's share in the domestic box office, includes all channels such as global box office, video sales, TV broadcast revenue and even movie peripheral sales. Under such conditions, if the movie box office is not good enough, the studio may lose money if it is not careful, but Hughes is a steady profit and does not bear any risk. Simon roughly knows that the Home Alone series is basically the peak of John Hughes. After the 1990s, with the rise of blockbuster movies, Hughes' film style was quickly eliminated by Hollywood. Therefore, Home Alone 2 is the last project of Deaneries Entertainment and John Hughes. In the original time and space, New Line could spend a lot of money to buy a script idea from Hughes, who was still hot after producing 2 consecutive Home Alone movies, and finally successfully picked up the leak. Deaneries Entertainment is obviously impossible to do this now. Moreover, Simon is not interested in risking a creative collision to make Dumb and Dumber. If nothing unexpected happens, this vulgar comedy is likely to be completely rejected. After discussing with Danny Morris for half an hour, it was basically decided that the 2 projects Ace Ventura and The Mask would be produced consecutively, and the protagonists would naturally be Jim Carrey. Ace Ventura will be produced in the second half of the year and will be released on Easter next year. The Mask will start shooting at the beginning of next year and will be released at the end of next year. Doing so can at least save a lot of money. Ace Ventura has not been released, and Jim Carrey's salary for participating in The Mask can still be controlled at the level of hundreds of thousands of dollars. After Danny Morris left, the female assistant came over to remind him that the next meeting was a regular meeting of Deaneries Entertainment on the recent annual financial review. The financial report for 1992 will not be released until February, And this is just a weekly phased report. According to the plan, Deaneries Entertainment will start preparing for the IPO at the end of this year. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be officially listed in the summer of 1994. Therefore, the financial data for 1992 is crucial to promoting the IPO process of Deaneries Entertainment. In the past year of 1992, the most important business of Deaneries Entertainment was still movies. The top 10 movies in the North American box office rankings in 1992, calculated according to the deadline of December 31, 1992, are roughly as follows. First place, Wonder Woman, $371 million. Second place, Aladdin, $176 million. Third place, Jurassic Park, $163 million, in theaters. Fourth place, Lethal Weapon 3, $143 million. Fifth place, Home Alone 2, $142 million, in theaters. Sixth place, The Ring, $131 million, in theaters. Seventh place, A Time to Kill, $114 million. Eighth place, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, $113 million. Ninth place, Sister Act, $108 million. 10th place, Indecent Proposal, $93.11 million. It is not difficult to find from this list that except for Aladdin, Lethal Weapon 3 and Sister Act, the other 7 movies are all related to Deaneries Entertainment. This ratio is basically the same as last year. However, compared with 1991, after Deaneries Entertainment merged with MCA, the distribution strength of the 3 film labels increased significantly again in 1992, which also brought more market share to this rapidly rising Hollywood giant. In 1992, the total box office of the North American film market reached $5.36 billion. Among them, the films directly distributed by Deaneries Entertainment, all 41 films, calculated from January 1 to December 31, 1992, including the 1992 box office of the films released in 1991, and excluding the 1993 box office of the films released in 1992, the total box office figures reached $2.13 billion, accounting for 39.7% of the market. If the box office of the 3 foreign cooperation films A Time to Kill, Indecent Proposal and The Last of the Mohicans is included, the proportion will be further increased to 45.1%. If the annual box office market share of other major studios can exceed 20%, it is enough to open champagne and celebrate. In a fiercely competitive market like Hollywood, where there are 7 major coexisting companies and a large number of second and third-tier film companies vying for supremacy, a giant suddenly emerged that occupies nearly 40% of the market share. This is already an oligarch level that people look up to. Chapter 521 Sequel Question. Ovitz means that if you want Steve to continue to direct the sequel, you must participate in the profit sharing. The other party's condition is 20%. I think the bottom line should be around 15%. After the financial meeting, Simon discussed the sequel of Jurassic Park with Tom Pollock, the head of Deaneries Pictures. In the original plan, Jurassic Park was a trilogy plan. Since the film has been a great success, the preparation of the sequel will naturally be put on the agenda soon. On the original timeline, Jurassic Park is definitely the most successful project Spielberg has ever made. Relying on the full-channel profit-sharing contract signed with Universal Pictures, Spielberg received an unprecedented salary of $250 million just through the first Jurassic Park. This time, Spielberg's salary plan is a base salary of $8 million and a 10% share of the North American box office. Compared with the high-risk profit sharing, this plan of directly obtaining a commission from the box office is undoubtedly very secure. So far, Deaneries Entertainment has only issued similar contracts to 2 people. According to the box office data of Jurassic Park, Spielberg will receive more than $40 million through this project, which is also the top treatment among Hollywood filmmakers. However, if compared with the income of Deaneries Entertainment, Spielberg will definitely feel that he has taken a little less. On the original timeline, it is not difficult to guess that Spielberg's salary plan should be a 20% share of the net profit from all channels. A Jurassic Park has brought more than $1 billion in profits to Universal Pictures through global box office, toy peripherals, video sales, TV broadcasts and other channels, and Spielberg's salary has reached $250 million. Previously, in Captain Hawk, which was cooperated with Columbia Pictures, Spielberg and the two leading actors Robin Williams and Dustin Hoffman got a contract for a total of 40% of the net profit from all channels, of which Spielberg himself took 20% of the big head. Unfortunately, Captain Hawk only barely recovered its cost, and Spielberg's remuneration was only the basic director's salary. It is for this reason that Spielberg agreed to Dinnery's Entertainment's seemingly very profitable profit-sharing terms on Jurassic Park. As a result, when the box office of the film was a big hit and the peripheral sales were catching up with the DC Movie Universe series, the old man suddenly realized that he had made a not very cost-effective business. According to the long-term contract signed by Universal Pictures with Spielberg, after Jurassic Park and Schindler's List, Spielberg still owed Universal a film contract. In the original Time and Space, Spielberg, who always claimed to the outside world that he did not like to repeat work, filmed the sequel to Jurassic Park, The Lost World. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Jurassic Park, The Lost World is just a very insincere play. Although the special effects are more sophisticated and the scenes are more grand, the core story plot is just a simple copy of the first one, which also caused the box office and reputation of the second one to drop sharply compared with the first one. This time, Simon should have thought that with the first film being a big hit at the box office and the two parties having another film contract, Dinnery's Entertainment would definitely prefer him to continue directing the sequel. Traditional Hollywood studio executives would definitely do this. Because everyone is just a professional manager and dare not take too much risk, it is undoubtedly the safest to continue to let Spielberg helm the sequel. Proposing a profit-sharing plan is just in accordance with Spielberg's own value convention. However, Simon is not a person who likes to follow conventions. Gently tapping the desktop of the desk, Simon carefully considered and sorted it out for a moment, and said to Tom Pollock, "In this case, let's start looking for other directors." Tom Pollock was stunned, as if he thought he had heard it wrong. After 2 seconds, Pollock reacted and still said uncertainly, "Simon, you mean, change someone?" "Yes, change someone." Tom Pollock didn't know what to say for a while. Judging from the current box office and peripheral sales data of Jurassic Park, this is a super-selling project that will bring Dinnery's Entertainment no less than $1 billion in profits in the next few years. With such a stunning start, a traditional Hollywood filmmaker like him would certainly cry and beg Spielberg to continue directing the sequel to ensure the overall quality of the series. As long as the sequel can be guaranteed, the 15% net profit share is actually completely worth it. What's more, for a filmmaker who can bring $1 billion in revenue to the studio, taking $150 million is not excessive at all. In fact, traditional Hollywood bigwigs actually make more money than the studios on many projects. After hesitating for a moment, Tom Pollock finally said seriously, "Simon, I think this decision is a bit reckless. You have to know that with the current revenue of Jurassic Park, Steven's offer for the sequel is actually not high." "Of course I understand. This is also my decision after serious consideration," Simon said in a serious tone. "Do you think this Jurassic Park is perfect?" Tom Pollock was a little confused. "We can get about $350 million in box office in North America alone. Isn't it perfect enough?" "Of course it's not perfect," Simon shook his head, but did not comment carefully, and said, "So, I hope to change people, not because of the profit-sharing plan offered by Steven. In fact, if the quality of the sequel can be ensured, I also think it is reasonable for Steven to take 20% of the profit share on the sequel." Tom Pollock understood, but was a little confused, and said, "But, in the whole of Hollywood, Simon, except for you, do you think there is anyone more suitable than Steven to direct the sequel?" "Well, Tom, tell me first, what is the most attractive thing about Jurassic Park to the audience?" Tom Pollock listened to what Simon said, thought for a moment, and said, "Special effects." "Yes, special effects," Simon continued. "It just so happens that the special effects team of Jurassic Park is completely in our hands, which is enough to ensure the quality of the special effects of the sequel. However, if you want the audience to buy tickets for the sequel, special effects alone are definitely not enough. I hope that the film will have breakthroughs in the plot and even the connotation. Do you think Steven will still spend a lot of energy to do this project seriously when the film is so successful? It's okay if Steven doesn't want to spend time on it. We can make suggestions from it. But do you think that with Steven's personality, he will accept our intervention in the creation of the film? Spielberg is a person with a very strong desire for control, and the whole Hollywood knows this. After Rising with Jaws, Amberlin Pictures under Spielberg's name not only produces projects directed by Spielberg himself, but also produces a large number of other films every year with this movie star personally serving as producer. These projects are basically firmly in the hands of Spielberg. Other film creators must produce completely according to the will of the old man himself, otherwise they may be fired. There is nothing wrong with this production mechanism that is decided by one person. If there are always different voices on a film project, and there are always various people pointing fingers, the result may be disastrous. The most typical case is the DC Movie Universe series that Simon remembers Warner's good cards and played them badly. Deanery's Entertainment is also largely decided by Simon himself. Now, Jurassic Park has a very amazing start. If Spielberg can ensure that the quality of the sequel is even higher, or even maintain the level of the first one, Simon will tend to let the other party continue to control the series. Although it is somewhat unfair to use what happened in the previous life to apply to Spielberg now, considering all factors, Simon feels that it is almost inevitable to let Spielberg continue to control the series and follow the previous level of sequels. If Spielberg is a person who is willing to accept other people's opinions, this may not be a big problem. Coincidentally, this is a person with a strong desire for control, and he will not allow the film company to dictate his projects, especially when the first part is so successful. Therefore, Simon wants to replace the director of the Jurassic Park series, not because the salary conditions offered by Old C are too high, but to fundamentally take back the creative control of the Jurassic Park series. Tom Pollock listened to Simon and quickly understood his boss's intention. However, this is really a bit risky. Knowing that the young man in front of him has made up his mind, Tom Pollock thought about it and did not persuade him again, but talked about another problem. If this happens, Steven and the media will be in trouble. Jurassic Park is still being released, and overseas box office is also showing a trend of explosive growth. Just after producing such a successful project for Deanery's Entertainment, he was fired directly before the sequel was discussed. This is very hurtful to a legendary Hollywood director. If the media knew the news, it would definitely be more lively. Crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, climbing up the house and pulling the ladder, the rabbit dies and the dog is cooked, and the bird is dead and the boy's hidden. Well, the West does not have such a rich vocabulary of idioms, but by then, media opinion will definitely be more colorful than this bunch of idioms. More seriously, Deanery's Entertainment's actions may also make other Hollywood filmmakers dissatisfied. This is something Simon had not thought of just now, but after Pollock reminded him, Simon quickly sorted out an idea. Deanery's Entertainment must indeed pay attention to this issue. After tapping his fingers on the table and thinking for a moment, Simon said, "In this way, the preparations for the sequel should not be too fussy for the time being. You continue to talk to them and don't give in. Wait until Steven finishes Schindler's List. At that time, we can break up with the reason that the two sides cannot reach an agreement on salary and creativity. Obviously, this is the only way." After dragging it out for more than half a year, the popularity of Jurassic Park will also cool down. As long as the reason is right, both parties will step down easily. In any case, the consequences will be much smaller than directly announcing Spielberg's expulsion now. After finalizing the matter, Tom Pollock was about to get up and leave, but Simon suddenly stopped him, staring into the eyes of this veteran Hollywood executive, and said, "Tom, there is one thing you need to understand. You are now an executive of Deanery's Entertainment, and you are working for me. So, I absolutely do not want our conversation today to be known in advance by people who should not know, understand?" Tom Pollock paused, and was not dissatisfied with Simon's sudden questioning. Instead, he broke out in a cold sweat. He did have some thoughts just now. As a professional manager who has been in Hollywood for many years, he instinctively feels close to old celebrities like Spielberg, and is more inclined to think that they are their own people. In comparison, Simon's rise was too fast, and to the natives of Hollywood, he still looked like an outsider. If it weren't for Simon's sudden reminder, it would be difficult for Tom Pollock to resist revealing something to Spielberg in advance. Although it might not be the entire content of the conversation between the two today, it would be enough for Spielberg to know the general inside story. As for the result, he had just shot a hit movie, and he was fired before the movie was even released. Anyone with a bit of temper would definitely feel resentment towards the person who fired him. It is not difficult to see from the childish clause that someone who had rejected him was written into every movie contract that Spielberg was definitely not a broad-minded person. Facing Simon's gaze, Tom Pollock did not quibble or express his dissatisfaction, but said, "I understand, Simon, I will definitely not do this." Simon nodded with satisfaction and said, "Also, you should discuss this matter with Amy in private and come up with a detailed plan." Tom Pollock nodded again, confirmed that Simon had no other instructions, and finally got up and left. Walking out of Simon's office and walking through the breeze-filled corridor of the office building, Tom Pollock felt a coolness on his body and gradually calmed down. Then he couldn't help but think of another thing. A certain young man sitting in that office seemed to have too much knowledge of many things in Hollywood. If I remember correctly, my boss will only be 25 years old next month. Even a young man from a Hollywood family, at the age of 25, is unlikely to know so many twists and turns. However, thinking about the miracles that the other party has created since his debut, Tom Pollock soon felt relieved. His boss is a weird existence. Maybe he can really communicate with spirits. Tom Pollock left, and it was almost time to get off work. Simon did not intend to get off work on time as usual, but according to the work schedule, he rushed to the post-production center to check the recent sample footage of 7 Deadly Sins, which had already started shooting. Chapter 522 Sundance. This year's Sundance Film Festival opened on January 15th. Robert Redford personally called to invite Simon to attend the opening ceremony of the film festival. That day happened to be Friday, so he planned to take Janet to Park City for the weekend. The Westeros system is too large. If Simon wants to work now, he will never finish his work. Therefore, although he will try to arrange more work schedules on weekdays, he is no longer fully committed, but reserves enough time for rest. The opening ceremony is held at 1 p.m. on Friday as usual, still at the Egyptian Theater in Park City. However, compared with Simon's first appearance in Park City, the current Sundance is no longer the same as it used to be. In the past 6 years, the Sundance Film Festival has successively produced Lola Run, Sex, Lies and Videotape, Some Girls, Metropolitan People, Reservoir Dogs and other films that are either well received or popular. Even the classic love film Pretty Woman that was a super hit at the time, the original script was also from Sundance. At the same time, the film festival has also cultivated a large number of cutting-edge filmmakers including Simon. All these have increased the attention of the Sundance Film Festival, forming a virtual circle and attracting more and more filmmakers to participate. Simon and Janet arrived at the Egyptian Theater 10 minutes in advance. Compared with the deserted time when Lola Run was exhibited, the Egyptian Theater this time was bustling. Although there was still no red carpet, it did not prevent media reporters and a large number of fans from gathering to watch. As soon as they entered the theater, Robert Redford personally greeted them amid the crazy crowds and screams of the media and fans. There was also Robert Redford who also came to participate in this film festival. When he called to invite him, Redford had no expectations at all. Simon's current status is no longer the same as before. Even if the Sundance Film Festival is developing just as rapidly, it is difficult for him to have too much confidence in front of this young man. Unexpectedly, Simon agreed. Naturally, he was overjoyed. With Simon's current status, as long as he shows up in Park City, even if he does nothing, it can bring a very powerful advertising effect. This not only means that the style of Sundance will be greatly improved, but also that many things that the film festival wants to promote will become easier. After all, Westeros has appeared. What else is impossible? After a simple hug and greeting, everyone temporarily turned to the backstage. Then there was another series of greetings and greetings. Robert De Niro's appearance this time was mainly because a film he starred in will be the opening film of this film festival. The name of the film is This Boy's Life. This is a biographical drama film that tells a series of stories about a mother and son who depend on each other and move to Seattle. Simon is also very familiar with the actor who plays the boy Toby in the film, Leonardo DiCaprio. The actress who plays the boy's mother is Ellen Barkin, who Simon also knows. Highgate Pictures also bought a copyright of In the Name of the Father from Barkin's husband Gabriel Byrne last year. The opening ceremony will start soon. Everyone entered the screening hall and sat down. Redford was personally responsible for hosting as usual. Simon had already read the relevant information about this year's Sundance Film Festival in advance. Among the participating films this year, there are 2 films from Highgate Pictures. One is a self-invested production by Highgate Pictures, called Young People in Fire, starring Tim Roth, Phoebe Cates, Bridget Fonda and other stars, telling the love, desire, promise and life of several young people in a small town in Arizona. The production cost of Young People in Fire is $2.5 million, and it cannot be regarded as a key project of Highgate Pictures in 1993. Simon has seen the finished film, which is not bad, nor excellent, but it fits the atmosphere of Sundance very well. Of course, the possibility of winning the award is not too great, because there are several other very good films this year. The other one is called The Elegy of the Killer. This is a work completed by a New Mexican director, Robert Rodriguez, with $7,000 raised by himself. Because of the close cooperation between Deaneries Entertainment and Highgate Pictures, when the film was just submitted for selection, it was noticed by the Highgate Pictures team and bought in advance for $100,000. Not only that, Deaneries Entertainment also signed a contract with Rodriguez for the next film in advance. In addition to the two films under Deaneries Entertainment, Simon also paid attention to Beauty in the Box and another new director Bryan Singer's feature film debut. Meanwhile, Beauty in the Box is starred by Julian Sands and Sherilyn Fenn. It tells the story of a surgeon who cuts off the limbs of the woman he loves and keeps her in a box in order to get her. As for Meanwhile, I remember that it was the winner of the grand jury prize of this Sundance. Simon actually noticed this film produced by an independent film company in advance, but did not instruct Highgate Pictures to buy the copyright. It was mainly because he was not interested in Bryan Singer. It was not because of Bryan Singer's private affairs. There are countless people in the circle who are worse than him. After all, Hollywood is largely a hunting ground, with a cruel food chain from top to bottom. If you can't climb up the food chain to become a hunter, and you don't want to leave this circle, you can only accept your fate. Simon just doesn't like Bryan Singer to mix too many personal preferences into the films he is responsible for. For example, in the X-Men series, not to mention the leading actors, the supporting roles in the film are full of beautiful guys who appear and disappear mysteriously, which is simply overflowing with gay spirit. Because there was no other arrangement, Simon did not leave after the opening ceremony and continued to stay in the Egyptian theater to watch the opening film. In the evening, he left the Egyptian theater and had dinner with Redford and others. Everyone rushed to the Sundance Institute at the foot of the ski resort on the west side of Park City to attend the opening party. Regarding what lies behind the scenes, Simon, it's a pity this time. Of course, I prefer to do it with Deaneries. However, the project is led by Michael, and you know his relationship with Eisner. At the crowded party, Redford and Simon talked about his next movie with a little apology in their tone. What Lies is adapted from a TV contest scandal when the TV industry was just emerging in the 1950s. It tells the story of a producer of a quiz TV game who, in order to increase ratings, did not hesitate to cheat and reveal the answers to the contestants in advance. Robert Redford collaborated with Deaneries Entertainment on two films last year, namely Indecent Proposal and A River Runs Through It. The two films, Indecent Proposal, sold well, and A River Runs Through It eventually achieved a box office of more than $40 million after its release in September last year, which also brought good profits to Deaneries Entertainment and initially made Brad Pitt, the new Superman actor, popular. Redford's agency contract has been with CAA in recent years. The success of two consecutive works has made Redford's next work, What Lies, also highly sought after. After the news of the project was exposed, Deaneries Entertainment immediately expressed its interest. Then, other studios naturally did not want to be outdone. After a competition, because of the personal relationship between CAA President Michael Ovitz and Disney CEO Michael Eisner, and the offer, What Lies was finally won by Disney. The film will also start shooting soon and is expected to be released at the end of the year. After all, movies are all business. If Deaneries Entertainment is willing to raise the price, it is not impossible to get the project. However, Simon actually had no interest in this doomed movie in his memory from the beginning, and deliberately showing interest was just a strategy. In the final bidding stage, it was actually Simon who stopped the possibility of further increase. Although Disney snatched the film, the production cost of the film increased from the initial $30 million to $40 million due to everyone's competition. With a production cost of $40 million, considering the publicity and promotion, the film must at least achieve a box office equivalent to the production budget in the North American market to ensure that all investments can be recovered across all channels. In Simon's fragmented memory, the box office of What Lies was probably only more than $20 million. Now that the project has fallen into the hands of Disney, the film company will not only lose money, but also bear the loss of the popular schedule at the end of the year. This is actually something that Simon has promoted intentionally or unintentionally. Simon has never forgotten the idea of suppressing Disney step by step. This time, What Lies is just a chess piece that falls at random. Of course, on the surface, Simon will not reveal any flaws. He also showed a regretful expression on his face and said, "What Lies is a very exciting project. I also think it's a pity, but we will definitely have opportunities to cooperate in the future." The two sides chatted for a while. Redford left to entertain other people, and Simon also walked towards De Niro, wanting to talk to him about another project. Janet took Simon's arm, and when Redford walked away, she smiled and said, "You don't think much of that project, do you?" Simon nodded. "Yes, it's a pitfall for Disney." "Did Eisner provoke you?" "No," Simon said, and after greeting Denzel Washington, who came over, he continued in a low voice, "If Deaneries wants to continue to expand, she can only squeeze the living space of other studios as much as possible." In the past year, the box office share of the entire Deaneries entertainment production in the North American market has been close to 40%. For the film industry, this is definitely a ceiling-level existence. Hollywood still has 7 major studios coexisting. Under the strong impact of Deaneries Entertainment, the average market share of the other 6 major studios in the past year was less than 10%. For example, Columbia Pictures, a subsidiary of Sony, had the best box office performance last year, Coppola's Bram Stoker's Dracula. As of December 31, 1992, the box office was just over $80 million. Of the 15 films released throughout the year, except for Bram Stoker's Dracula, the other box office revenues were less than $50 million. The total box office of all 15 films was only $330 million, accounting for only a pitiful 6.1% of the $5.36 billion in North American box office revenue. After the annual box office statistics were released, the media once again reported that Sony planned to withdraw from Hollywood. There is also Paramount, whose best box office performance last year, Patriot Games, was released in the summer, and the final box office was also only $83.35 million. It released 16 films throughout the year. Except for Patriot Games with a box office of more than $80 million, and Eddie Murphy's Comedy Darts with a box office of more than $70 million, the other projects were tepid, with a total box office of $310 million and a market share of 5.7%, which was even more miserable than Columbia Pictures. Except for Columbia and Paramount, which are at the bottom of the 7, the other 4 are in a better situation, but they are incomparable to the strength of Deaneries Entertainment. Outside the 7, because Deaneries Entertainment is involved in niche fields such as horror films and art films, other second and third tier film companies such as New Line and Orion have a total market share of only 11%, and there is not a single hit film among them. Obviously, the 7 major Hollywood competitors have been squeezed to a certain limit by Deaneries Entertainment. In this case, if Deaneries Entertainment wants to continue to expand, it can only take measures to completely eliminate its competitors. In the short term, a large studio like Disney will definitely not be eliminated, but some measures can be taken to make these film companies weaker. Simon's relatively short-term goal is actually to clear out as many second and third-tier Hollywood film companies with independent distribution capabilities as possible, such as Miramax, which was completely suppressed by Simon some time ago, and Orion, which is getting worse and worse, and New Line Cinema, which was reversed by Simon and therefore fell into trouble. If Hollywood's second and third-tier film companies want to grow and develop, the key is to have the ability to distribute their own films. Otherwise, they will always be vassals of the big studios. When Deaneries Entertainment was just established, Simon hoped to break the monopoly of the big studios. Now, with a change of identity and position, the concept will naturally change. What Simon has to do is to further strengthen the monopoly of Hollywood film distribution channels. After completing the planned cleanup, small second and third-tier film companies can of course continue to exist, but they can only exist as independent production companies attached to big studios, only participate in production and provide content supplements for big studios. If these companies show ambitions to get involved in the distribution field, Deaneries Entertainment will ruthlessly suppress them. At the party, Simon and Janet chatted in a low voice and came to De Niro. The two stopped talking and Simon and De Niro discussed another recent project. Last year, he worked with Michael Mann on The Last of the Mohicans. The director who transformed into the field of TV series submitted a new project called Heat. Heat is exactly one of Simon's favorite Hollywood movies. When he first entered this circle and attended Brian De Palma's party, he stood on the hillside of Beverly Hills and looked at the bright lights of Los Angeles. Simon inexplicably thought of this movie. Many things have changed over the years. The project of Heat was not fanned away by his big butterfly, because like many films with a rough fate, Michael Mann had the idea for this project in the 1980s. It was not until the box office success of The Last of the Mohicans that this project, which had been transferred between many studios, was greenlit by Deaneries Entertainment. Chapter 523, The Attack of Blockbuster. In recent years, from The Sixth Sense to Cape Fear, Robert De Niro has been at the peak of his career. Al Pacino's popularity quickly recovered through Scent of a Woman at the end of last year. In addition, the two are the four old Hollywood male stars, so it is not easy to get together. Deaneries Entertainment had already contacted De Niro, but the other party did not agree immediately. Therefore, Simon had to come forward in person. The two talked for a while at the party. Simon made a detailed analysis of Heat and guaranteed that it would become a classic police and gangster film in the 1990s. De Niro finally gave in. After the cooperation of Scent of a Woman, Al Pacino had already agreed to Heat in advance. This time, De Niro was settled, and the project basically had no major obstacles. Many people at the party had been paying close attention to Simon's movements. Seeing that he finally finished talking to De Niro, they all took the opportunity to come forward and say hello. For most of the filmmakers around who are only second or third tier or even have no status, it is a rare opportunity to meet Simon Westeros. If you can leave some special impressions, then at least you can save 10 or 20 years of hard work in Hollywood. In recent years, Deaneries Entertainment is not only dazzling for Westeros alone, but also spares no effort in cultivating new filmmakers. Simon was not cold to the greetings of the people around him. He patiently entertained them. If they were interested, he would chat for a while, but he would not make any promises immediately. It was not until after 10 o'clock that Simon and his wife left the party and returned to their residence in the mountains southeast of the town. The next day, I slept until after 8 o'clock. After waking up, I didn't leave the bed. January is the coldest season in Park City. There has been no snow recently, but the weather has become increasingly dry and cold, and the outdoor temperature is below -10 degrees. The wooden house on a hill is naturally warm like spring. There is no schedule today. After waking up, Janet still entangled with the man like an octopus, rubbing, and then naturally made love. At 10 o'clock, I carried the lazy and soft woman to the bathroom and took a hot bath. After washing up, I went downstairs. It was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. This time, Abd and Alia followed me. After going downstairs, lunch was ready, so I went directly to the restaurant. Although it was a wooden structure house, the architectural design was very fashionable. The restaurant was facing south and installed a whole wall of sealed floor-to-ceiling glass, mainly for warmth considerations. The sun shone in at noon, seemingly without any temperature, but with a heating in the house, it gave people a very comfortable feeling. Sitting next to Simon at the dining table, Janet's face still had a faint blush. She ate the food in front of her for a while, touched the man sideways, and asked, "What are we doing in the afternoon?" Simon smiled and said, "Nothing, basking in the sun." Janet's beautiful eyes flickered a few times, nodded, and said with a curved corner of her mouth, "Yes. Since we are here to participate in the film festival, the best activity is of course to watch a movie. However, Simon will probably cause some commotion no matter which movie he appears at the screening. In addition, there is no movie that he is particularly interested in, so he just stays at home. Skiing is even more out of the question. The main reason is that Janet doesn't know how to ski. It was already noon, and the temperature outside in Park City was still below zero, so it was impossible to sunbathe outside. After lunch, they moved to another living room that also had floor-to-ceiling windows and was brightly lit. They made coffee, prepared some fruits, and huddled together on the sofa. A black and white movie, Casablanca, was playing on the TV. This was sent by the Blockbuster chain in Park City. There was actually a private screening room in the cabin, but the couple preferred to watch TV in the warm and bright living room at this time. Simon had originally drawn up a plan to distribute old classic films through Blockbuster channels, imitating the model of Disney rescreening animated films. Blockbuster has been doing this all the time, and it has been quite successful. The most recent recommendation is Casablanca. The film is actually produced by Warner Brothers, but since the plan was successful, Blockbuster will naturally not just focus on MGM. It seemed like a long time ago. One night when they were talking on the phone, Simon joked with Janet about the two male protagonists of Casablanca. The woman still remembered it clearly, so her mind couldn't help but wander during the movie, and then she once again blamed someone for ruining her mood for a classic movie. Simon was just joking at the time, and he still enjoyed the movie at this time. Compared with now, the black and white movies decades ago did not have complex techniques, rich colors, or complicated plots, but it did not prevent it from becoming a classic that people still talk about half a century later. This is probably the whole charm of the movie. When Rick and Sheriff Renault planned to travel around the world together again on the big screen, Janet blinked a few times, couldn't help but giggle a few times, and then turned her head to hit Simon's shoulder again. Simon picked up a strawberry from the fruit plate held by Janet and smiled. I was joking at the time. They are actually a very pure gay relationship. Janet was not big, but she opened her mouth towards the man. Simon had no choice but to put the strawberry he had just picked up into the woman's mouth, but she bit his finger and nibbled it a few times. After a while of playing around, Janet also put a piece of strawberry into Simon's mouth and said, "Speaking of spies, we now have a team of about 100 people. Do you want to do something bad?" This story started in the autumn of the year before last. After discovering that there were many forces following him, Simon gradually began to build an intelligence team dedicated to the Westeros family. It happened that the merger of East and West Germany and the subsequent upheaval in Eastern Europe and the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the changes in the world pattern led to many changes, especially the huge intelligence network built by the Eastern forces became fragmented in this turmoil, which happened to be convenient for the Westeros system to recruit relevant talents. However, because Simon was too busy, Janet was always in charge of this matter. The woman only occasionally mentioned it to Simon, such as developing a team of people, digging up interesting things, and finding some guys who were interested in the Westeros family. Over time, Simon unconsciously stopped paying much attention to this matter. Unexpectedly, a team of more than 100 people suddenly appeared. Turning his head to look at the woman beside him, Simon asked, "Be specific, how many people?" Janet said, 136 people. Hearing this number, Simon couldn't help but said, "You won't take just any random person, will you?" Janet blinked a few times and shook her head. "Of course not, they're all the best. For example, the KGB team we found first, they actually deliberately revealed their flaws, so we found them. There was a very powerful couple behind that team. They had a premonition of the end of the Soviet Union and were looking for a way out from the beginning." Simon vaguely remembered the family Janet had mentioned before. The couple were teachers at a less famous university in London, England, and they had a daughter who was studying at the University of Southern California. At that time, Simon was busy with the acquisition of MCA and Bell Atlantic, and didn't have much energy to pay attention to this matter. Janet rarely mentioned it afterwards. However, more than 100 people. Although the family can afford it, and there is no shortage of places where they can be used, but raising so many spies, if you are not careful, there may be trouble. Janet looked at Simon's expression, suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm the only one who knows the specific information of these people. They are all scattered teams, and the largest group has only 8 people. Even if some people are discovered, it is impossible to lead to the whole network." Simon did not relax and asked, "Will it involve us?" Janet thought for a while and said, "Some people will, such as some we recruited from Australia, but they will not do anything too out of line. Even if they are discovered, it's okay, and there will be no direct evidence pointing to us. Another part of the people, whose identities are more sensitive, will not. I have only kept in touch with them indirectly." Simon thought of another question, what about loyalty, how to guarantee it? Janet shrugged, "I tried my best to ensure this, but it is unlikely to be 100% confirmed. You know, human heart is the most complicated thing in the world. No one dares to ensure anything 100% except for one's own self." Simon nodded slightly, thinking of another thing, and said, "I remember that the treatment given to Martin Dinham's 2 groups was very generous. The one-time retirement bonus alone was $5 million US. These more than 100 people, it won't be the same, right?" When the old man was asked to help find 11 people, the Simons offered a generous reward that was almost like buying out their lives. A 20-year work term, an annual salary of $200,000, a one-time settlement allowance of $1 million, a retirement bonus of $5 million in the future, and an equally generous pension later. Both parties knew that this was almost like buying out their lives. In the past 1 or 2 years, Simon had not seen any eavesdropping or other tricks around him, and many attempts to target Simon and his wife were discovered in advance, which also proved that the two teams under Martin Dinham were worth the money. Janet shook her head and said, "Martin and his team are the direct line. Most of the others, of course, only get paid after doing the work. We are not the suckers." Even if these more than 100 people were treated exactly as Martin Dinham and his team were treated, Simon could afford it with his current and future wealth. However, this involves the question of whether it is worth it. Simon has so much money now that he can't spend it all, and it will be even more so in the future. However, he never likes to be treated as a fat sheep. Hearing Janet's words, Simon said with relief, "For a net, of course, as long as it has the ability to catch fish, it should be used as little as possible, and it is best not to do useless work." Janet understood what Simon meant, nodded, but then came over and said with a smile, "But I just want to do something bad." Simon pinched the woman's smooth face and said, "If you really want to do something bad, you still have to do it." Feeling the undisguised indulgence in the man's tone, Janet chuckled a few times, rubbed her face against the man's palm, and moved closer, saying, "I want to do other bad things." The whole weekend was spent in the mountain cabin in Park City like a geek, and time passed quickly. In the new week, Simon returned to Los Angeles, and Janet flew to New York as usual. Not only Cersei Capital, but now many of the work of Westeros Company and Verizon Telecom are largely handled by Janet. In addition to the inside and outside of Westeros, the things that women need to take care of on a daily basis are no less than Simon. However, compared to the many micromanagement Simon had to participate in Hollywood and Silicon Valley, Janet has always been a macromanager who is good at making others work hard, so she actually has much less to do than Simon. Malibu, Deanery Studios. The time is Tuesday, January 19th. At lunchtime, Simon and Nancy Brill had lunch in the restaurant in the office loft area on the second floor of the studio. The two had just discussed a new development plan for Blockbuster, which Nancy Brill was in charge of, about Blockbuster's direct involvement in the field of film production and distribution. Blockbuster's financial data for 1992 is still under review, but preliminary data has been released. In the 4 quarters of 1992, Blockbuster's total revenue is approximately $3.36 billion. The core videotape business had a revenue scale of $2.51 billion, including $130 million in online platform revenue. Although the proportion is still low, the development in this area has far exceeded the industry's expectations. In addition, the chain's movie peripheral product sales volume was $730 million, of which 69% came directly from Deanery's entertainment-related peripheral sales, reaching $510 million. This is also the largest portion of Deanery's entertainment's peripheral sales in all retail channels, such as Walmart and Toys R Us. Finally, there is about $120 million in store advertising and other revenues. In the past few years of controlling Blockbuster, Nancy Brill has been continuously making various adjustments to Blockbuster to keep this increasingly large videotape chain in a healthy long-distance runner state, rather than blindly pursuing scale and eventually becoming a slow-moving obese patient. Just last year, while canceling the late payment fees that have been criticized by users, Blockbuster decisively cut off marginal businesses such as game cartridge rentals, and further streamlined non-videotape retail businesses, thoroughly establishing the two cores of videotape rentals and peripheral product sales. In terms of store expansion, Blockbuster has also been restrained. This business strategy ensures Blockbuster's overall high-efficiency operation, but it also largely limits Blockbuster's rapid revenue growth. However, Blockbuster's profit margin has also increased significantly due to the streamlining of bloated businesses and the improvement of efficiency. Even if it still maintains the expansion of online platforms, Blockbuster's expected net profit margin for the whole year will be around 15%, and the net profit in 1992 will be around $500 million. This has exceeded the net profit scale of some major Hollywood studios. As the news came out, although the annual financial report will not be officially announced until next month, Blockbuster's stock price has continued to rise during this period. With a large amount of cash in hand, expansion is necessary. Therefore, There is a plan to directly get involved in film production and distribution, which is actually a supplement to Deaneries Entertainment's overall expansion in Hollywood. Chapter 524 ADSL. Nancy Brill once ambitiously hoped that Blockbuster would achieve $5 billion in revenue within 3 years and occupy half of the videotape market. In 1991, Blockbuster's revenue was $2.31 billion. In 1992, Blockbuster's revenue was initially estimated to be $3.36 billion, with an annual growth rate of 45%. With the Blockbuster's global chain store layout completed this year and the continued rapid growth of the global videotape market, it will not be a problem for Blockbuster to achieve the same growth rate as in 1992. The same 45% growth rate means that Blockbuster's annual revenue in 1993 is expected to be close to $5 billion. After 3 years, the triple jump plan was officially completed. Although there are inevitably some deviations, such as a large part of the expected $5 billion in revenue will come from the equally rapidly growing film peripheral product revenue, it is only a matter of time before Blockbuster continues to expand and grabs half of the videotape market share. Any company, once it has more than half of the market share in a certain industry, must consider finding new growth points. In the original timeline, after Blockbuster became an industry oligopoly, it also tried to diversify and expand, getting involved in the record industry, operating cable TV, and even opening theme parks, but all ended in failure. The current Blockbuster is completely different from the bloated and inefficient videotape chain giant in Simon's memory. However, as the expansion of Blockbuster's existing business is about to hit the ceiling, it is still necessary to find new growth points. Getting involved in the field of film and television production and distribution is the next expansion route that Simon personally determined for Blockbuster. At the same time, Blockbuster provides a new set of distribution channels for small and medium-sized film companies, which is also conducive to Deaneries Entertainment's further strengthening of control over Hollywood film distribution channels. Independent production and distribution of movies is only the most basic promotion for Blockbuster's revenue. Having exclusive content can not only further enhance Blockbuster's brand awareness, but also strengthen user stickiness to Blockbuster and avoid loss. This is killing two birds with one stone. In the restaurant, Simon and Nancy Brill talked about the benefits of Blockbuster's direct involvement in the production and distribution fields. Nancy Brill listened to Simon and said, "But, Simon, the risk of producing a film independently is very high. The reason why many second and third-tier film companies in Hollywood went bankrupt is that they couldn't see their own position and blindly got involved in the field of film production. Then why did they do this?" Simon looked at Nancy with a smile and said, "The key is that the potential benefits of doing so are too great. Just like New Line at the beginning, a self-made A Nightmare on Elm Street sold well, which directly raised the strength of this small-scale third-tier film company to a higher level. But as far as I know, New Line is now on the verge of bankruptcy. That's because New Line itself lacks accumulation and foundation, or it has a component of bad luck," Simon said patiently. "These are not problems for Blockbuster. Blockbuster's current comprehensive strength is stronger than Columbia and MGM among the 7 majors, and it also has sufficient funds." Nancy pointed out another critical problem: the monopoly of videotape channels and the lack of theater releases and television broadcasts that can increase the popularity of the film have greatly limited the scale of Blockbuster's film production. "It is difficult for us to undertake the production of blockbuster films." Simon had certainly considered this and said, "So, in the early stages of the plan, Blockbuster will mainly focus on distribution. By buying out the copyrights of completed films from film companies, it will expand its exclusive content and try to invest in low-cost films on its own. When Blockbuster's strength is further enhanced and it has a firm foothold worldwide, it can try large-scale productions. Moreover, Blockbuster's personal participation in film production does not necessarily mean complete exclusivity in the videotape channel. It can still distribute the films in theaters and on television, but Blockbuster will have a monopoly on the videotape channel. Actually, I was thinking," Nancy looked at Simon and said, "Deaneries Entertainment can give Blockbuster exclusive rights to its content when distributing its films on videotape." "I've thought about doing that, too," Simon shook his head and said, "but first of all, Blockbuster's current strength is not enough to fully stimulate the commercial potential of a Deaneries Entertainment hit film in the videotape channel. This is the most important point. Secondly, Deaneries Entertainment's current market share is already high enough. If it does this, It is likely to attract antitrust lawsuits from other videotape chains. Content exclusivity is common in the process of Hollywood movie distribution. During the process of theater distribution, some powerful theater chains often demand exclusive theater distribution rights of a film company. There are countless similar cases in videotape chains, TV networks, and other channels. The problem is that the current goal of Deaneries Entertainment is too obvious. For example, if Deaneries Entertainment gives Wonder Woman, which was a big hit at the box office last year, to Blockbuster for videotape channel distribution alone, not to mention whether this chain company focusing on rental business can fully release the commercial potential of Wonder Woman, other videotape manufacturers who cannot intervene in the fat piece of Wonder Woman will certainly not be willing. Coincidentally, Blockbuster is a subsidiary of Deaneries Entertainment, which gives competitors enough excuses to sue Deaneries Entertainment for suspected monopoly. In comparison, if it is a second or third-tier film company, it will not attract much attention if it sells the copyright of some works to a certain videotape manufacturer alone. Hollywood can release about 500 films in theaters every year, but the actual number of films produced is more than doubled. These films that cannot be released in theaters can only be released on videotapes or television. Some film companies even do not expect to be released in theaters at all. They focus on the videotape and television markets from the beginning. Relying on the strong demand for content in these two fields, many small film companies are also living very comfortably. As the conversation continued, Nancy Brill gradually understood another meaning from Simon's words. She even stopped eating and stared at the man opposite her without blinking, saying, "Simon, if I guess correctly, you want to develop Blockbuster into the eighth major in Hollywood." Before the merger with MCA, Deaneries Entertainment had basically jumped to the eighth largest studio, on par with the 7 traditional Hollywood studios. With the completion of the merger with MCA, Hollywood once again returned to the coexistence of the 7 major studios, but this time the 7 major studios, to be precise, should be Deaneries, Warner, Disney, Paramount, Fox, MGM, and Columbia. In Hollywood today, Deaneries Entertainment not only occupies nearly 40% of the market share in the film industry, but also indirectly controls MGM. Although this company, under the support of Deaneries Entertainment, still only had a 7% market share in the film industry last year, it is still one of the old Hollywood film companies. Controlling 2 major Hollywood studios and occupying such a high market share, it is simply unrealistic for Deaneries Entertainment to expand further by annexing other studios. Even if the Westeros system has a deep interest relationship with the incoming Bill Clinton, it is impossible to cross the threshold of antitrust. Therefore, if you want to expand further, you must find another way. Eliminating second and third-tier film companies and weakening other studios is Simon's strategy. Further expansion of Blockbuster is another move of Simon. First of all, even with its current strength, Blockbuster is no weaker than some Hollywood studios, and there is no lack of room for further expansion. Secondly, the superficial attributes of videotape chain companies can make competitors and federal regulators ignore the threat of this company. Finally, there is one more point. Netflix in the original time and space completed its counterattack against Hollywood by positioning itself as a video rental company and became a super media group on par with Disney. The rise of Netflix can provide a lot of references for Blockbuster's further development. If the internet wants to enter the streaming media era, it will take at least 10 years, even if the internet industry in this time and space has already exploded in advance. Therefore, it is definitely not possible to completely copy the Netflix model, and Blockbuster must also open up a development path that belongs to itself. Several other major Hollywood film companies have been suffering under the edge of Deaneries Entertainment. Simon tried to make Blockbuster the eighth major in Hollywood. This idea must be known to as few people as possible. He did not expect that Nancy could draw inferences from one example and directly see through his intentions just by talking about his ideas in a preliminary way. Seeing that Simon did not answer, Nancy also knew that she guessed right. The eighth major. Deaneries Entertainment has occupied 40% of the market share in Hollywood. Because of the close cooperation with MGM, Nancy also knows that this originally dilapidated film company, although the signature 007 series has been stranded, has begun to recover in the past 2 years. At least in the past year, MGM's share of the domestic box office market has surpassed Columbia and Paramount, and further development is just around the corner. Controlling the 2 major Hollywood film companies, the expansion of the Westeros system in Hollywood has obviously reached an extreme. Neither the federal government departments nor the peer competitors can allow the Westeros system to continue to swallow up other major studios. In this case, an ambitious guy actually thought of such a different way. Develop a powerful videotape chain company into the 8th major in Hollywood that can compete with other major studios. However, after this speculation was generated and confirmed by Simon's silence, Nancy Brill did not have any emotion that someone should not do this, but was faintly excited. But, can a videotape chain company really develop into the 8th major in Hollywood? Nancy knew what to do and stopped asking questions. She had completely forgotten about eating. She looked across with her face slightly raised and said, "In the early stage, we accumulated exclusive resources by purchasing copyrights of films from independent film companies and participated in small-scale films. In the later stage, we began to invest in blockbuster films and counterattack the theater and TV markets. This development path seems very attractive. But, Simon, what next?" Simon said with a smile, "If we can do this, it will be a pioneering work for Blockbuster. As for the future, we will talk about it in the future. You have to know that the world is always changing. The televisions in the 1950s and the VCRs in the 1970s have brought fundamental changes to Hollywood. Now it is the 1990s, and I think there will definitely be more unique things coming. Internet. Well, I have to say, you are really smart." Some information about Blockbuster's online platform emerged in Nancy's mind. In the past, Blockbuster Online achieved a revenue of over $100 million. Although it only accounted for about 3% of Blockbuster's annual revenue, this business cannot be ignored. The man opposite her had described the future of the internet to her. If we really enter an era of universal internet, the influence of internet platforms will definitely be no less than that of current TV networks. I suddenly feel that I should buy some more AOL and Cisco stocks. Simon smiled and said, "How much do you have now?" "Less than $10 million. Nancy squinted at a guy opposite her and said, "The salary you give me is far less generous than Amy's." Amy is equivalent to one of the founders of this company. She already gets very little. Simon shrugged and said, "But if you need money, I can lend it to you." Nancy leaned forward slightly, with a bit of joking in her tone. "Do you need to pay it back?" Simon admired the delicate little face across the table, and his voice was a bit teasing. "It's okay not to pay it back." Nancy immediately sat up straight, and at the same time looked at the female assistant who had been quiet beside Simon, and began to complain, "Jenny, he is flirting with me." The female assistant rolled her eyes at Nancy, glared at the guy next to her, but did not speak, and soon lowered her head to continue eating quietly. Seeing that Nancy's complaint was ineffective, Simon raised his chin towards her provocatively. The short female executive was not polite and said, "Lend me $20 million, calculated at an annual interest rate of 5%. I won't take your things for free." Simon nodded. "No problem, since you want to talk about the rules. This money should be mortgaged, right?" "Well, I mortgage myself to you." "Very good, I'll give you another $5 million. Nancy couldn't help but roll her eyes. After lunch, Simon dealt with some trivial matters and flew to the East Coast again. Tomorrow is January 20th, the inauguration ceremony of the new President Bill Clinton. Simon does not plan to appear at the inauguration ceremony, but plans to participate in some cocktail parties after the inauguration ceremony. Moreover, this is just a side event. The real business is about AOL. In the new year, AOL will promote another ASDL network construction plan involving billions of dollars of investment. Simon is going to AOL's East Coast headquarters to participate in the discussion of the final plan. Chapter 525 Treasure Map. DSL, Digital Subscriber Line, is the full name of Digital Subscriber Line. This technology began to sprout in the late 1970s. In the 1980s, due to the demand for high-speed data transmission technology for cable TV and network communications, DSL technology gradually gained popularity. Simply put, DSL is a technology that uses higher data frequencies to transmit data through traditional telephone lines. The biggest advantage of DSL technology is that it breaks through the data transmission limit of up to 56 kbs that can be achieved by low-frequency analog signals in traditional voice communications. ADSL, Asymmetric Digital Subscriber Line, is translated as Asymmetric Digital Subscriber Line, which is a type of DSL technology. In standard DSL technology, the speed of user uploading and downloading data should be equal. However, in actual application, the data downloaded by users often far exceeds the data uploaded. If the transmission rate is kept equal, it will cause a lot of resource waste. ADSL technology just solves this problem. Compared with DSL technology, the use of ADSL can more than double the user carrying capacity of a communication network. In the past few years, the internet access services provided by AOL mainly include the most traditional dial-up internet access technology and the more advanced ISDN, Integrated Services Digital Network, technology. The maximum speed of the former can only reach 56 kbs, while the latter is also a data transmission technology that appeared in the 1980s and can double the speed of traditional dial-up internet access to 128 kbs. Compared with the former two, DSL technology is roughly like the difference between analog signals and digital signals that are rapidly being updated in the field of mobile communications. 4 years ago, Westeros company just acquired a stake in Quantum Link, the predecessor of AOL. Simon used his status as a major shareholder to ask Steve Case to buy the relevant patent licenses for DSL technology and invest in subsequent technology research and development. ADSL is the new generation of digital subscriber line standard developed by AOL based on DSL. In Simon's memory, for a long time, ADSL was almost synonymous with broadband, although these are actually two concepts. However, this is enough to prove the popularity of ADSL technology. Compared with the original timeline, ADSL appeared at least 5 years earlier. In fact, just like the internet, semiconductors, digital cameras and many other technologies, ADSL appeared several years ahead of DSL, which had been developed for more than 10 years. It just needed an opportunity to promote technological development, or more accurately, a business opportunity that could bring profits to enterprises. Therefore, there was no technical obstacle. Just like humans completed the first moon landing in 1969. If every space program could bring commercial returns several times or even dozens of times the investment, humans would have already immigrated to Mars. In the original time and space, the explosion of the internet industry at the end of the 20th century was basically disorderly and chaotic. Everyone knew that there were huge business opportunities, but they didn't know which way to go to find the treasure. This was actually the reason why most new technology giants in the Internet 1.0 era failed to continue to grow. Because they didn't know which way to go. In Simon's mind, there was a complete treasure map. Compared with the major internet service providers in history who had been groping and wasting time between different technologies before finally determining ASDL technology as the standard for high-speed internet transmission, Simon bypassed all attempts that might be useless this time and went straight to the best choice that had been determined in his memory. Around 2000, America Online, which had a market value of nearly $200 billion, collapsed in just a few years. This was largely because the company gave up its roots as an internet service provider and turned to become an internet media company, and thus completed the merger and acquisition of Time Warner, a traditional content company. Therefore, during the critical period of dial-up internet access and the transition from ISDN technology to ADSL, America Online focused on content. It did not understand that in the internet era where the amount of information is exploding exponentially, unlike traditional Hollywood studios or several major TV networks, a simple internet media company could not meet the differentiated content needs of hundreds of millions of internet users. At the same time, because it took the wrong route, America Online handed over its ICE business, the foundation on which it relied for survival, to traditional telecom operators who were slow to react but did not forget their business. Finally, under the dual waves of the bursting of the internet bubble and the upgrading of technology, an internet company that could have become a super ICE giant was wiped out in an instant. This time, Simon firmly locked in America Online's ICE attributes from the beginning. In the past few years, AOL has been investing as much resources as possible in the construction of its own backbone fiber network and other infrastructure in order to get rid of the embarrassing situation of having to rent lines from traditional telecom operators. Now, AOL's line network in its own business areas on the east and west coasts is very complete, and it has even completed the laying of a trunk fiber optic line that runs through the east and west coasts of the United States and is exclusively for AOL. At the same time, AOL has been testing the ADSL technology that is still under development on a small scale. After completing the preliminary preparations, the number of internet users in the United States has reached a considerable level, so it is time to upgrade the technology. Before this, if there was no exclusive agreement signed at the beginning, even if AOL completed the laying of the main lines, it would still be very likely that traditional telecom operators would want to replace AOL's market position by relying on their own century-long accumulation of infrastructure. However, once the upgrade from traditional dial-up internet access to ADSL is completed, AOL will have an unparalleled advantage in the ISP field. Because although it still relies on telephone lines to provide data transmission, ADSL is a completely different data transmission mode compared to traditional dial-up internet access. Both sides need completely different equipment to support the ISP access to the user terminal, so a large amount of capital investment is needed to upgrade the service network. Of course, this will inevitably involve time costs. Any company that has surpassed its peers in time and technology will easily maintain this advantage as long as it does not lose its way. In the next year, AOL plans to invest a huge amount of $1.5 billion to upgrade its service network. The huge plan involving a huge investment of $1.5 billion and the crazy bet on ADSL technology are almost a disparate act in the eyes of people who cannot see the future. Because unlike the later generations who plan to equate ADSL technology with broadband, there are other technologies available in this era. Many senior executives and board members of AOL are more inclined to further upgrade the ISDN technology based on dial-up internet access in order to improve the overall network service speed of AOL. Upgrading on the basis of the original technology not only greatly reduces the cost, but also avoids the risk of going the wrong way as much as possible. You know, once ADSL technology is rolled out, it is not as good as imagined. Then, AOL will lose more than just the $1.5 billion investment, and it is very likely to drag the entire company into the abyss. Just like the mistakes AOL made in the fundamental development path of the enterprise in the original time and space. Therefore, this plan is the result of Simon's strong promotion by taking advantage of Westeros' absolute controlling stake in AOL. On January 20th, Simon attended AOL's high-level meeting in New York during the day and flew to Washington in the afternoon. On the same day, Bill Clinton officially took over the White House throne from George Bush. The inauguration ceremony lasted until the evening, and a grand celebration ceremony was held in front of the Lincoln Memorial. Simon did not go to the celebration ceremony to join in the fun, but met several members of Clinton's cabinet at a cocktail party in another part of the city. Still did not have direct contact with Clinton himself. However, Simon also got the information he wanted that night. Clinton's promised visit to Silicon Valley has been confirmed in early March. In the same month, the U.S. Congress will make a final vote on the Information Superhighway Plan. After the recent election, both the Senate and the House of Representatives are in the hands of the Democratic Party, and there is little possibility of an unexpected vote this time. Therefore, compared with the time point in Simon's memory of September 1993, the launch time of this time and space information superhighway plan will be advanced by half a year. Although it is only half a year, Simon knows how powerful this national-level plan will be for the entire internet industry. The most intuitive point is that the information superhighway plan must be accompanied by tax exemptions and subsidies for new technology companies. Even if the technology companies in the Westeros system are not short of money, it is enough to make their own capital chain more abundant. At the same time, this plan can further promote the flow of capital to the new technology field and promote the continued outbreak of the internet industry. After the inauguration ceremony of the new U.S. president, AOL's ADSL upgrade plan was also exposed. Prior to this, because of the disagreement within AOL on this plan, the media with a keen sense of smell had already begun to pay attention to this matter. With the official announcement of the upgrade plan involving a $1.5 billion investment, it immediately caused a heated discussion in the media again. After completing the ADSL plan, AOL can easily break through the existing speed limit based on dial-up internet technology and provide users with a network speed of more than 256 kbs 256 kbs, equivalent to a data download speed of 32 K per second. At present, most of the standalone games in the Agrit software store are only about 1 M in size. In the past, with a network speed of 56 kbs or 128 kbs, it took several minutes for users to download after purchasing. Once the ADSL upgrade is completed, users can basically download the same game or software within 1 minute. At the same time, after the technical upgrade is completed, the web animation and audio technologies developed by Agrit can also be more widely used, thereby further enriching the content of the internet platform. The further enrichment of internet content can in turn increase the appeal of the internet to the public and thus promote the development of the entire industry. Overall, this is a very good virtuous cycle. Of course, in the next few years, it will mainly be a virtuous cycle within the operating area of AOL. Moreover, after the upgrade of ADSL technology, if traditional operators are still slow to respond, AOL will no longer stick to its own business area. The management has even formulated a plan to expand to the Great Lakes region in advance. However, the outside world obviously cannot see this possible virtuous cycle. Instead, many media are criticizing AOL's overly aggressive expansion strategy. In the previous 2 years of the industry boom, AOL had been operating at a loss. Now, it has just completed its layout in several major regions on the East and West coasts. According to the normal operating ideas of a company, it should at least wait for a few years to recover the previous huge investment through the existing technology network before considering upgrading. Having just completed the layout of the basic line network and not recovered much money, it is eager to upgrade, and it is upgrading to technology that has not yet been proven successful. It is really a bit blind. Therefore, on January 21st, the day the news was announced, AOL's stock price fell by 3.1%. The subsequent response of the Westeros system was somewhat surprising. At the same time, it was also very simple. Simply and crudely increase holdings. After the close of Friday, January 22nd, Westeros submitted a document to the SEC to increase holdings. In just 2 days, AOL's stock price fell by 5.3%. Westeros also unknowingly increased its shareholding in AOL from 65.4%, which had hardly changed since the IPO, to 66.1%. In the past year, the number of worldwide web users in the United States reached 28.67 million, of which 17.32 million belonged to AOL. Compared with the overall user scale of 13.17 million and 7.68 million of AOL at the end of 1991, both figures have achieved an increase of more than 100%. Not to mention the overall, just AOL, in the past year, the preliminary revenue figures reached $3.8 billion. Although the annual financial report is still expected to be a loss, due to the rapid growth of users and revenue, the market value on January 20th still reached a high of $18.6 billion. Therefore, although Westeros's increase in holdings was only 0.5%, it invested about $80 million in just 2 days. At the press conference on Saturday, James Raybould, president of Westeros, also said that the Westeros system is very optimistic about the development prospects of AOL, and if necessary, it will invest more funds to buy the company's shares. In a blink of an eye, the capital market also came back to its senses, with an investment of $80 million, and Westeros's strong capital strength was glimpsed. America Online's rapid growth in the past few years is obvious to all. Moreover, considering that the company's operating area is limited to the states on the East and West coasts, there is still huge room for performance growth. It is very unwise to hastily give up holding the company's shares just because of public doubts about America Online's ADSL plan. This is not the first time that the media has made misleading judgments. In comparison, Simon Westeros has created too many business miracles. So, when the weekend passed and the new week came, on Monday, America Online's stock price rebounded to the price of January 20th, and its market value showed a trend of breaking through the $20 billion mark. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.